真身却化风走了。到了路口，见唐僧正念多心经，一把抓住，驾风就走。回到洞中，说：“大王，小将奉命巡山，擒来大唐玉帝三藏法师。”
But the real body turned into the wind and disappeared. When I arrived at the intersection, I saw Tang monk meditating on the Duo Heart Sutra. He grabbed it and rode away. Returning to the cave, he said, "Your Majesty, the young general was ordered to patrol the mountain and capture Master Sanzang, the imperial younger brother of the Tang dynasty."
妖王吃了一惊，说：“我听人说，三藏法师是神僧，他的徒弟孙悟空神通广大，你怎么捉到的先锋说了《史记》的经过？”妖王说：“
The Demon King was startled and said, "I heard that Master Tripitaka is a divine monk, and his disciple's son Wukong has great supernatural powers. How did you catch him?" Pioneer told the story of the trick. The Demon King said,
先不吃他，防他徒弟上门吵闹。待过个3-5天，他俩不来了，唐僧肚里也干净了，再慢慢吃他不迟。行者，八戒赶上老虎。
"Don't eat him first, in case his apprentice comes to make a noise." After 3 or 5 days, they stopped coming, and Tang monk's stomach was clean. It was not too late to eat him slowly. Xingzhe and Beiji caught up with the tiger.
行者一棒打下，震得手疼。八戒又是一耙，把耙也弹起来，却是石上盖着一张虎皮。悟空大惊，说：“不好，我们中了金蝉脱壳计了。”
Monkey hit the rock with a stick, causing his hand to hurt. Beiji rake again, and the rake bounced up, but there was a tiger skin covering the stone. Wukong was shocked and said, "No, we fell into the golden cicada's escape plan."
二人慌忙赶回去，只见白马，不见唐僧。二人挑担牵马，翻山越岭，找到洞府。悟空让八戒看守行李马匹，他自去挑战。
The two hurried back and saw only the white horse but no Tang monk. The two of them carried burdens and horses, climbed over mountains and ridges, and found the cave. Wukong asked Beiji to guard the luggage and horses, and he went to challenge himself.
守门小妖慌忙抱进去，妖王大惊失色。先锋说：“大王别怕，我带几10名小妖，把那猴子拿来一起吃了。”妖王说：“
The little demon guarding the door hurriedly reported in, and the Demon King was shocked. Pioneer said, "Don't be afraid, my king. I will bring dozens of little demons to eat the monkey together." The Demon King said,
只要你能拿住孙悟空，我就跟你结拜为兄弟。要是伤了你，怪不得我。先锋说：“大王放心。”就点起500名小妖，手持赤铜刀出了洞。
"As long as you can capture son Wukong, I will become your sworn brother. If I hurt you, it's not my fault." Pioneer said, "Your Majesty, don't worry." So he lit up 500 little demons and walked out of the cave holding red copper knives.
行者大怒，举棒就打，斗不几合，虎怪不敌， 因在妖王面前夸了海口，不敢回动，往山坡上逃生。悟空在后面吆吆喝喝赶上来。
The traveler was furious and struck with a stick. After a short fight, the tiger monster was defeated. Because he boasted in front of the Monster King, he did not dare to go back to the cave and escaped up the hillside. Wukong shouted from behind and caught up.
八戒见了，丢了马，举耙迎头打去。那怪不防头上被住了9个窟窿，顿时气绝。悟空说：“这头一弓是你的，你还在这里守着马。”
When Beiji saw it, he lost his horse and hit him head-on with a rake. The monster was unprepared, 9 holes were made on its head, and it suddenly died. Wukong said, "This first move is yours. You are still here guarding the horse.
待我拖着死虎再去挑战，定要拿下老妖，救出师傅。”八戒说：“你快去，要把老妖打败，还往这里赶。”悟空一手提棒，一手拖着死虎。
When I drag the dead tiger to challenge again, I will definitely capture the old demon and rescue the master. Beiji said, "Go quickly, you have to defeat the old demon and rush here." Wukong held the stick in one hand and dragged the dead tiger with the other.
赶到洞口骂阵，小妖慌忙抱进去，说是虎先锋被打死。孙悟空又骂上门来。妖王大怒，说：“我不曾吃他师傅，他倒打死我的先锋。”
He rushed to the entrance of the cave to curse. The little demon hurriedly reported in, saying that Tiger Pioneer had been killed, and Sun Wukong came to scold him again. The Demon King was furious and said, "I never ate his master, but he killed my vanguard."
待我看看他到底是什么9头8尾的猴妖王，披挂整齐，持一杆3股钢叉，率众妖出动。见悟空身躯瘦小，说：“
Let me see what kind of monkey he is with 9 heads and 8 tails. The Demon King was neatly dressed, holding a 3-stranded steel fork, and led the demons out of the cave. Seeing Wukong's thin body, he said,
我只说孙悟空是个什么样的好汉，原来是一个痨病鬼。”悟空说：“你外公生的小是小，你敢照我头上打一叉，就长3尺。”
I only talked about what kind of hero's son Wukong is, but he turned out to be a tuberculosis ghost. Wukong said, "Your grandpa was born small. If you dare to put a cross on my head, I will grow 3 feet."
妖王就用叉柄打了一下，悟空把腰一弓，就长了3尺。妖王慌忙举叉劈胸刺去，悟空使棒拨开钢叉，照头打去。2人大战30合。
The Demon King hit him with the fork handle, and Wukong bowed his waist, and he grew 3 feet. The Demon King hurriedly raised the fork to stab his chest. Wukong used his stick to push aside the steel fork and hit him on the head. The 2 of them fought together for 30 years.
不分胜败，行者把一把毫毛变成100个小行者，各持铁棒围攻妖王。妖王吸一口气喷出来，就见一阵黄风从空中刮来。
Regardless of victory or defeat, The walker plucked a handful of hair and turned into 100 little walkers, each holding an iron rod and besieging the Demon King. The Demon King took a breath and blew it out, and saw a gust of yellow wind blowing from the air.
把小行者都刮上半空，行者忙收了毫毛，迎风攻上去。妖王劈脸又喷出一股风，把行者刮得双眼难睁，败下阵来。八戒见风起，
It blew all the little walkers into the air. The traveler hurriedly collected his hair and attacked in the wind. The Demon King burst out and blew out another gust of wind, which blew the traveler's eyes so hard that he was defeated. Beiji saw the wind blowing.
吓得趴在山洼中，不敢抬头睁眼。不一会儿，就见大圣败逃回来。悟空说：“厉害，我老孙也会呼风唤雨，却弄不出这种恶风。”八戒说
He was so frightened that he lay down in the valley, not daring to raise his head and open his eyes. After a while, the great sage was seen fleeing back in defeat. Wukong said, "It's amazing. My old grandson can also call the wind and rain, but he can't create this kind of evil wind." Beiji said,
妖精武艺如何？悟空说：“插法倒也看得过去，跟老孙战个平手，只是风太恶，不能赢他。”八戒说：“如此说，怎么救师傅？”悟空说
"How is the goblin's martial arts?" Wukong said, "Chafa is acceptable. He can fight to a draw with Lao's son, but the wind is too evil to defeat him." Beiji said, "If you say so, how can you save the master?" Wukong said,
得先找个眼科医生给我治眼。八戒说：“这深山里别说医生，连住处也没有。”八戒挑了担，牵了马，二人上了大路，天色近黄昏。
"I need to find an ophthalmologist first to treat my eyes." Beiji said, "In this deep mountain, let alone a doctor, there is not even a place to live." Beiji picked up the burden and led the horse, and the two of them went on the road. It was almost dusk.
只听不远处有狗叫声，二人循声寻去，见到一家庄院，不敢擅入，只叫开门。一个老者带几个农夫，手持插耙、扫帚走出来，问
"I just heard a dog barking not far away." The two of them followed the sound and saw a village. They didn't dare to enter without permission and just called, "Open the door." An old man came out with several farmers, holding forks and brooms, and asked,
什么人？行者躬身施礼，说明来历，请借住一宿。老者说：“这里妖魔出没，强盗劫火，多有冲撞，请进。”二人进了庄，饭罢，行者问
"Who is it?" The traveler bowed and saluted, explained his origin, and asked to stay for a night. The old man said, "Demons are infested here, bandits gang up, and there are many collisions. Please come in." The two entered the village. After dinner, the traveler asked,
不知贵地可有卖眼药的？老者问：“你的眼怎么了？”行者说了跟妖王交战，被妖王喷一口黄风的经过。老者说：“ 他这风叫三昧神风。
I wonder if there is anyone who sells eye drops in your area. The old man asked, "What's wrong with your eyes?" The traveler told how he fought with the Demon King and was sprayed with yellow wind by the Demon King. The old man said, "His wind is called Samadhi Kamikaze."
能吹天地暗，善刮鬼神愁。裂石崩牙恶，吹人命急休。看样子，你是有来头的人。我有个方子，叫三花九子膏，能治一切眼病。说罢，
It can blow away the darkness of heaven and earth, and is good at driving away the sorrow of ghosts and gods. Cracking rocks and collapsing cliffs is evil, blowing people's lives away. It seems that you are a person with good background. I have a prescription called Sanhua Josie ointment, which can cure all eye diseases. After that,
取出一个小巧的玛瑙罐，用玉簪蘸出少许，给悟空点上，让他不要睁眼，安心睡觉，明早就好。八戒倒头就睡，悟空坐在床上。
he took out a small agate jar, dipped a small amount of it into a hosta, and lit it on Wukong, telling him not to open his eyes and sleep peacefully. He would be well in the morning. Beiji fell asleep and Wukong sat on the bed.
运功调息，直到3更才睡下。待到天色将明，悟空醒来，睁开眼，说：“好眼药比平时看得更清。”四下一看，哪有庄院房屋？
I exercised my energy and adjusted my breath, and didn't go to bed until the 3rd watch. When the sky was getting brighter, Wukong woke up, opened his eyes, and said, "Good eye medicine, I can see more clearly than usual." Looking around, he saw no houses in the village.
只有老槐高柳2人睡在草地上。呆子忙坐起来说：“我们的马匹行李呢？”悟空说：“那不是。”八戒说：“这家人也真是。”
Only the old locust tree and the tall willow tree were there, and the 2 of them slept on the grass. The idiot hurriedly sat up and said, "Where are our horses and luggage?" Wukong said, "That's not it." Beiji said, "This family is really..."
半夜搬家也不招呼一声。咦，怎么把房拆了？也没听到响声。悟空嘻嘻笑道：“呆子别乱嚷，你看那树上是什么帖儿？”八戒接下一看，
Moving in the middle of the night without even saying hello. Hey, how come we demolished the house and didn't hear any noise? Wukong chuckled and said, "Don't yell, idiot, look at what's on the tree." Beiji took it off and took a look.
上面写着4句宋子：庄居非是凡人居，护法伽蓝点化炉。妙药与君医眼痛，尽心降怪莫踌躇。行者说：“这火毛神自收了白马。”
There are 4 lines of him written on it. The Zhuangju is not just a place for ordinary people. The Dharma protector Jyalandian Hualu. The wonderful medicine will cure eye pain with you. I will do my best to reduce the monsters and don't hesitate. The traveler said, "This group of hairy gods have gathered their white horses."
一直没点他卯，他又来弄玄虚。八戒说：“哥哥别吹牛， 他们怎么服你管？行者说：这伙神奉观音的法旨，暗保我们师徒。
I haven't clicked on him yet, so he's making a fuss again. Beiji said, Brother, don't brag. How can they obey your control? Monkey said, These gods follow the decree of Guanyin and secretly protect our master and disciples.
只因这一阵有了你，没用过他们。八戒说：他们请我们一顿饭，又给你治好眼，也尽心了。我们去救师父。行者说：你守着行李马匹。
Just because I have you this time, I have never used them. Beiji said, They treated us to a meal and cured your eyes. They did their best. Let's go save Master. The traveler said, Guard your luggage and horses.
我先去打听一下，看师父如何，再跟他征战。八戒说：正是。假如师父死了，我们各行其事，没死尽力救他。行者骂道：别胡说。
I will first inquire about the master and see how he is doing, and then I will fight with him. Beiji said, Exactly. If master dies, we will each do our own thing and try our best to save him. The traveler scolded, Don't talk nonsense.
悟空来到洞口，见门关着，摇身一变，变成一只蚊子，从门缝里飞进去，往守门小妖脸上咬了一口。小妖醒来，说：好大的蚊子！
Wukong came to the entrance of the cave and saw that the door was closed. He transformed into a mosquito, flew in through the crack in the door, and bit the little demon guarding the door on the face. The little demon woke up and said, What a big mosquito!
把脸咬个大疙瘩，接着叫。天亮了，悟空连飞进几道门，见一个大空园子里，定风柱上绑着唐僧。唐僧泪如雨下，不住念叨着悟空。
Bite your face into a big lump. Then he shouted, It's dawn. Wukong flew into several doors and saw Tang Monk tied to a wind pillar in a large empty garden. Tang Monk burst into tears and kept talking about Wukong.
无能，悟空落在唐僧头上，叫师傅。唐僧说：悟空，你在哪里？叫我悟空说：我在你头上。你别着急，待我拿住妖精，才能救你性命。
Enlightenment. Wukong landed on Tang Seng's head and called, Master. Tang Seng said, Wukong, where did you call me? Wukong said, I'm on top of you. Don't worry, I can save your life after I catch the goblin.
唐僧说：几时才能拿住妖精？悟空说：只在今日，你放心，别哭。 我去了。悟空飞到老妖面前，只见一个巡山的小妖来报：大王。
Tang Monk said, When can we catch the demon? Wukong said, Only for today. Don't worry, don't cry, I'm going. Wukong flew to the old demon and saw a little demon patrolling the mountain coming to report, Your Majesty, don't cry.
我见一个长嘴大耳的和尚坐在林子里，只是不见昨天那毛脸和尚。老妖说：想来是被风吹死了。众妖说：别是他请救兵去了。
I saw a monk with a long mouth and big ears sitting in the forest, but I didn't see the hairy-faced monk from yesterday. The old demon said, I think he was blown to death by the wind. The demon said, don't ask for reinforcements.
老妖说，什么神兵我也不怕，除了灵吉菩萨都不是我的对手。悟空忙飞出去，现了本相，来到林中，见了八戒，说了洞中情况。
The old demon said, I am not afraid of any magic weapon. Except Lingji Bodhisattva, no one is my opponent. Wukong quickly flew out, revealed his true form, came to the forest, met Beiji, and told the situation in the cave.
二人正不知道何处找灵吉菩萨，只见一个老公公走过来，悟空就上前施礼打听。老公公说，灵吉菩萨在正南小须弥山。
The two of them were looking for Lingji Bodhisattva without knowing where they were, when they saw an old man walking over. Wukong stepped forward to salute and inquire, and his old father-in-law said, Lingji Bodhisattva is at Zyaksumi Mountain in the south.
离此有2000余里。行者谢了，老公公疏忽不见，仔细看，却是太白金星驾云而去。八戒慌忙下拜，恩人，要不是你求情。
It's more than 2,000 miles away. The traveler thanked him, but his old father-in-law suddenly disappeared. If he looked carefully, he could see the Tai-Bai Venus flying away in the clouds. Beiji hurriedly bowed down and said, My benefactor, if you hadn't begged for mercy.
老猪怕不被玉帝杀了。悟空说，你守在林子里，带我去寻灵吉菩萨。八戒说，知道了，我指不出头就是了。
The old pig was afraid that he would be killed by the Jade Emperor. Wukong said, You stay in the forest and wait for me to find Lingji Bodhisattva. Beiji said, I know, I just don't stand up.
悟空一个筋斗来到小须弥山，见山中祥云下有一座禅院，来到门前，向守门的说明来历，通报进去。不多时，灵吉菩萨迎出来。
Wukong somersaulted to Zyaksumi Mountain, and saw a Zen temple under the auspicious clouds in the mountain. He came to the door, explained his origin to the gatekeeper, and informed him to enter. Not long after, Lingji Bodhisattva came out to greet him.
请悟空登堂看茶。悟空说明来意，请菩萨去降妖。菩萨说，那妖名叫黄风怪，本是灵山脚下得到的老鼠。
Invite Wukong to attend the tea ceremony. Wukong explained his purpose and asked the Bodhisattva to subdue the demon. The Bodhisattva said, The monster's name is Huang Feng Monster. He was originally a mouse who attained enlightenment at the foot of Lingshan Mountain.
因为偷吃了琉璃盏内的清油，怕金刚拿它，逃到这里。如来赐我一根飞龙杖，一粒定风丹，让我监压他。想不到他又造下孽来。
Because he secretly ate the clear oil in the glass cup, he was afraid that Vajra would capture him, so he fled here. The Tathagata gave me a flying dragon staff and a wind-fixing pill to keep him in custody. Unexpectedly, he would commit another evil act.
便与悟空一道来到黄风岭，让悟空把妖怪引来。悟空按落云头，一棒将洞门打破，高叫：“妖怪，还我师傅来！”老妖迎出来。
Then he and Wukong came to Huangfengling and asked Wukong to attract the monsters. Wukong pressed the cloud head down, broke the door of the cave with a stick, and shouted, "Monster, give me back my master." The old demon came out and greeted him.
挺插当胸就刺，悟空举棒相迎。战不数合，那怪又要喷风，灵吉菩萨在半空里抛下飞龙杖，念动真言，那杖就变成一条八爪金龙。
He raised his fork to the chest and stabbed. Wukong raised his stick to meet it. After the battle was over, the monster wanted to blow out the wind again. Lingji Bodhisattva dropped the flying dragon staff in mid-air and chanted the mantra, and the staff turned into an 8-clawed golden dragon.
一把抓住妖精，提着头往山岩上摔了几下，现出原形来。大圣举棒要打，菩萨拦住，说：“我拿他去见如来，给他定罪。”悟空谢了菩萨。
He grabbed the goblin and threw it against the rock a few times, revealing his true form. The great sage raised his stick to beat him, but the Bodhisattva stopped him and said, "I will take him to see the Tathagata and condemn him." Wukong thanked the Bodhisattva.
菩萨自去西方，八戒听悟空叫他，忙赶来，二人闯进洞里，把妖怪一扫而光，救出唐僧。悟空说了灵吉菩萨降妖的经过。
The Bodhisattva went to the west. Beiji heard Wukong calling him and hurried over. The two broke into the cave, wiped out all the monsters, and rescued Tang Seng. Wukong told how Lingji Bodhisattva subdued demons.
唐僧感谢不尽。唐僧师徒三人过了黄风岭，盛夏已过，到了秋天。这天正行间，前面一道大水拦住去路，不见一只船。
Tang Seng was grateful. Tang Monk and his disciples passed Huangfengling. Midsummer had passed and autumn had arrived. That day, while we were walking, a large water blocked the way ahead, and there was not a single boat in sight.
悟空跳在空中，手搭凉棚，放眼看去，那水浩浩渺渺，无边无际。唐僧兜转马头，却见一通石碑，上面有3个篆字“流沙河”。
Wukong jumped in the air, built a pergola with his hands, and looked around, seeing the vastness and boundlessness of the water. Tang Monk turned his horse around and saw a stone tablet with 3 seal characters, Lusha River, on it.
还有4行楷书：800流沙界，3000弱水深，鹅毛飘不起，芦花定底沉。三人正看碑文，忽听一阵水响，再看波浪如山。
There are also 4 lines of regular script, 800 quicksand realms, 3,000 weak water depths, goose feathers cannot float, and reed flowers sink to the bottom. The 3 of them were reading the inscription when they suddenly heard a sound of water, and then looked at the waves like mountains.
从河中钻出一个妖精，直奔唐僧。悟空忙抱住师傅，纵上高处。八戒扔了担子，抡耙救住。 那怪使宝杖架住，与八戒大战20回合。
A goblin emerged from the river and went straight to Tang Monk. Wukong hurriedly hugged his master and climbed up to a high place. Beiji threw away the burden and started building with a rake. The monster used the treasure staff to hold it up and fought Beiji for 20 rounds.
不分胜败，悟空让唐僧坐好，打个呼哨，飞在半空，举棒迎头打下来。那怪慌忙躲过，一头钻入水中。八戒直跺脚，抱怨：“谁让你来的？”
Regardless of victory or defeat, Wukong asked Tang Monk to sit down, whistle, fly in the air, and raise his stick to hit him head-on. The monster hurriedly dodged and dived into the water. Beiji stomped his feet and complained, "Who asked you to come?"
在十几合我就能擒住他，他这一跑怎么办？悟空笑着说：“自降了黄风怪，几个月没耍棒，见你跟他斗，忍不住跟他耍耍。”
I can catch him in a dozen more moves. What will I do if he runs away? Wukong smiled and said, "I surrendered the yellow wind monster. I haven't used the stick for a few months. When I saw you fighting with him, I couldn't help but fight him. Have fun."
谁知他不识耍，二人说说笑笑去见唐僧。唐僧说：“这无边的弱水，又没个渡船，须得拿了那怪才好过河。”行者说：“师傅说得对。”
Who knew he didn't know how to play? The two of them chatted and laughed and went to see Tang Seng. Tang Seng said, "This is a boundless weak water, and there is no ferry. We must take the monster to cross the river." The traveler said, "Master is right."
捉住那怪，不打死他，只叫他送师傅过河。八戒说：“哥哥去拿妖，我守师傅。”悟空说：“比起水里功夫，我就不如贤弟了。我虽能下水。”
Catch the monster, don't kill him, just ask him to send the master across the river. Beiji said, "Brother, go get the demon, and I will guard the master." Wukong said, "Compared with my skills in water, I am not as good as my wise brother. Although I can go into the water."
却要念避水咒，再不然就得变成鱼鳖虾蟹之类，打不成仗。八戒说：“当年老猪当天河总管，倒会些水中功夫。”
But you have to recite the water-avoiding spell, otherwise you will become a fish, turtle, shrimp, crab, etc., and you will not be able to fight. Beiji said, "Back then, when old Zhu was the steward of the Tianhe River, he knew some water skills."
只怕他水中7窝8袋都上来，我就斗不过他了。悟空说：“你到水中，只把他引出来，我再助你。”八戒就脱了衣裳，跳下水，分开水路。
I'm afraid that if all 7 generations of his family come up in the water, I won't be able to fight him. Wukong said, "When you go to the water, just lead him out, and then I will help you." Beiji took off his clothes, jumped into the water, and separated the waterway.
直奔水底寻找那怪。那怪败回来，正在喘息，听得水响，见八戒使耙推水而来，横杖高叫。那和尚 哪里去飞鸽制作？八戒说。
Go straight to the bottom of the water and look for the monster. The monster came back from defeat and was panting. He heard the sound of water and saw Beiji using a rake to push the water. He yelled with a horizontal staff, "Where are you, monk?" Beiji said,
你是什么妖魔？那怪说，我也不是无名无姓，本是天宫卷帘大将，因犯天条，被打下凡间受苦。我把你个欺上门的老猪笑。
What kind of monster are you? The monster said, I am not nameless. I was originally a general who rolled up the curtains in the heavenly palace. I was cast down to earth to suffer for violating the laws of heaven. I'll bully you, the old mandrill.
多多做炸酱。八戒说，我老猪嫩的能掐出水来，你倒嫌我老，吃我一耙。那怪剑爬打来，史招凤点头躲过，二人在水中大战一场。
Chop it up and make fried sauce. Beiji said, My old pig is so tender that I can squeeze water out of it. You think I'm old, so you'll eat me with a rake. The weird rake came and Zhao Feng nodded and dodged. The two of them were in the water. A great battle.
八戒虚晃一耙，诈败往东岸上逃。那怪随后赶来，看看赶到岸边，悟空忍不住跳到河边，举棒就打。那怪不敢相迎。
Beiji feigned a rake and fled to the east bank pretending to be defeated. The monster came later and rushed to the shore. Ryukong couldn't help but jump to the river and beat him with his stick. The monster didn't dare to greet him.
又一头钻入河中，八戒嚷：“你这弼马温到底是个急猴子！等我把他引到高处，你再拦在河边，他往哪里逃？”悟空说：“呆子莫嚷嚷。”
Another head dived into the river. Beiji shouted, "You Bai Ma Wen, you are an impatient monkey after all. Wait until I lead him to a higher place and you stop him by the river. Where will he escape?" Ryukong said, "Don't yell, idiot."
去见师傅来。二人见了三藏。悟空说：“天色晚了，师傅就在这山崖下坐一夜，带老孙去化些斋来。”说完，一筋斗翻出。
Go see the master. The two met Tripitaka, and Ryukong said, "It's getting late, so master will sit under the cliff all night while Lao's son goes to prepare some food." After saying that, he somersaulted out.
不一会儿，从正北画了一钵斋饭回来，请唐僧吃。唐僧说：“悟空，我们去舍斋的人家问个过河法。”悟空说：“附近哪儿有人家？”
After a while, he came back from Jingbei and prepared a bowl of alms food for Monk Tang to eat. Tang Monk said, "Ryukong, let's go to the house in Shizhai and ask him how to cross the river." Ryukong said, "Is there a house nearby?"
这家远离，离此足有6、7千里，他怎知如何过河？八戒说：“哥哥又吹牛，6、7千里路，你怎么来去这么快？”悟空说
This home is far away, 6 or 7,000 miles away. How could he know how to cross the river? Beiji said, "Brother is bragging again. It's 6 or 7,000 miles away. How can you come and go so fast? Wukong said.
老孙一筋斗108000里，几千里路，不过点上2次头，攻上1次腰就到了。八戒说：“你既有这般神通，背上师傅，跳过河不就行了？”
Lao's son has traveled thousands of miles in a somersault, and he only needs to nod his head twice and bend his waist once to reach the destination. Beiji said, "Since you have such magical powers, you can just carry Master on your back and jump across the river."
悟空说：“你不会驾云，你不能把师傅驮过去。”八戒说：“师傅肉体凡胎，重如泰山，怎驮得起？”悟空说：“你驮不起，我就驮得动了。”
Wukong said, "You can't ride on the clouds and you can't carry Master on his back." Beiji said, "Master's mortal body is as heavy as Mount Tai, so how can he carry him on his back?" Wukong said, "You can't carry me on my back, but I can carry you on my back."
要是施法术弄妖风，把他射过去，或用缩地法，老孙样样都能。但师傅要取得真经，必须历尽各种魔障，你我只是保住他的性命。
Whether it's casting spells, making demonic winds, taking him away, or using Shikuchi, I can do it all. But if Master wants to obtain the true scripture, he must go through all kinds of demonic obstacles. You and I are just trying to save his life.
却不能替他的苦恼。若是见到佛就能取经，我老孙早就取来了。呆子听悟空说的有理，连连点头。三人吃了些素斋。
But I can't worry about him. If you could get sutras when you saw the Buddha, I, Lao's son, would have gotten them long ago. The idiot nodded repeatedly after hearing what Wukong said was reasonable. The three of them ate some vegetarian food.
就在山崖下歇了。次日天明，八戒又下水挑战。那怪与八戒大战30回合，八戒又诈败。那怪只赶到水边，任凭八戒叫骂。
He rested at the foot of the cliff. At dawn the next day, Beiji went into the water to challenge again. The monster fought with Beiji for 30 rounds, and Beiji pretended to be defeated again. The monster rushed to the water's edge and let Beiji yell and curse.
再不肯上岸，悟空飞到半空，使招恶雕扑食，冲下来要抓那怪。那怪听得空中风响，又一头钻进水中，再也不肯上来。
He refused to go ashore again. Wukong flew into the air, summoned the hungry eagle to pounce on food, and rushed down to catch the monster. Hearing the sound of wind in the air, the monster dived into the water again and refused to come up again.
唐僧两眼流泪，说：“这怎么办？”悟空说：“八戒，你守住师傅，等老孙去南海走走。”悟空一个筋斗翻到普陀山，来到紫竹林外。
Tang Monk's eyes were filled with tears and he said, "What should we do?" Wukong said, "Beiji, you guard the master and wait for Lao's son to go for a walk in the South China Sea." Wukong somersaulted to Mount Putua and came to the outside of the purple bamboo forest.
24路诸天报进去， 菩萨命悟空进去。悟空见了菩萨，说路阻流沙河，无法过渡。菩萨说：“你这猴头又逞强。”
24 gods reported in, and Bodhisattva ordered Wukong to go in. Wukong met the Bodhisattva and said that the road was blocking the flowing sand river, making it impossible to cross. The Bodhisattva said, "You monkey head is so brave again."
不肯说出保唐僧的话来。那怪本是卷帘大将林凡，已受我的劝化，愿保唐僧取经。你若说出取经人，他自会皈依。悟空说
He refused to say what he said to protect Tang Monk. That monster was originally the general who came to the world with rolling curtains. He had been persuaded by me and was willing to help Tang Monk obtain the scriptures. If you name someone who has learned the scriptures, he will automatically take refuge. Wukong said,
他如今不肯出来，我怎跟他说菩萨取出个红葫芦，叫过木叉，吩咐你拿这葫芦跟悟空到流沙河，只要叫悟净，他就出来。
He refuses to come out now. How can I tell him? The Bodhisattva took out a red gourd, called Mucha, and said, "Take this gourd and follow Wukong to the Lusha River. Just call Wu Jing, and he will come out."
先让他皈依唐僧，再把他那9个人头骨按9宫排列，把葫芦放在正中，就是一只法船，能渡唐僧过河。
First let him convert to Tang Monk, then arrange his 9 human skulls according to the 9 palaces, and put the gourd in the middle. It will be a Dharma boat that can carry Tang Monk across the river.
木叉与行者来到流沙河上空，向水中高叫。悟净水声一响，那怪钻出来，认出晦暗，上前施礼。尊者，菩萨在何处？木叉说。
Mucha and the traveler came to the sky above Lusha River and shouted into the water, "Wu Jing." As soon as the sound of water sounded, the monster came out, recognized Hui Bank, stepped forward and saluted, "Honorable Sir, where is the Bodhisattva?" Mucha said,
我师父派我来，让你保唐僧，把你那9个人头骨按9宫排列，与这葫芦做成法船，渡他过弱水。悟净说：“取经人在哪里？”
"My master sent me here to ask you to protect Tang Monk, arrange your 9 human skulls according to the 9 palaces, and make a Dharma boat with this gourd to ferry him across the weak water." Wu Jing said, "Where is the Buddhist scripture collector?"
木叉指着说：“那不是悟净说，他2人与我斗了2天，哪说过一个唐字？这猴子厉害，我不去了。”木叉说：“那是猪八戒，这是孙行者。”
Mucha pointed and said, "That's not it." Wu Jing said, "The 2 of them fought with me for 2 days, and they never said a word about Tang. This monkey is awesome. I won't go." Mucha said, "That's Zhu Beiji. This is Sun Xingzhe."
都是唐僧的徒弟，怕他什么快跟我去见唐僧。悟净收了宝杖，跳上岸，向唐僧拜倒，说：“弟子有眼无珠，多有冲撞，请师父恕罪。”
They are all Tang Seng's disciples. I'm afraid that he will come with me to see Tang Seng soon. Wu Jing put away his treasured staff, jumped onto the shore, bowed down to Tang Monk, and said, "This disciple is short-sighted and has many collisions. Please forgive me, Master."
唐僧问：“你肯皈依吗？”悟净说：“弟子蒙菩萨劝化，取法名杀悟净，怎能不皈依师父三藏？”让悟空取戒刀给悟净剃了头。
Tang Monk asked, "Are you willing to take refuge?" Wu Jing said, "My disciple was persuaded by the Bodhisattva and took the Dharma name Sha Wujing. How can I not take refuge in the Master?" Sanzang asked Wukong to take the sword and shave Wu Jing's head.
见他真像个和尚，就给他取混名沙和尚。沙和尚按木叉所言，排下人头骨，放上葫芦，唐僧上了法船，八戒、沙僧左右扶持。
Seeing that he looked like a monk, he gave him the mixed name of Monk Sha. Monk Sha arranged the human skulls and put them on the gourd according to Mucha's instructions. Monk Tang got on the Dharma boat, with Beiji and Monk Sha supporting him from left to right.
悟空牵了马，在后面半云半雾跟随。那法船快似飞箭，不多时到了对岸。木叉收了葫芦，9个人头骨化作9股阴风，转眼不见了。
Wukong led the horse, half cloud and half mist following behind. The Dharma boat was as fast as a flying arrow, and it arrived on the other side in a short time. Mucha put away the gourd, and the 9 human skulls turned into 9 evil winds and disappeared in the blink of an eye.
三藏卸了木叉，顶礼了菩萨，师徒4人向西行去。转眼就是深秋，红枫满山，野菊熟香。这天黄昏，见远远有座村庄，悟空看去。
Sanzang thanked the wooden fork, bowed to the Bodhisattva, and the 4 masters and disciples headed west. It's late autumn in a blink of an eye, with red maples all over the mountains and wild chrysanthemums ripe and fragrant. That evening, Sanzang thanked the wooden fork, bowed to the Bodhisattva, and the 4 masters and disciples headed west. It's late autumn in a blink of an eye, with red maples all over the mountains and wild chrysanthemums ripe and fragrant. That evening, I saw a village in the distance. Wukong looked.
见庄上祥云笼罩，只是佛仙点化，却又不敢泄露天机。来到庄前，唐僧下马，等了多时，不见有人。悟空性急，直奔里面，来到大厅。
Seeing the auspicious clouds covering the village, I knew it was enlightenment from Buddha and immortal, but I didn't dare to reveal the secret. Arriving in front of the village, Tang Monk dismounted and waited for a long time, but saw no one. Wukong was impatient and ran straight inside to the hall.
只见一位半老徐娘走出来，喝问：“什么人？擅入寡妇家？”悟空连忙施礼，说明来意。妇人说：“请进来。”唐僧3人进了大厅。
An old lady came out and asked, "Who is entering the widow's house without permission?" Wukong quickly saluted and explained his purpose. The woman said, "Please come in." Tang Monk and 3 others entered the hall. 与妇人一一见礼，坐下看茶。茶毕，
又吩咐办斋。三藏起手问菩萨高兴贵地和明妇人说：“此间是犀牛贺州地界，小妇人娘家姓贾。”
I met the women one by one and sat down to watch tea. After tea, he ordered the meal to be held. Sanzang Jisho asked, "What is the name of this place with the noble surname of Bodhisattva?" The woman said, "This is the boundary of Shinyo Hezhou. The little woman's maiden name is Jia."
夫家姓莫，公婆双亡，丈夫又不幸亡故，膝下无子，只有3个女儿，家有良田千顷，资产万贯，家中无有男人，空有许多家产。
The husband's family name was Imo. His parents-in-law were both deceased, and the husband unfortunately passed away. He has no children, only 3 daughters, and his family owns thousands of acres of fertile land and millions of assets. There is no man in the family, and there are many possessions.
欲改嫁他人，又舍不得家产。长老师徒4人，小妇人恰好母女4个，想坐山招夫，不知尊意如何。三藏装聋作哑，默不作声。
She wants to remarry someone else, but is reluctant to part with her family property. There are 4 elders, teachers and disciples, and there are exactly 4 young women, mother and daughter. They want to sit on a mountain to recruit husbands, but I don't know what their respect is. Sanzang pretended to be deaf and mute and remained silent.
妇人连说家中有多少好处，在此享用不尽，何必受西行之苦？唐僧就是不吱一声。妇人又说：“我今年45岁，大女儿名真真。”
The woman kept talking about how many benefits there were in her home, and she couldn't enjoy them all here, so why should she suffer the hardship of traveling to the west? Tang Seng just didn't say a word. The woman added, "I am 45 years old this year, and my eldest daughter's name is Zhenzhen."
今年20岁，次女名爱爱，今年18岁，三女名连连，今年16岁。小女不仅女工针指无所不会，也曾读过几年书，晓得吟诗作对。
She is 20 years old this year. Her second daughter's name is Ai. She is 18 years old this year. And her third daughter's name is Lian. She is 16 years old this year. The little girl is not only good at needlework, she has also read books for several years and knows how to recite poems and compose poems.
配得上诸位长老。三藏呆坐着，仍是不吭。八戒早似针刺屁股，坐不住了，起身说：“师父，这娘子说了许多话，你怎么不理不睬？”
Worthy of all the elders. Sanzang sat dumbly, still silent. Beiji felt as if needles were pricking his butt. He couldn't sit still anymore. He stood up and said, "Master, this lady said a lot. Why are you ignoring her?"
唐僧骂道：“孽畜！我们出家人岂以富贵动心？美色留意妇人说，可怜出家人有什么好处？”唐僧据理力争，妇人大怒，骂道：
Tang monk scolded, "You evil beast! We monks are not tempted by wealth or beauty." The woman said, "Poor, what are the benefits of becoming a monk?" Tang monk argued with reason, and the woman was furious and cursed.
你这和尚无礼，若不看你从东土来，就把你赶出去。我好心要招赘你们，你反倒恶语伤人，就是你发了誓，永不还俗。
If you are a rude monk and don't see that you are from the East, I will drive you out. I have good intentions to recruit you, but you are hurting others with bad words. It is because you have sworn that you will never return to secular life.
好歹你手下人也招一个，你怎么这般执拗？三藏见他发怒，只好说：“悟空，你留下吧。”悟空说：“我不懂那事儿，叫八戒留下。”八戒说
At least you have to recruit one of your men. Why are you so stubborn? Seeing her getting angry, Sanzang had no choice but to say, Wukong, you can stay. Wukong said, I don't understand that, so I asked Beiji to stay. Beiji said,
哥哥别哉人，从长计较。三藏说：“叫悟净留下吧。”沙僧说：“我自跟上师傅不到2个月，寸功未立，宁死也要去西天。”妇人更诺
Brother, don't trick anyone, take the long view. Sanzang said, ask Wu Jing to stay. Sha Monk said, I have been with Master for less than 2 months, but I have not made any achievements. I would rather die than go to the West. The woman became even more angry.
扭身进去，把中门关了。师徒在外面，再无人搭理。八戒埋怨师傅把话说得太绝了，你只含糊应了，哄他些斋饭吃了，明日再说。
He turned around and closed the middle door. The master and apprentice were outside, and no one answered him. Beiji complained, Master said it too harshly, but you only vaguely responded, coaxing her to eat some fast food, and we'll talk about it tomorrow.
似这样清锅冷灶，一夜怎过？沙僧说：“二哥就留下吧。”八戒说：“还是从长计较。”悟空说：“计较什么？你要肯，师傅就跟他做个亲家。”
How can one spend the night with the pots empty and the stoves cold? Sha Singh said, Second brother, please stay. Beiji said, It's better to take the long term. Wukong said, If you agree to it, Master will become her in-laws.
我们也落些受用，岂不两全其美？八戒说：“话虽是这样说，我却是脱俗又还俗，停妻再娶妻了。”沙僧说：“二哥原来有嫂子。”悟空说
We can also benefit from it, so don't we get the best of both worlds? Beiji said, Although I say this, I have separated from the secular world and returned to the secular world. I stopped marrying and then married again. Sha Monk said, The second brother turns out to have a sister-in-law. Wukong said,
他本是高老庄高太公的女婿，被老孙捉来当了和尚，所以弃了前妻。他想必是离家久了，又想那事儿。呆子，你就留下。
He was originally the son-in-law of Gao Taigong of Gao Laozhuang. He was captured by Lao's son and became a monk, so he abandoned his ex-wife. He must have been away from home for a long time and thought about that again. Idiot, just stay.
老孙不检举你。八戒说：“常言道，和尚是色中恶鬼。 大家都有此心，倒拿老朱寻开心。人能熬这一夜，那马明天要驮人，你们坐着。
Lao's son will not report you. Beiji said, as the saying goes, a monk is a hungry ghost in lust. Everyone has this intention and takes advantage of the old pig for fun. If a person can survive this night, the horse will carry people tomorrow, so you sit down.
等老朱放马去。说完，牵了马走出去。悟空说：“沙僧，你陪师傅坐，我跟上看看。”三藏说：“你别捉弄他。”悟空摇身一变，变作只红蜻蜓。
Wait for the old pig to let go. After saying that, he took the horse and walked out. Wukong said, "Sha monk, you sit with the master, and I will follow and take a look." Sanzang said, "Don't tease him." Wukong transformed into a red dragonfly.
飞出去，呆子牵着马转到后门，见那妇人与3个女儿正在门外看花。妇人问：“小长老哪里去？”呆子丢了缰绳，做个揖，说：“娘。”
Fly out. The idiot led the horse and turned to the back door, where he saw the woman and her 3 daughters looking at flowers outside the door. The woman asked, "Where are you going, young elder?" The idiot lost his reins, bowed and said, "Mother."
我是来放马的。妇人说：“你师傅在我家招个女婿，不比当和尚强。”呆子说：“他是奉了唐王的圣旨，不敢违背君命，我倒情愿。”
I'm here to herd the horses. The woman said, "Your master recruiting a son-in-law and my family is no better than becoming a monk." The idiot said, "He has obeyed the imperial edict of the king of Tang dynasty and does not dare to disobey the king's order. I would rather."
只怕娘嫌我嘴长耳大。妇人说：“我也不嫌丑，只怕小女有些闲。”八戒说：“我虽丑，却有能耐，会呼风唤雨，耕地不用牛。”妇人说：“
I'm just afraid that my mother thinks I have a long mouth and big ears." The woman said, "I don't think it's ugly either. I'm just afraid that my daughter might." Beiji said, "Although I am ugly, I am capable. I can call the wind and rain, and I can plow the land without oxen." The woman said,
你去跟你师傅商量，我去与女儿说说。”八戒也不放马，又牵回来。大圣展翅飞回，现了本相，把上相事对三藏说了。三藏似信非信。
"You go discuss it with your master, and I'll go talk to my daughter." Beiji didn't let go of the horse, so he brought it back. The great sage spread his wings and flew back, showed his true colors, and told Sanzang the previous matter, but Sanzang seemed to believe it but not believe it.
不一会儿，八戒牵马回来。长老问：“你放好马了？”八戒说：“没有好草，无处放马。”悟空说：“可有处牵马吗？”呆子情知走了消息，垂下头来。
After a while, Beiji came back with his horse. The elder asked, "Have you put the horse away?" Beiji said, "There is no good grass, and there is no place to put the horse." Wukong said, "Is there a place to hold the horse?" The idiot lowered his head after knowing the news.
半晌不语，忽听吱呀一声，中门开处，那妇人领着3个女儿走出来。八戒目不转睛，色胆包天，忙说：“有劳仙子下降，娘。”
He was silent for a long time. Suddenly, a creaking sound was heard, and the middle door opened, and the woman led her 3 daughters out. Beiji couldn't turn his eyes away, and he said hurriedly, "Thank you, fairy, come down, mother."
请姐姐们去吧。妇人说：“4位长老，谁愿留下？”沙僧说：“我们商议了，让姓朱的留下。”八戒说：“还是从长计较。”悟空说
"Please go ahead, sisters." The woman said, "For elders, who wants to stay?" Sha Monk said, "We have discussed and let the person named Zhu stay." Beiji said, "It's better to take the long term." Ryukong said,
你在后门都说停当，娘都叫了，还计较个什么？妇人就说：“安排斋饭，款待亲家，我领姑父回房去。”八戒跟着妇人磕磕绊绊。
"You said it was ready at the back door, and my mother called me. Why are you fussing?" The woman said, "We will arrange a fast meal and entertain the in-laws. I will take my uncle back to his room." Beiji followed the woman, stumbling and stumbling.
也不知走了几进院子，才来到内堂，问娘：“哪个姐姐配给我？”妇人说：“要把大女儿配你，怕二女儿怪；把二女儿配你，怕三女儿怪。”
I don't know how many times I walked into the courtyard before I came to the inner hall and asked, "Mother, which sister should be paired with me?" The woman said, "I want to pair my eldest daughter with you, because I am afraid that the second daughter will be weird. I want to pair my second daughter with you, because I am afraid of the third daughter." Strange.
正犹豫不决呢，八戒说：“娘，你怕他们争，都配与我吧。”妇人说：“岂有此理？”八戒说：“哪个男人没有3妻4妾再多几个？”
I am hesitating. Beiji said, "Mom, if you are afraid of them fighting, you should be worthy of me." The woman said, "That's unreasonable." Beiji said, "What man doesn't have 3 wives, 4 concubines, and more?"
女婿我也笑纳了。妇人说：“不如撞个天婚，你用手帕蒙着脸，叫我女儿从你面前过，你抓住哪个就把哪个配给你。”八戒一言。
Son-in-law, I also accepted it with a smile. The woman said, "It's better to have a heavenly marriage. You cover your face with a handkerchief and ask my daughter to pass in front of you. Whichever one you catch will be given to you." Beiji followed his words.
用手帕蒙了脸，只听环佩叮咚，似有仙女往来，双手乱抓，跌跌撞撞，摔了不知几个筋斗，也没抓到一个，只得坐在地上。
Covering my face with a handkerchief, I could only hear the jingling of the ring, as if a fairy was coming and going. I grabbed my hands wildly, stumbled, and made countless somersaults, but I couldn't catch any of them, so I had to sit on the ground.
喘呼呼地说：“娘啊，怎么办？不如你招了我吧。”妇人说：“没大没小，连丈母娘都要了。这样吧， 他们每人做了一件珍珠嵌锦衫。
She gasped and said, "Mom, what should I do? Why don't you hire me?" The woman said, "No matter how big or small, even the mother-in-law wants it. Let's do this." Each of them made a pearl-embellished blouse. Son.
你穿上谁的，谁就配给你。八戒说：“3件都拿来我穿。”妇人先递过1件，八戒脱了僧衣，刚穿上衫，扑通一声栽倒在地。
Whose clothes you put on, they will be given to you. Beji said, "Bring all 3 to me to wear." The woman handed one over first, and Beji took off his monk's robe. As soon as he put it on, he fell to the ground with a plop.
原来是被几条绳子紧紧捆住，呆子疼痛难忍，那些女人早不见了。三藏、行者、沙僧一觉醒来，见东方已发白。
It turned out to be tightly tied with several ropes. The pain was unbearable for the idiot, and those women were long gone. When Sanzang, Xingzhou, and Drifting woke up, they saw that the east had turned white.
四下里却尽是松柏树，不见了庄院。沙僧说：“罢了，我们见鬼了。”大圣说：“我们还能睡在松林中，呆子还不知在哪儿受罪呢。”
But there are pines and cypresses all around, and the courtyard is nowhere to be seen. The Sha monk said, "That's all, we have seen a ghost." The great sage said, "We can still sleep in the pine forest." Idiots don't know where to suffer.
长老忙问：“受什么罪？”悟空说：“昨日那母女分明是菩萨显化，想是半夜去了，只苦了八戒。”三藏忙合掌顶礼。
The elder hurriedly asked, "What kind of sin did you suffer?" Wukong said, "Yesterday, the mother and daughter were clearly bodhisattvas. I think they left in the middle of the night. They only suffered Beji." Sanzang hurriedly put his palms together and bowed.
只见一株古柏上挂着一张帖，沙僧忙取来，唐僧接过一看，却是观音请骊山老母与文殊、普贤2位菩萨。
I saw a post hanging on an ancient cypress. Sha monk hurriedly took it, and Tang monk took it and took a look. It was Guanyin who invited Lishan Mother and the 2 bodhisattvas Manjusri and Samantabhadra.
再次变成美女是师徒4人的禅心。3人正看着，只听八戒叫嚷：“师傅，困死我了，快来救我！”悟空说：“别理他，我们走。”三藏说：
Here she becomes a beautiful woman and tests the Zen mind of the 4 masters and disciples. The 3 of them were watching, and they heard Beji shouting, "Master, you have tied me to death, come and save me." Wukong said, "Ignore him, let's go." Sanzang said,
那呆子虽然心性愚顽，倒也有些力气挑的行李，还是看在菩萨的面子上，救他一救，想他下次也不敢了。3人穿过树林。
Although the idiot was stupid and stubborn, he still had some strength and was able to carry the luggage. For the sake of the Bodhisattva, I saved him once, and I don't think he would dare to do it next time. The three of them walked through the woods.
见袋子掉在树上，连声呼救。悟空取笑说：“好一个女婿，这时候还不去谢亲，在这打秋千玩耍你娘呢，你老婆呢？八戒羞愧难当。”
Seeing the idiot hanging on the tree, he kept calling for help. Wukong teased and said, "What a son-in-law, why don't you go and thank me now? Why don't you play on the swing here, and where is your mother and where is your wife?" Beiji was so ashamed.
不敢出声。沙僧于心不忍，上前解开绳索。呆子跪下，只是磕头。悟空说：“你知道他们是谁？”八戒说：“我已头昏脑胀，哪认得出？”
Don't dare to speak out. Sha Monk couldn't bear it and stepped forward to untie the rope. The idiot knelt down and just kowtowed. Wukong said, "You know who they are." Beiji said, "I'm so dizzy that I can't recognize them."
行者让他看了帖子，他更加惭愧。沙僧说：“二哥好福气，感动四位菩萨给你做亲。”八戒说：“兄弟别再说了，从今后再不敢妄为。”
The traveler showed him the post and he felt even more ashamed. Sha Monk said, "Second brother is so lucky that I moved the 4 bodhisattvas to marry you." Beiji said, "Brother, please stop talking. I will never dare to do anything rashly from now on."
就是累断骨头，也随师傅到西天。师徒4人又走多日，忽见前面高山挡路。三藏勒马说：“徒弟，前面高山恐有妖魔，须得仔细。”
Even if my bones are broken, I will follow Master to the west. The 4 masters and disciples walked for many days when they suddenly saw a high mountain blocking the road ahead. Sanzang reined up his horse and said, "Apprentice, there may be demons in the high mountains ahead, so you must be careful."
悟空说：“有我3人，怕什么妖魔？”师徒上了山，见满山清幽，景致秀丽。三藏说：“我们一路上过的都是险山恶水。”
Wukong said, "There are 3 of us, so why are we afraid of demons?" The master and his disciples went up the mountain and saw the quiet mountains and beautiful scenery. Sanzang said, "We have passed through all the dangerous mountains and rivers along the way."
这座山真是景象万千，怕离西天不远了。悟空说：“早礼10亭还没走1亭呢。”八戒说：“似这样，几时才能走到？”悟空说：“若是2位贤弟。”
This mountain is truly a sight to behold, and I'm afraid it's not far from the west. Wukong said, "Good morning, I haven't stopped yet." Beiji said, "Looks like this. How long will it take to get there?" Wukong said, "If we are 2 good brothers."
10多天也可走1趟，若是老孙1天也走50趟，2头还见太阳。若论师傅，别想。三藏问：“我几时才可走到？”悟空说：“你自小走到老。”
You can go there in more than 10 days. If it were Lao's son, he would walk 50 times a day and still see the sun at both ends. As for the master, don't even think about it. Sanzang asked, "When can I reach it?" Wukong said, "You have been growing up since you were young.
老了再小，也难走到。只要你心诚至坚，念念回首处，即是灵山。沙僧说，此处虽不是灵山，也必住着个好人。悟空说，此话不错。
No matter how old you are, it is still difficult to reach it. As long as you are sincere and determined, the place where you look back is the spiritual mountain. Sha Monk said, although this is not a spiritual mountain, there must be good people living here. Wukong said, that's right.
山上一定住着圣僧、仙长。四人又走多时，见一处殿宇，唐僧下了马，见山门外有一通石碑，上刻10个大字：万寿山福地。
There must be holy monks and immortals living on the mountain. The four of them walked for a while and saw a palace. Tang Monk got off his horse and saw a stone tablet outside the mountain gate, with 10 big characters engraved on it. Wanshou Mountain, the blessed land.
武装观洞天，唐僧说，果是一处观宇。四人进了门，见二门上有一副对联，上写长生不老神仙府，与天同寿到人家。悟空笑道，
Wu Zhuang looks at the cave sky. Tang Monk said, it turns out to be a place to watch the universe. The four of them entered the door and saw a couplet on the second door, which read, The Immortal Mansion, a Taoist family that lives as long as heaven. Wukong smiled and said,
这道人大化唬人，太上老君门前也不曾贴这种对联。八戒说，别管他，也许这倒是有些德行。刚进了二门，
This Taoist is bluffing people, and Taishang Lao Jun has never posted such couplets in front of his door. Beiji said, don't worry about him. Maybe this Taoist priest has some virtues. Just entered the second gate.
里面急匆匆走出2个小道童，躬身施礼，说：“老师傅，失迎，请坐。”唐长老就跟着2道童上了正殿。殿中未供神像，只供着天地2字。
Two Taoist boys hurriedly walked out of the room, bowed and saluted, and said, Master, I'm sorry, please sit down. Elder Tang followed the 2 Taoist boys to the main hall. There are no statues of gods in the temple, only the words, heaven and earth.
长老焚香礼拜，问仙童：“你们武装观怎不供3清4帝，只供天地2字？”道童笑道：“不瞒师傅，这2个字上头的还当受我们的香火。”
The elder burned incense and worshipped, and asked, Fairy boy, why don't your Wuzhuang temple worship the 3 pure ones and the 4 emperors, but only worship the 2 words, heaven and earth? The Taoist boy smiled and said, To be honest, Master, these 2 words, the ones above, should be regarded as receive our incense.
下头的释迦师傅凑上的长老问：“怎么凑上的？”道童说：“3清是家师的朋友，4帝是宗师的故人，9曜是家师的晚辈。”
The one below was put together by my master. The elder asked, How did you get it together? The Taoist boy said, Sanqing is my master's friend, CD is my master's old friend, and Jiu Yao is my master's junior.
原禅是家师的下边。悟空笑得直打跌，说：“老孙会捣鬼，这倒童会扯谎。”三藏又问：“令师在家吗？”童子说：
Yuan Shen is the guest of the family master. Wukong laughed so hard that he fell down and said, Old son is good at causing trouble, but this Taoist boy is good at telling lies. Sanzang asked again, Is your master at home? The boy said,
元始天尊请家师到上清天弥罗宫听讲混元道果去了。悟空喝道：“你这骚道童，敢在老孙面前扯花架子！”
Yuanshi Tianzuan invited his master to listen to the lecture on the Hunyuan Dao fruit at Tian Miluo Palace in Shangqing Dynasty. Wukong shouted, You shameless Taoist boy! How dare you show off in front of Lao's son?
你知道弥罗宫有谁是太乙天仙？请你这牛蹄子讲什么？唐僧忙喝住悟空，让他去放马，沙僧看行李，八戒去做饭，自己先歇片刻。
Do you know who is Tai Celestial Immortal in Miluo Palace? What can I tell you, you ox hoof? Tang Monk hurriedly stopped Wukong and asked him to herd the horse. Sha Monk took care of the luggage. Beiji went to cook and rest for a while.
饭罢就走。二道童见唐僧调开三人，就问：“老师傅可是东土大唐来的唐三藏？”唐僧说：“贫僧就是。”仙童怎知我的贱名？道童说
Leave after dinner. When Dao Tong saw that Tang Monk had transferred the three of them, he asked, Master, he is Tang Sanzang who came from the Eastern Tang dynasty. Tang Monk said, That's the poor monk. How did the fairy boy know my humble name? Dao Tong said,
我叫清风，他叫明月，家师是镇元大仙，与长老是故人。临走前，家师吩咐说是长老要来，命我弟兄好生款待。老师傅请坐。
My name is Qingfeng, his name is Mingyue, my master is Zhenyuan Immortal, and I am an old friend of the elder. Before leaving, my master gave instructions that the elder was coming and ordered my brother to treat me well. Master, please sit down.
我们这就奉茶。唐僧坐下，二童献上茶来，转回房中，一个拿了金鸡子，一个拿了单盘，上铺丝帕，来到后园。后园中有种异宝。
We'll serve tea now. Tang Monk sat down, and the two boys brought tea. They went back to the room, one took the gold hammer, the other took the alchemy plate, covered it with a silk handkerchief, and went to the back garden. There was a rare treasure in the back garden.
本是混沌初分，天地未开之时，产下的灵根，普天下就这一株，名叫草还丹，又叫人参果。3000年一开花，3000年一结果。
It was originally the spiritual root that was produced at the beginning of chaos, when the heaven and earth were not yet opened. This is the only one in the world. It is called Xiao Huan Dan, and it is also called ginseng fruit. It blooms once every 3,000 years, and bears fruit every 3,000 years.
再过3000年才熟，将近10000年，只结得30个果子，就像没满3天的小孩，四肢俱全， 五官皆备。凡人闻一闻，就活360岁。
It will take another 3,000 years to mature, and nearly 10,000 years. Only 30 fruits will be produced, like a child less than 3 days old, with all 4 limbs and 5 senses. If a mortal smells it, he will live 360 years.
吃一个能活47000年。镇元大仙接到元始天尊的请帖，带着46个徒弟去听讲，留下最小的清风明月看家。临行前
If you eat one, you can live 47,000 years. Immortal Zhen Yuan received the invitation from Yuanshi Tianzuan and took 46 disciples to attend the lecture, leaving the youngest Qin Feng and Mingyue to look after the house. Before leaving,
大仙吩咐，唐僧前身是如来的二弟子金蝉长老，500年前曾在佛祖的蓝盆会上相识，你们要好好接待他。
The immortal said, Tang Monk was formerly the Tathagata's second disciple, Elder Jin Chan. We met him at the Buddha's Lantern Festival 500 years ago. You must receive him well.
可将人参果打2个，请他吃。二仙童领了师命，大仙又叮嘱，唐僧虽是故人，但要防他徒弟，别让他徒弟知道。树上的果子有说。
You can give him 2 ginseng fruits to eat. The second fairy boy received the master's order, and the great fairy warned again. Although Tang Monk is an old friend, we must guard against his apprentice and don't let his apprentice know. The fruit on the tree is numerous.
开元时打下2个，全观师徒分吃了，还有28个。清风就上了树，用金鸡子打下2个，明月用单盘接了，回到前殿献给唐僧，说
2 were taken when the park opened, and Xuanguan master and apprentice ate them separately, leaving 28 more. Qin Feng climbed up the tree and knocked down 2 of them with gold hammers. Mingyue caught them with a red plate, returned to the front hall, presented them to Tang Monk, and said,
武庄观无物待客，仅有土产果品2枚，请老师傅解渴。唐僧吓得战战兢兢，连连退避，说：善哉，明明是不满3天的婴儿。
Wuzhuang Temple has nothing to entertain guests, only 2 local fruits. Please ask the teacher to quench your thirst. Tang Monk was so frightened that he retreated and said, Shanzai is obviously a baby less than 3 days old.
怎么给我解渴？明月劝道：老师傅，此物叫人参果，不是小孩。唐僧说：胡说，他父母10月怀胎，不知受多少苦楚，方生下他来。
How can you quench my thirst? Mingyue advised, Teacher, this thing is called ginseng fruit, not a child. Tang Monk said, It's nonsense to say that his parents were pregnant for 10 months and had to endure so much pain before giving birth to him.
怎么拿它当果子？清风说是树上结的。唐僧说：乱檀树上怎么会结出人来？二仙童见唐僧肉眼凡胎，不识仙家的宝物，就拿回房。
How can we use it as fruit? Qin Feng said, It's from the tree. Tang Monk said, You are talking nonsense about how the tree can bear human beings. Seeing that Tang monk was mortal and did not recognize the treasures of the immortal family, the two fairy boys took them back to their rooms.
边说唐僧如何无福消受，边把果子分了，一人一个吃下。说来也巧，二人的道房正与厨房隔壁，他们说的话都被八戒听个清楚。
While talking about Tang monk's unhappiness, he divided the fruit and ate it one by one. Coincidentally, their Taoist room was right next to the kitchen, and Beiji heard everything they said clearly.
忍不住馋涎欲滴，怎的一个尝尝也无心烧火，探头探脑，不时观看。不多时，悟空牵马回来，把马拴在槐树上。八戒招手说：“快过来。”
I couldn't help but salivate. I didn't even bother to light the fire even if I tasted it. I poked my head around and watched from time to time. Not long after, Wukong came back with his horse and tied it to the locust tree. Beiji waved and said, "Come here quickly."
悟空进了厨房，说：“呆子嚷什么饭不够吃吗？”八戒巧声说了人参果的事，请悟空打几个来尝尝。悟空说：“我也听说人参果是仙果。”
Wukong entered the kitchen and said, "Why are you saying that there is not enough rice?" Beiji whispered about ginseng fruits and asked Wukong to get some to try. Wukong said, "I also heard that ginseng fruit is a fairy fruit."
想吃还不容易老孙去手到擒来。八戒说：“我听他们说要用金鸡子打理。”悟空闪到隔壁房中，二道童不在屋中。
It's not easy for Lao's son to get it if he wants to eat it. Beiji said, "I heard they said they wanted to use a golden hammer to hit him." Wukong flashed to the next room. Dao Tong was not in the room.
见窗棂上挂一条赤巾，2尺长短，指头粗细，下面是个蒜头大小的疙瘩。他取下来，直奔后园，见那大树足有100丈高，7、8丈周围。
I saw a strip of red gold hanging on the window lattice, 2 feet long and as thin as a finger, with a lump the size of a garlic head underneath. He took it off and went straight to the back garden. He saw that the big tree was 100 feet high and 7 to 8 feet wide.
抬头看，树上果真挂着婴儿般的果子，就窜上树去，用金鸡子一敲，一个果子扑地掉下来。他跳下来寻找，遍地寻不到。
He looked up and saw that there were indeed baby-like fruits hanging on the tree. He jumped up to the tree and knocked it with a gold hammer, and a fruit fell down. He jumped down and looked for it, but couldn't find it anywhere.
就念动真言，把土地拘来，骂道：“你这毛神，老孙打下个果子，怎么敢捞了去？”土地说，大声息怒。这宝贝五行相位，遇金而落。
Then he recited the mantra, detained Tutu, and cursed, "You hairy god, how dare you take away the fruit that Lao's son has harvested?" Tutu said, "Great sage, calm down. This treasure is afraid of the 5 elements, and it falls when it encounters gold."
遇木而枯，遇水而化，遇火而焦，遇土而入。打石必用金器，得用盘子垫上丝帕秸，用瓷器成了， 清水化开食用，方才大圣打下一枚。
It dries up when it encounters wood, melts when it encounters water, scorches when it encounters fire, and enters when it encounters soil. When beating, gold utensils must be used, and a silk handkerchief must be placed on a plate to hold the pot. It must be served in porcelain and boiled with water before consumption. Just now the great sage shot down one.
钻入土里去了，这土比生铁还硬3分，金刚钻也钻不动，小神怎能捞去？悟空取棒，敲了一下，弹起棒来，地上连痕也没有。
Got into the soil. This soil is 3 points harder than pig iron, and even a diamond cannot drill through it. How can a little god fish it out? Wukong took the stick and knocked it. When the stick bounced up, there was no trace on the ground.
他是多年的老贼，偷东西自有办法，就爬上树，一手使金鸡子，一手扯着衣襟兜着，敲了3个果子，跳下树，回到厨房。八戒问哥哥。
He was an old thief for many years, and he had his own way of stealing things. He climbed up the tree, used one hand to hit the gold hammer, and the other hand held the lapel in his pocket, knocked 3 fruits, jumped down from the tree, and returned to the kitchen. Beiji asked, Brother,
可有吗？悟空说，这不是你去叫沙僧一起吃。八戒就叫悟净，快来。沙僧赶来，说原来是人参果。悟空说你吃过？沙僧说没吃过。
Is there any? Wukong said, This is not for you to ask Sha Monk to eat together. Beiji called out, Wujing, come quickly. Sha Monk came over and said, It turns out to be ginseng fruit. Wukong said, Have you eaten it? Sha Monk said, No.
却见海外神仙给王母祝寿，献过此宝，3人1人1个分了。八戒饭量大，嘴也大，那2人刚动口，他已囫囵吞了下去，却又耍赖，问
But I saw overseas gods congratulating the Queen Mother on her birthday and offering this treasure. The 3 of them each shared one. Beiji had a big appetite and a big mouth. As soon as the other 2 opened their mouths, he had already swallowed it whole, but then he pretended to ask.
你俩吃什么？悟空说别理他，咱吃咱的。八戒说哥呀，我吃荒了，没尝出味来，也不知有何无何，你再弄个，叫我细细品品味。悟空说
What do you 2 eat? Wukong said, Ignore him, we will eat ours. Beiji said, Brother, I was in a panic. I couldn't taste it, and I don't know whether it has seeds or not. You can make another one and ask me to taste it carefully. Wukong said,
你好不知足，这东西不比家常便饭，尽着饱吃。他10000年只结30个，能吃1个也是大有缘法。他欠起身。
You are so insatiable. This thing is no better than a common meal. You can eat it as much as you want. It will only produce 30 eggs in 10,000 years. It is a great fate to be able to eat one. He stood up.
随手把金鸡子从窗沿里丢进道房。呆子只顾嘟嘟囔囔，还想吃人参果。二道童给唐僧送茶回来，听见，再一看，金鸡子掉在地上。
He casually threw the golden hammer into the Taoist room through the window. The idiot just muttered and wanted to eat the ginseng fruit. Erdooding came back from bringing tea to Tang Monk and heard it. Then he saw the golden hammer falling to the ground.
慌忙赶到园中，见园门大开，数了数树上只剩22个果子，料定是唐僧的徒弟偷了4个，就赶回殿上。
He hurried to the garden and saw that the garden gate was wide open. He counted only 22 fruits left on the trees. It was expected that Tang Monk's apprentices had stolen 4. Then he hurried back to the palace.
指着唐僧千贼屠万贼秃骂个没完。唐僧说：“善哉，那果子状如婴儿，我看也不敢看，怎会偷吃？”清风说：“你没偷吃，是你徒弟偷吃了。”
He pointed at Tang Monk and cursed him endlessly. Tang Monk said, "It's so good. The fruit looks like a baby. I don't dare to look at it. How could I eat it secretly?" Qing Feng said, "You didn't eat it secretly, it was your disciple who ate it secretly."
唐僧说：“我叫他赔你。”明月说：“这宝贝有钱也没处买。”唐僧说：“赔不了果子，赔给你人情也就是了。”二道童仍不依不饶，大骂不止。
Tang's monk said, "I asked him to compensate you." Mingyue said, "If you have money, there is nowhere to buy this treasure." Tang's monk said, "I can't compensate you for the fruit, so I can just compensate you for the favor." Erdooding still refused to give up. The yelling continued.
三藏无法，只得叫徒弟沙僧说：“不好了，走了风了。”悟空说：“活修死人，不能承认。”八戒说：“对，昧了他的。”三人来到殿上，说：“饭快熟了。”
Sanzang had no choice but to call. Apprentice Shasing said, "No, it's gone." Wukong said, "I'm so embarrassed that I can't admit it." Beiji said, "Yes, I'm ignorant of him." 3 people came to the temple and said, "The rice is almost ready."
唐僧说：“不是问饭，你们谁偷吃了人参果？”八戒忙说：“我老实，不晓得。”悟空暗笑，清风说：“就是那笑的偷的。”悟空说：“我生就的笑模样。”
Tang Monk said, "I'm not asking for food. Which of you stole the ginseng fruit?" Beiji quickly said, "I'm honest, I don't know." Wukong secretly laughed. Qingfeng said, "The one who laughed stole it." Wukong said, "I was born smile."
难道你丢了什么果子，就不准我笑？唐僧说：“徒弟，我们出家人休打诳语，莫吃昧心食。果然吃了，给他赔个不是。”悟空说：
Did you throw away some fruit, and you are not allowed to laugh? Tang Monk said, "Apprentice, we monks should not tell lies, and don't eat food that is ignorant of the heart. If you really eat it, you will have to make amends to him." Wukong said.
八戒听说什么人参果，让老孙弄一个尝鲜，老孙就打了3个，3人各吃1个。如今吃到肚里，怎么办？明月说：明明偷了4个。
Beiji heard about ginseng fruit and asked Lao's son to get one to try. Lao's son made 3 of them, and each of the 3 of them ate one. Now that I have eaten it, what should I do? Mingyue said, I obviously stole 4.
还说不是贼里。八戒说：阿弥陀佛，你既偷了4个，还打了个偏手，事先偷吃1个。二道童见悟空承认偷了，八戒又来个窝里反。
He said he was not a thief. Beiji said, Amitba, you stole 4, but you also used your wrong hand to steal 1 in advance. When Erdeo Tong saw Wukong admitting to stealing, Beiji rebelled again.
更是骂不绝口。大圣恨得咬牙切齿，几次想下毒手打死道童，忍了又忍，就决定来个绝后计，大家都吃不成。他拔根毫毛。
He was even more scolding. The great sage gnashed his teeth in hatred, and wanted to kill the Taoist boy several times. After enduring it again and again, he decided to come up with a last-ditch trick, which no one could bear. He plucked out every hair.
变成替身，真身却来到后园，一阵乱棒，把人参果都打下来，又使个移山倒海的神功，把树连根推，又回到唐僧面前。
He became a stand-in, but his real body came to the back garden, knocked down all the ginseng fruits with a flurry of sticks, and used a magical power that could move mountains and seas, pushing down the tree by its roots, and returned to Tang Monk.
二仙童骂了多时，又到后园数果子，这一看吓得魂飞天外，就商量个计策，连忙回到殿上，谎称树高叶茂，方才没数清。
The 2 fairy boys cursed for a long time and then went to the back garden to count the fruits. They were so frightened that they thought about a plan and hurried back to the palace. They lied that the trees were tall and leafy, but they had just failed to count them.
错怪了圣僧。悟空暗自冷笑，八戒盛上饭来，二道童端来些酱菜，请唐僧下饭。师徒4人才端起饭碗，二道童呼啦带上门。
I wrongly blamed the holy monk. Wukong sneered secretly, Beiji served the rice, and the second Taoist boy brought some pickles and asked Tang Monk to eat. Only then did the 4 masters and apprentices pick up their rice bowls, and the 2 boys came to the door with cheers.
咔插上了锁，又是千贼突万贼突，骂个不停。唐僧慌了，说被他当贼锁了，怎么办？悟空说没事儿，等天黑了再说。说着话，天已黑透。
The lock clicked, and the thieves cursed again and again. Tang Monk panicked and said, I've been locked up by him as a thief. What should I do? Wukong said, It's okay. Let's wait until it gets dark. As he spoke, it was already dark.
月上东山，二道童骂累了，回房睡下。悟空使个解锁法，将几道锁都开了。4人走出山门，悟空怕二道童惊醒追来。
The moon is over Dongshan. Erdoding was tired of scolding and went back to his room to sleep. Wukong used an unlocking method to open several locks. The four of them walked out of the mountain gate. Wukong was afraid that the two Taoists would wake up and chase them.
又把2个瞌睡虫丢进去，让二道童睡得死猪一般。师徒4人慌慌张张向西逃，天明时逃出100里路。唐僧说：“徒弟，我累了。”
Then he threw 2 sleepyheads in and made Dao Tong sleep like a dead pig. The 4 masters and disciples fled westward in panic, and they escaped hundreds of miles at dawn. Tang Sing said, "Apprentice, I am tired."
歇一会儿吧。4人就在路边树下歇下来。镇元大仙从天上回来，见几道大门洞开，二道童呼呼大睡，心中疑惑。
Take a break. The 4 of them rested under a tree on the roadside. Immortal Zhenyuan came back from heaven and saw several gates open and 2 children sleeping soundly. He was confused in his heart.
忙命徒弟取来凉水一喷，清风明月方醒来。2人一见师傅，慌忙叩头，将唐僧师徒偷吃人参果、推人参树的事说了一遍。
The apprentice was busy fetching cold water and spraying it, and then he woke up with the breeze and bright moon. When they saw their master, they hurriedly kowtowed and told the story of Tang Monk and his disciples secretly eating ginseng fruits and pushing ginseng trees.
大仙猜知是猴子闹得玄虚，就命众弟子收拾刑具，带上清风、明月，纵起祥云，赶了上去。这一赶出千余里，不见4人。
The great immortal guessed that it was the monkeys who were making trouble, so he ordered his disciples to pack up their instruments of torture, bring the breeze, the bright moon, and the auspicious clouds to catch up. After driving for more than 1,000 miles, 4 people were not seen.
又回头赶了900多里，道童指着路边树下说：“在那里，大仙暗落云头，变成个行脚道人，来到树下，问长老从哪里来。”唐僧说
After driving back for more than 900 miles, the Taoist boy pointed to the tree on the roadside and said, "Over there." The great immortal pressed the cloud on his head and turned into a walking Taoist. He came to the tree and asked, "Where did the elder come from?" Tang Monk said,
贫僧从东土大唐来。大仙问：“既从东来，可曾途经荒山悟空？”已猜出几分，忙说：“不曾，不曾。”大仙笑骂：“你这泼猴，还想瞒谁？”
The poor monk came from the Tang dynasty in the east. The immortal asked, "Since you came from the east, have you ever passed through the barren mountains?" Wukong had already guessed a few things and hurriedly said, "No, no." The great immortal laughed and scolded, "You are a monkey. Who else are you trying to hide?"
偷吃我的人参果，推我的人参树，还想抵赖，趁早还我树来！悟空慌忙取棒，劈头就打。大仙使拂尘相迎，斗不几合。
Stealing my ginseng fruit, pushing my ginseng tree, and denying it, he wants to return the tree to me as soon as possible. Wukong hurriedly took the stick and struck at the head, and the immortal sent a whisk to meet him. After a short fight,
大仙使一招袖里乾坤，把袍袖一展，师徒四人连白马行李都被装进去。八戒使耙乱住，那袍袖如同铜墙铁壁，住不动分毫。
The great immortal made a move to reveal the universe, and unfolded the sleeves of his robe, and the four masters and disciples were loaded with their white horse luggage. Beiji used rakes to build it in disorder, but the sleeves of his robe were like a copper wall and an iron wall, unable to build a single inch.
回到观里，大仙把袍袖一抖，四人栽出来，众弟子一拥而上，将四人捆在殿前柱子上。大仙说：“取皮鞭来，拷打他们。”
Returning to the temple, the great immortal shook his robe sleeves and the four people jumped out. All the disciples rushed forward and tied the four people to the pillars in front of the temple. The immortal said, "Get a leather whip and torture them."
小仙取来龙皮七星鞭，浸在水中。大仙指定一个有力气的小仙，说：“唐僧为师不尊，先打他。”悟空说：“大仙差了，偷果子的是我。”
The fairy took the dragon-skin seven-star whip and soaked it in the water. The great immortal appointed a powerful immortal and said, "Tang Monk is disrespectful as a teacher, so hit him first." Wukong said, "The great immortal is wrong. I am the one who stole the fruit."
推树的还是我，打他做什么？大仙说：“先打猴子，依果子数，打30遍。”小仙抡鞭就打。大圣见他打腿，忙将双腿变成熟铁。
I am the one who pushed the tree. Why should I hit him? The immortal said, "Hit the monkey first, and give him 30 lashes according to the number of fruits." The little immortal whipped him and beat him. When the great sage saw him beating his legs, he quickly turned his legs into iron.
挨了30鞭，天色已到晌午。大仙又让打唐僧，悟空说：“我替师傅挨吧。”小仙又打他30鞭，把两腿打成明镜一般。看看天色晚了。
After 30 whippings, it was already noon. The great immortal asked Tang Monk to be beaten again, and Wukong said, "I will take the beating for master." The little immortal gave him another 30 lashes, until his legs were like mirrors. Look how late it is.
大仙说：“把鞭浸到水里，明天接着打。”夜深人静，悟空把身子一小，脱下绳索，又解开三人的绑，说：“八戒，快去找4棵柳树来。”
The immortal said, "Soak the whip in the water and continue beating it tomorrow." In the dead of night, Wukong made himself small, took off the rope, untied the 3 of them, and said, "Beiji, quickly find 4 willow trees."
八戒来到外面，一嘴一颗，拱倒4棵柳树，去了根梢，抱回来。悟空把柳树绑到柱子上，叫声便就变成4人模样，把师傅扶上马。
Beiji came outside, knocked down 4 willow trees one by one, removed the roots and tips, and carried them back. Wukong tied the willow tree to the pillar, shouted, "Change," and turned into 4 people. He helped the master onto the horse.
匆匆向西逃去。待到天明，大仙吃罢早斋，命令徒弟：今天该打唐僧了。柳树应：打呗。小仙打了30遍，又要打8戒。柳树应：打呗。
He hurriedly fled westward. At dawn, the great immortal finished his morning meal and ordered his apprentice, "Today it's time to beat Tang Monk." Willow replied, "Fight him." The little immortal gave him 30 lashes. When Beiji was about to be beaten again, Willow replied, "Let's beat him."
接着又打沙僧，最后打悟空。悟空走着，忽然打个寒战，收了法，四僧就变回4棵柳树。小仙大惊，报知大仙。大仙笑道：“好猴头。”
Then he beat Sha Monk, and finally Wukong. While Wukong was walking, he suddenly shuddered and stopped the magic. The 4 monks turned back into 4 willow trees. The little immortal was shocked and informed the great immortal. The great immortal smiled and said, "What a wonderful monkey."
果真有些法力，怪不得能大闹天宫，冲破天罗地网。你走了也就罢了，弄些柳树使障眼法哄我，岂有此理？就驾祥云赶上去。
If he really has some magic power, no wonder he can make a big fuss in the heaven and break through the net of heaven and earth. It's okay if you leave. It's unreasonable to get some willow trees to blind me. So he caught up with me on the auspicious clouds.
弟兄3个见大仙赶来，各持兵器乱打。大仙又使昭秀李乾坤，照样把4人连马装了，带回武装观。大仙命弟子将4人捆结时，
When the 3 brothers saw the great immortal coming, they each fought with weapons. The great immortal also used his tricks to make the 4 of them mount up and take them back to Wuzhuang Temple. The great immortal ordered his disciples to tie the 4 people up tightly.
取出10丈白布，把唐僧、八戒、沙僧裹了，只露出头脸，再用漆漆上。随后又命人抬出大锅，倒满清油，下面架上火，待到油烧滚了，说。
He took out 10 feet of white cloth and wrapped it in Tang Monk, Beiji, and Sha Monk. Only the heads and faces were exposed, and then painted them with paint. Then he ordered people to bring out the big pot, fill it with clear oil, and put a fire underneath. When the oil is boiling, say,
把那猴头给我炸一炸，为人申诉报仇。大圣本不怕下油锅，却又怕大仙弄仙法，就把日晷台畔的石狮子调过来，变成自家模样。
Blow up that monkey head for me to avenge the ginseng tree. The great sage was not afraid of getting into the frying pan, but he was afraid of the immortal's magic. So he transferred the stone lion beside the sundial platform and turned it into his own.
真身却跳在半空中，小仙奉命来抬大圣，4个人抬不动，再添4个还是抬不动，直到上来20个人才抬起来，往油锅里一扔。
The real body is jumping in midair. Shao Xian was ordered to carry the great sage, but 4 people couldn't lift it. 4 more people were added, but they still couldn't lift it. It wasn't until 20 people came up that they lifted it up and threw it into the oil pan.
滚油四溅，把众小仙头上脸上烫起辽浆大泡来。烧火的小仙惊叫：“师傅，锅漏了！”再看锅里，原来是个石狮子。大仙怒骂。
The boiling oil splashed everywhere, burning the heads and faces of all the fairies with burning liquid and big bubbles. The little fairy who was lighting the fire exclaimed, "Master, the pot is leaking." Looking at the pot again, it turned out to be a stone lion. The great immortal scolded.
这泼猴公然当面做了手脚，你走了便罢，怎能又砸锅倒灶？看样子就是在拿住他，也如捕风捉影，只好饶他。徒弟们，再换新锅。
This arrogant monkey openly did something in front of his face. You just leave. How can you mess with things again? It seems that even if you catch him again, it will be like catching wind and shadow, so you have to let him go. Disciples, replace the pot with a new one.
把唐僧给我炸了，悟空吓了一跳。那唐僧细皮嫩肉，一下油锅还不稀烂，忙暗落云头，说：“方才我大便急了，怕阿锅里弄脏油。”
Fry Tang Monk for me. Wukong was startled. The Tang monk's skin was so tender that it was still not pulpy when the oil came out of the pan. He pressed the cloud head down and said, "I was in a hurry to defecate just now. I was afraid that the oil would be dirty in the pan."
你们没法吃，如今大便通了，别炸我师傅，还是炸我吧。大仙走下殿来，扯住悟空，冷笑着说：“我也知道你的本事。”
You can't eat it. Now that the stool is clear, don't bomb my master, but bomb me instead. The great immortal came down the hall, grabbed Wukong, and said with a sneer, "I also know what you are capable of."
纵然你会腾挪变化，就是见了西天佛祖，也少不得赔我人参树。悟空说：“这还不容易，你早说这话，不少了这场争斗。”大仙说
Even if you can move around and change, even if you meet the Buddha in the West, you will still have to sacrifice the ginseng tree. Wukong said, "This is not easy. If you said this earlier, it would have saved this fight." The immortal said,
不争斗，我肯饶你。悟空说：“你放了我师傅，我还你一棵树。”大仙说：“只要你能医活树，我与你结为兄弟。”大仙救命放开唐僧、八戒。
"If you don't fight, I will spare you." Wukong said, "If you let my master go, I will give you a tree in return." The great immortal said, "As long as you can heal the tree, I will become a brother with you." The immortal ordered Tang Seng, Beiji, and others to be released.
沙僧，沙僧说：“不知师兄捣什么鬼？”八戒说：“他捣当面人情鬼。树死了，怎能医活？他走了，剩下我们受罪哩。”三藏说：“他不会干这事。”
Sha sang. Sha Monk said, "I don't know what my brother is up to." Beiji said, "He is playing tricks on people. The tree is dead, how can we heal him? He is gone and we are left to suffer." Sanzang said, "He doesn't know how to do it. This issue."
就问悟空：“ 你如何哄了仙长？悟空说：“老孙说的是实话，怎么哄他？我这就上东洋大海，遍访十洲三岛，求一个起死回生之法。”
He asked, Wukong, how did you coax the immortal? Wukong said, Old Sun is telling the truth. How can you coax him? I will go to the East Sea and visit 10 continents and 3 islands to seek a way to bring the dead back to life.
管教医活他的术。三藏说：“几日可回？”悟空说：“只需3日。”唐僧说：“3天你不回来，别怪我念那话。”悟空对大仙说：“老孙去了。”
Discipline heals his tree. Sanzang said, How many days can we return? Wukong said, It only takes 3 days. Tang Monk said, If you don't come back in 3 days, don't blame me for reading those words. Wukong said to the immortal, Old Sun has gone.
你要好好服侍我师父，3茶6饭不可缺了。我回来，要是师父俩瘦了，衣裳脏了，可要跟你好好算账。大仙说：“你尽管放心。”
You must serve my master well. 3 tea and 6 meals are indispensable. When I come back, if master loses weight and his clothes get dirty, I will have to settle the score with you. The immortal said, Don't worry.
大圣一个筋斗来到蓬莱仙岛，见福星、禄星正在下棋，寿星观战，就说：“老弟们有礼了。”3星忙起身还礼，说：
The great sage somersaulted to the Penglai island. When he saw Lucky Star and Lucky Star playing chess and the birthday star watching the game, he said, Brothers, you are polite. Sanxing stood up and returned the courtesy and said,
听说大圣保唐僧西天取经，怎么得先来玩？悟空说了大闹五庄观的经过，说：“老弟们有医术的方儿，传我一个，好救我师父。”
I heard that the great sage protected monk Tang from studying in the West, so how could he have time to play? Wukong told the story of how he made a big fuss in Wuzhuang Temple, and said, Brothers, you have a recipe for healing trees. Please pass it on to me so that I can save my master.
3星连连摇头，说：“你这猴还是到处闯祸。那镇元子是地仙之祖，怎惧惹他？你若打死飞禽走兽，我们还有办法。”
Sanxing shook his head repeatedly and said, You monkey, you are still causing trouble everywhere. That Jin Yuanzi is the ancestor of the earth immortals. How can you provoke him? If you kill birds and beasts, we still have something to do.
那人参树是仙木之根，怎医得活？悟空直皱眉头。3星又说：“这样吧，你再到别处看看，也许能求来仙方。我们去向唐僧求情。”
That ginseng tree is the root of the immortal tree. How can it be cured? Wukong frowned. Sanxing said again, Well, look elsewhere. Maybe you can get the immortal prescription. We went to ask Tang Monk for mercy.
宽限你几天。悟空道了谢，又去了几处仙岛，也没找到仙方，就离了东海，来到南海普陀山，去见观音，说明来意。观音骂道：
Give you a few days of grace. Wukong thanked him and went to several fairy islands, but failed to find the fairy recipe. Then he left the East China Sea and came to Putuo Mountain in the South China Sea to meet Guanyin and explain his purpose. Guanyin cursed.
你这泼猴，不知好歹！那镇元子我也让他3分，你倒去惹他。悟空一再恳求，菩萨说：“你怎不早来找我，我能医得树火。”
You're such a bully, you don't know what's good or bad. I'll give Jin Yuanzi 3 points, but you mess with him. Wukong begged again and again, and the Bodhisattva said, Why didn't you come to me earlier? I can heal the tree.
镇元大仙与3星正陪唐僧说话，悟空从天上下来，说：“菩萨来了。”众仙与唐僧师徒忙迎出来。菩萨先向大仙赔了不是。
Immortal Jin Yuan and Sanqing were talking to Tang Monk when Wukong came down from the sky and said, The Bodhisattva is here. The immortals and Tang Monk's masters and disciples rushed out to welcome him. The Bodhisattva first apologized to the great immortal.
又与3星见了礼，观中弟子也来拜了。大仙请观音见了，观音说：“还是先医宝树要紧。”众人来到人参园，菩萨让悟空伸出手。
I met Sanqing again, and the disciples in the temple also came to worship. The great immortal invited Guanyin to see him, and Guanyin said, It is more important to heal the treasure tree first. Everyone came to the ginseng garden, and the Bodhisattva asked Wukong to stretch out his hand.
用杨柳枝蘸进瓶中甘露，在上面书了一道符，命他把手放在树根下。不一会儿，下面出来一汪清泉。菩萨说
He dipped a willow branch into the nectar in the bottle, wrote a talisman on it, and ordered him to put his hand under the root of the tree. After a while, a clear spring came out from below. The Bodhisattva said,
这水不许犯5行之气，须用玉瓢舀出，扶起树来，从梢上浇下来。镇元子就命徒弟们取来玉茶盅、玉酒杯，将水舀出。悟空、八戒
This water must not harm the 5 elements. It must be scooped out with a jade ladle, support the tree, and pour it down from the top. Jin Yuanzi ordered his disciples to get jade teacups and jade wine cups and scoop out the water. Wukong, Beiji.
沙僧把树扛起扶正，堆好土。菩萨用杨柳枝蘸水细细撒上，转眼间那树活过来，上面仍挂了23个人参果。清风
Shao Monk picked up the tree, straightened it up, and piled up the soil. The Bodhisattva dipped a willow branch in water and sprinkled it carefully. In a blink of an eye, the tree came to life, with 23 ginseng fruits still hanging on it. Breeze.
明月连说奇怪，明明前天怎么数只有22个果子，今天怎么多出一个来？悟空说：“日久见人心，前日我只偷了3个。”
Mingyue said it was strange. There were only 22 fruits in the count the day before yesterday, but there was 1 more today. Wukong said, Time passes and people's hearts are revealed. I only stole 3 of them the day before yesterday.
那一个钻入地下，八戒说我打了偏手，才走了风。大仙欣喜万分，命弟子取金鸡子来，打下10个果子，一来酬谢菩萨。
That one went into the ground. Beiji said that I missed my hand and that's why I got away. The great immortal was overjoyed and ordered his disciples to get gold hammers and knock down 10 fruits to reward the Bodhisattva.
二来做个人参果会，大仙、菩萨、三星、唐僧师徒每人一个，罐中众仙分吃一个。唐僧见菩萨也吃了，这才敢吃。菩萨、三星走后。
Second, have a personal ginseng and fruit meeting. The great immortal, Bodhisattva, Sanxing, Tang monk and his disciples each had one, and all the immortals in the audience shared one. Tang monk saw that the Bodhisattva also ate it, so he dared to eat it. After Bodhisattva and Sanxing left,
镇元子又大设素颜，与悟空结为8拜之交。次日，唐僧告辞要走，镇元子不肯放，一直留了5、6天。唐僧取经心切，不肯再留。
Jin Yuanzi held a large vegetarian feast and became a friend of Wukong for 8 worships. The next day, Tang monk said goodbye and left, but Jin Yuanzi refused to let him go and stayed for 5 or 6 days. Tang monk was eager to learn the scriptures and refused to stay any longer.
镇元子才送行，师徒们走了多日，这天来到一座高山。唐僧见山势险恶，不由心惊。悟空丢开棒，大吼一声，舞着开路。
Only then did Jin Yuanzi see him off. The master and disciples walked for many days, and one day they came to a high mountain. Tang monk couldn't help but be frightened when he saw the dangerous terrain of the mountain. Wukong threw away his stick, roared loudly, and danced to clear the way.
吓得满山豺狼虎豹四处逃。正走着，唐僧说：“悟空，我饿了，到哪里化些斋吃？”悟空说：“这荒山野岭，有钱也无处买，到哪里化斋？”
The mountains were so frightened that jackals, tigers, and leopards fled in all directions. As they were walking, Tang monk said, "Wukong, I'm hungry. Where can I go to make some food?" Wukong said, "In these barren mountains and wild mountains, if you have money, there is nowhere to buy. Where can I go to make a meal?"
唐僧骂道：“你这猴子，被如来压在2界山下，不是我救你，怎能出来？怎么不肯努力？”悟空只好说：“你先下马坐着。”
Tang monk scolded, "You monkey, you were trapped under the 2 realms mountain by the Tathagata. If I hadn't saved you, how could you have come out? Why didn't you work hard?" Wukong had to say, "Get off your horse and sit down first."
待我看看哪里有人家，便跳在半空中，四下一看，几千里没有人烟，只有正南一座山上有几株桃树。他落下来说：“
"Let me see where there is someone's house." He jumped in the air and looked around. There was no human habitation for thousands of miles, except for a few peach trees on a mountain due south. He landed and said,
南山上有熟透了的山桃，我去摘几个给你充饥。唐僧说：有桃子吃也行。悟空拿上钵，纵身走了。悟空驾云的祥光惊动一个妖精。
There are ripe mountain peaches on Nanshan Mountain. I'll pick a few for you to satisfy your hunger. Tang Monk said, You can eat peaches as well. Wukong took the bowl and jumped away. The auspicious light of Wukong riding on the cloud alerted a fairy.
这妖精起在半空，认出唐僧来，本想一把抓走，却又见八戒、沙僧势力两旁，认出是两员天将，生怕不是对手，就心生一计。
The goblin rose up in the air and recognized Tang Seng. He wanted to snatch him away, but he saw Beiji and Sha Sing standing on both sides. He recognized them as two heavenly generals. He was afraid that they were no match for him, so he hatched a plan.
落下来变成一个花容月貌的女孩，左手提一个青纱罐，右手提一个绿瓷瓶，轻移莲步，款款走去。三藏见了，说
She fell down and turned into a beautiful girl. She held a green sand jar in her left hand and a green porcelain vase in her right hand. She walked slowly and gracefully with lotus steps. Sanzang saw it and said,
悟空说：“千里无人烟，那不是人来了。”八戒说：“带老猪去看看。”这呆子整整衣衫，假充斯文，迎上去，深施一礼，说：“女菩萨哪里去？”
Wukong said that there is no one inhabited for thousands of miles, so that means people are not here. Beiji said, Let the old pig go and take a look. The idiot straightened his clothes, pretended to be polite, went up to him, bowed deeply, and said, Female Bodhisattva, where are you going?
妖精说：“这罐里是香米饭，瓶里是炒面筋，特来还愿斋僧。”八戒慌忙跑回报知唐僧。唐僧起身合掌，说：“女菩萨，你住哪里？”
The goblin said, This jar is fragrant rice, and the bottle is fried gluten. I came here to pay my respects to the fasting monk. Beiji hurriedly ran back to inform Tang Monk. Tang Monk stood up, clasped his hands and said, Female Bodhisattva, where do you live?
家中有什么人许了神妖愿来斋僧？妖精说：“这山叫白虎岭，我家住正西，父母在堂，为我招个上门女婿。”唐僧说：“你独自一个出来。”
Who in the family has made any wish and come to Jaiseng? The goblin said, This mountain is called Baihuling. I live in the west, my parents are here, and they want to find a son-in-law for me. Tang Monk said, You come out alone.
连丫鬟也不带一个，有些不遵妇道了。妖精说：“我丈夫带几个长工在北山凹里锄地，因家中无人，我去给他们送午饭。”
Not even bringing a maid, which is a bit unruly. The goblin said, My husband and some long-term workers are hoeing the ground in the valley of Beishan Mountain. Since there is no one at home, I went to deliver lunch to them.
遇见三位远来，想起父母好善，就来斋僧。唐僧说：“我不能吃你的饭，别让你丈夫怪你。” 妖精说，我家不仅父母是善人，
I met 3 people who came from afar. Remembering their parents' kindness, they came to Zhaiseng. Tang monk said, I can't eat your food. Don't let your husband blame you. The goblin said, not only are my parents good people,
我丈夫更是善人，他要知道我拿饭斋僧，不但不怪我，还会夸我。八戒不耐烦，一嘴拱倒罐子，就要动口。悟空摘桃回来，
My husband is even more of a kind person. If he knows that I am a monk, he will not only not blame me, but also praise me. Beiji was impatient. He tipped the jar over with his mouth and started to speak. Wukong came back from picking peaches.
认出那女子是妖精，放下钵盂，取棒就打。唐僧忙拦住不让打。悟空说：“她不是人，是妖精。”唐僧说：“这明明是斋僧的女菩萨。”
He recognized the woman as a goblin, put down the alms bowl, took the stick and beat her. Tang monk hurriedly stopped him from being beaten. Wukong said, she is not a human, but a demon. Tang monk said, this is obviously the female bodhisattva of Zhai monk.
怎会是妖精？悟空说：“她变美女骗你礼，你只要一吃她的饭，就中她的圈套，遭她的毒手。”唐僧仍不相信，悟空就说：“
How could it be a goblin? Wukong said, he turned into a beautiful woman to deceive you. As soon as you eat his food, you will fall into his trap and be killed by him. Tang monk still didn't believe it, so Wukong said,
原来是你看中她了。八戒去找几棵树，沙僧去割些草，我做木匠给你盖间草房，你就在这里跟她成亲，大家散伙。”
It turns out you took a fancy to her. Beiji went to find some trees, Sha monk went to cut some grass, and I worked as a carpenter and built you a thatched cottage. You can get married to her here, and everyone dispersed.
把唐僧羞得满面通红，悟空趁机举棒打去。妖精使个解尸法，真身走了，把个假尸首扔在地上。唐僧战战兢兢，骂：“这猴头不听劝。”
Tang monk's face turned red with embarrassment, and Wukong took the opportunity to hit him with his stick. The goblin used the method of dismembering the corpse, and the real body left, leaving the fake corpse on the ground. Tang monk was trembling and scolded, "This monkey doesn't listen to advice."
无故伤人性命。悟空说：“你看他带的是什么东西？”唐僧一看，那箱米饭是长尾巴蛆，那面筋是癞蛤蟆，就有几分相信了。
Killing people for no reason. Wukong said, "Look what he is carrying." Tang monk saw that the fragrant rice was maggots with long tails and the gluten was toads, and he was a little convinced.
那呆子眼看到嘴的东西没吃成，气不忿，就说：“师兄怕你怪他打死人，念那画咒他，就使个障眼法，晃你眼力。”
Seeing that the food in his mouth was not eaten, the idiot became angry and said, "Senior brother is afraid that you will blame him for beating someone to death, so I cursed him with those words, so I will use a blind trick to dazzle you."
唐僧就信了呆子的话，念起紧箍咒来。悟空直叫头疼，求师傅不要念。唐僧说：“出家人以慈悲为本，你无故打死人命，取经干什么？”
Tang monk believed the idiot's words and recited the tightening curse. Wukong complained that he had a headache and begged Master not to read it. Tang monk said, "Monks are based on compassion. You kill people for no reason. Why are you trying to get scriptures?"
你回去吧。悟空说：“我回去只怕你取不成经。”唐僧说：“我命在天，该叫妖精蒸了吃，煮了也不算。你快回去。”悟空说：“
You go back. Wukong said, "I'm afraid you won't be able to get the sutra when I go back." Tang monk said, "My fate is in heaven. I should ask the fairies to steam it and eat it. It doesn't matter if it is boiled. You go back quickly." Wukong said,
我还没报你的恩礼。自古道，知恩不报非君子，万古千秋落骂名。待我送你到了西天，才算报了你的恩。唐僧说：“既如此。”
I haven't repaid your kindness yet. Since ancient times, there has been a saying, "A person who knows kindness but does not repay it is not a gentleman," and will be infamy throughout the ages. I will repay your kindness when I send you to the West. Tang monk said, "In that case."
且饶了你这一次，再敢作恶，我就把那话念20遍。悟空请唐僧吃了桃，扶他上马，再往西走。那怪岂肯甘心？
I'll spare you this time. If you dare to do evil again, I will recite those words 20 times. Wukong asked Tang monk to eat peaches, helped him mount his horse, and then walked west. How could that monster be willing to do this?
又变成一个白发苍苍的老婆婆，手拄一根竹杖，一步一声哭着走来。八戒说：“不好了，那妈妈寻女儿来了。”悟空说：“别胡说。”
She turned into a gray-haired old woman again, holding a bamboo stick in her hand and walking towards her crying. Beiji said, "No, the mother is here looking for her daughter." Wukong said, "Don't talk nonsense."
这妈妈足有80多，那女子只有17、18，哪有60多岁生孩子的？说罢，大步迎上去，当头一棒打下。那妖精故伎重演，真身走了。
This mother is more than 80 years old, and that woman is only 17 or 18 years old. How can anyone give birth to a child in her 60s? After that, he strode up to meet her and hit her with a blow on the head. The goblin repeated its old tricks and left in its true form.
又留下巨甲尸首。唐僧下了马，二话不说，真个把紧箍咒念了足足20遍。可怜行者脑袋勒得像个凹腰葫芦。
A fake corpse was left behind. Tang monk got off his horse and without saying a word, he actually recited the tightening curse 20 times. The poor traveler's head was so constricted that it looked like a concave gourd.
差点把脑浆勒出来，不由连声哀求。唐僧说：“没什么好说的，你接连打死人命，快走吧。”悟空说：“他是妖精。” 唐僧说
I almost had my brains ripped out, and I couldn't help but beg. Tang Sing said, There is nothing to say. You are killing people one after another. Let's go. Wukong said, He is a goblin. Tang Sing said,
哪有这么多妖精？悟空说：“要我走也行，但我老孙当年称王称霸，也曾威风凛凛。如今头上多了这个箍，回去怎么见人？”
Where are there so many goblins? Wukong said, I can leave, but my old son once ruled the king and hegemony, and he was so majestic. Now that I have this hoop on my head, how will I see anyone when I go back?
你就把箍给我去了吧。唐僧说：“菩萨只教我紧箍咒，没教我松箍咒，怎么能去？”悟空说：“你去不了我头上的箍，我还得跟着你。”
Just give me the hoop. Tang Monk said, The Bodhisattva only taught me the tightening mantra, but not the loosening mantra. How can I go? Wukong said, You can't get rid of the hoop on my head, I have to follow you.
唐僧说：“再饶你这一次，绝不可再行凶了。”那妖精在半空中恨得咬牙切齿，这猴头果然名不虚传，手段高强，若不是猴头。
Tang Monk said, If I spare you this time, I will never commit another crime. The goblin gnashed his teeth in midair with hatred. This monkey head really lived up to its reputation and was very powerful. If it weren't for the monkey head.
唐僧早成了他口中食了。眼见师徒四人往西行走，就要下岭，再走40里就不是他的地盘了，枉惹别的妖魔耻笑。
Tang Monk had already become his food. Seeing that the 4 masters and disciples were walking west, they were about to go down the ridge. If they walked 40 miles, it would no longer be his territory. It would be in vain to provoke the ridicule of other demons.
就再次落下来，变成个须发皆白的老公公，一手拄龙头拐杖，一手持念珠，边走边念佛。唐僧远远见了，赞不绝口地说：
He fell down again and turned into an old man with white beard and hair, holding a dragon head crutch in one hand and a rosary in the other, chanting the Buddha's name as he walked. Tang Monk saw it from a distance and said with praise,
西方真是福地，那公公走路还念经哩。八戒说：“你别夸他，他是祸根。悟空打死他女儿、老婆，他寻上来，你得落个死罪。”
The West is really a blessed land, and my father-in-law is still reciting sutras while walking. Beiji said, Don't praise him, he is the cause of trouble. Wukong beat his daughter and wife to death. If he comes after him, you will be punished with death.
老猪落个充军，沙僧加号示众，猴子走了，咱3个顶缸。悟空骂：“呆子别胡说，当心吓着师傅，带老孙先去看看。”悟空迎上去说：
The old pig was thrown into the army, Shao Monk showed his shackles to the public, the monkey left, and the 3 of us held the vat. Wukong scolded, You fool, don't talk nonsense, be careful to scare the master, wait for Lao's son to go and take a look first. Wukong went up to meet him and said,
老官儿，哪里去？妖精说，我女儿下田送饭，不见回家。老妻出来寻找，至今不回。老汉怕他母女遭逢虎口，特来寻找。悟空取笑说，
Old man, where are you going? The goblin said, My daughter went to the fields to deliver food, but she didn't come home. The old wife went out to look for her, but she has not returned yet. The old man was afraid that her mother and daughter would be attacked by a tiger, so he came to look for her. Wukong joked,
我是装神弄鬼的祖宗，你怎敢在我面前捣鬼？那妖精唬得目瞪口呆。行者暗想，要不打死他，怕他抓了唐僧，要打死他。
I am an ancestor who pretends to be a god. How dare you do mischief in front of me? The goblin was so frightened that he was dumbfounded. The traveler thought to himself, if he didn't beat him to death, he was afraid that he would catch Tang Monk and beat him to death.
又怕唐僧念紧箍咒，再一想，还是先打死他，待会儿再跟唐僧说明。就念动真言，让山神、土地把妖精上空堵住，一棒打死妖精。
I was also afraid that Tang Monk would recite the tightening curse. After thinking about it again, I decided to beat him to death first and explain to Tang Sing later. Just recite the mantra, let the mountain gods and the earth block the sky above the goblin, and beat the goblin to death with a stick.
唐僧吓得魂飞魄散。八戒说：“好悟空，不上半天就打死3个人。”唐僧就要念紧箍咒，悟空说：“别念，你来看看他是个什么东西。”
Tang Monk was so frightened that he lost his mind. Beiji said, Good Wukong. In less than half a day, I will kill 3 people. Tang Monk was about to recite the tightening curse, but Wukong said, Don't recite it. Come and see what he is.
唐僧一看是一堆枯骨，就说：“怎么才死就成了骷髅？”悟空说：“他本是成精的僵尸，被我打死，就显出真相。他脊梁上还有字，是。”
Tang Monk saw it was a pile of withered bones and said, Why did he become a skeleton after death? Wukong said, He was originally a zombie. When I beat him to death, the truth was revealed. There are still words on his spine. Yes.
白骨夫人，唐僧也就信了。谁料八戒又说：“师傅，他怕你咒他，故意变出来哄你哩。”唐僧耳朵软，又念起紧箍咒。悟空说：“罢了，罢了。”
The Bone Lady. Tang Monk also believed it. Unexpectedly, Beiji said again, Master, he is afraid that you will curse him, so he deliberately conjured it up to coax you. Tang Monk's ears softened and he recited the tightening curse again. Wukong said, That's it, that's all.
他明明是个妖精，要害你性命，老孙为你除了害，你反倒信了呆子的谗言，屡次赶我走。常言道，事不过3，我要不走。
He is obviously a goblin who wants to harm you, but Lao's son helped you get rid of the harm, but you believed the idiot's slander and drove me away many times. As the saying goes, there are no more than 3 things to do. If I don't leave,
显得我是个无赖，但我一走，只怕你手下无人。唐僧说：“只你是人，悟能、悟净都不是人。”悟空两眼落泪，说：“这才是鸟尽弓藏。”
It seems like I'm a scoundrel, but once I leave, I'm afraid you won't have anyone under your command. Tang Monk said, only you are a human being. Wu Neng and Wu Jing are not human beings. Wukong shed tears and said, this is the saying of, the bird has been hidden behind its bough.
兔死狗烹，只是头上多了这个箍，哪怕我离你10万里，你一念咒，我的头也疼。唐僧更加恼怒，下了马，让沙僧取出纸笔。
The rabbit dies and the dog cooks. It's just that I have this hoop on my head. Even if I am 100,000 miles away from you, my head will hurt when you recite the mantra. The rabbit dies and the dog cooks. It's just that I have this hoop on my head. Even if I am 100,000 miles away from you, my head will hurt when you recite the mantra. Tang Seng became even more angry. He got off his horse and asked Sha Seng to take out his pen and paper.
于建中取水墨墨，写下一张贬书，说：“猴头，我再见你，就坠阿鼻地狱。”悟空收了贬书，要拜唐僧，唐僧不让拜。
He took water from the stream to grind ink, and wrote a derogatory note, saying, Horatio, when I see you again, I will fall into a Vichy hell. Wukong received the derogatory note and wanted to worship Tang Monk, but Tang Monk refused to do so.
悟空就用毫毛变出3个替身，分4面跪拜。唐僧无处躲避，只好受了一拜。悟空又叮嘱沙僧：“贤弟，你是个好人。”
Wukong used his hair to create 3 substitutes, who knelt down on all sides. Tang Seng had nowhere to hide, so he had no choice but to bow down. Wukong told Sha Seng again, Xian brother, you are a good person.
却要防8戒的闲言碎语。途中若遇妖怪，你就说出我的名字，西方的妖魔就不敢伤我们师父。唐僧说：“我是个好和尚。”
But beware of Beiji's gossip. If you encounter monsters on the way, just tell me my name, and the monsters in the west will not dare to hurt our master. Tang Monk said, I am a good monk.
不提你这恶人的名字。悟空忍气离去，一个筋斗过了东洋大海，来到花果山上空。悟空虽回到故乡，心中仍牵挂着唐僧。
I won't mention your evil person's name. Wukong reluctantly left, somersaulted across the eastern sea, and came to the sky above Huagua Mountain. Although Wukong returned to his hometown, he still cared about Tang Seng in his heart.
不由感慨万千，思绪如潮，叹道：500年没走过这条路了。他暗落云头，见山上一片荒凉，再无昔日的兴旺景象，心中更加凄惨。
He couldn't help but sigh with emotion and thoughts, I haven't walked this road for 500 years. He pressed down the clouds and saw that the mountain was desolate, without the prosperity of the past, and his heart became even more miserable.
忽然，从荒草丛中荆棘棵里跳出几只猴子来，跪拜说：“大圣爷爷，你可回来了？”猴王问：“这是怎么了？”众猴哭泣着。
Suddenly, a few monkeys jumped out from the grass and thorn trees, knelt down and said, "Great sage, you are back." The Monkey King asked, "What's going on?" All the monkeys cried.
诉说了事情的经过。原来，当年大圣被擒，二郎烧山，众猴被烧死大半，侥幸活下来的，因无有花果，又逃了一半。这几年，
He told what happened. It turned out that the great sage was captured, Erlang burned the mountain, and most of the monkeys were burned to death. Those who were lucky enough to survive escaped half because there were no flowers or fruits. These few years.
又来了成千的猎人，用弓箭、火枪、架子、罗网，又打死、捕捉了许多。他们把死猴剥皮吃肉，活猴卖给玩猴的。悟空问：“家中谁管事？”
Thousands more hunters came, using bows, arrows, muskets, traps, and snares, killing and capturing many more. They skinned dead monkeys and ate their meat, and sold live monkeys to monkey entertainers. Wukong asked, "Who is in charge of things at home?"
众猴说：“还有马、刘二元帅、崩、八二将军。”大圣说：“告诉他们，我回来了。”不一时，四老猴迎出来，把大圣接进洞府。老猴问
The monkeys said, "There are also 2 commanders Ma and Lu, and 2 generals Bang and Ba." The great sage said, "Tell them that I am back." After a while, the 4 old monkeys came out to welcome the great sage into the cave. The monkey asked,
听说大圣爷爷脱了难，保唐僧西天取经，怎么回来了？大圣说：“别提了，我老孙一路上为他捉妖降怪，使尽平生本领。”
I heard that the great sage escaped from danger and protected monk Tang from going to the west to obtain Buddhist scriptures. Why did he come back? The great sage said, "Don't mention it. My old son caught monsters and subdued them for him along the way, using all my skills in my life."
他却说我行凶作恶，一纸贬书把我赶回来了。众猴欢喜非常，其说：“太好了，当什么和尚还是称王称霸的好老猴命令，快摆酒来。”
But he said that I committed evil acts and drove me back with a derogatory note. All the monkeys were very happy and said together, "That's great. What kind of monks do you want to be?" It's better to be the king and the hegemon. The old monkey ordered, "Hurry up and put the wine on the table."
为爷爷接风。大圣说：“先别饮酒，那猎人什么时候来？”老猴说：“不分时间，想来就来，今天快来了。”大圣说：“小的们
Receive the wind for Grandpa." The great sage said, "Don't drink wine first. When will the hunter come?" The old monkey said, "No matter the time, you can come whenever you want. Today is coming soon." The great sage said, "Young men,
把山下的碎石都给我堆起来，我有用处。”小猴们费力搬石头， 堆了许多堆。大圣说：“你们先躲进去，刚安排妥当。”
Pile up all the gravel at the bottom of the mountain for me, I will use it. The little monkeys worked hard to move the stones and piled them into many piles. The great sage said, "You hide in first. The arrangements have just been made."
只见山南面鼓声乱响，旗帆飘扬，上千的猎人持刀端枪，驾鹰牵狗，蜂拥而来。大圣吹了口气，顿时狂风大作。
On the south side of the mountain, drums were beating wildly, flags and flags were flying, and thousands of hunters came swarming with knives, guns, and eagles and dogs. The great sage blew a breath, and suddenly a strong wind blew.
把成堆的碎石刮起来，雨点般打过去。不上片刻，成千的猎人个个头破血流，脑浆迸裂，死在山坡下。悟空鼓掌大笑，跟着唐僧
Scrap up the piles of gravel and hit them like raindrops. In less than a moment, thousands of hunters were dead at the foot of the hillside with their heads bleeding and their brains burst. Wukong clapped his hands and laughed, "Follow Tang Monk."
打死几个小妖，他就怪我行凶。今日却打死许多人，就命令众小猴把死尸上的衣裳剥下来，洗净了穿，把弓箭刀枪捡来。
He killed a few little monsters, and he blamed me for committing the crime, but today he killed many people. Then he ordered the little monkeys to strip off the clothes on the dead bodies, wash them and put them on, pick up the bows, arrows, swords and guns, and
操练武艺，把旗帆缝在一起，做一面大大的旗帜，上绣重修花果山，再造水帘洞，齐天大圣14个大字立在洞门前。
Practice martial arts, sew flags and flags together to make a large flag, embroider the 14 characters, rebuild Huagua Mountain, rebuild Water Curtain Cave, Monkey King, and stand in front of the cave door.
悟空又到四海龙王处借来甘霖，把荒山洗清了，栽上各种树木、花果，重新当上妖王，逍遥自在，率众猴精安居乐业。
Wukong went to the Dragon King of the Four Seas and borrowed rain, cleaned up the barren mountains, planted various trees, flowers and fruits, and became the Demon King again, free and easy, leading all the monkey spirits to live and work in peace and contentment.
唐僧赶走悟空，重新上马，由八戒在前面开路，沙僧挑担跟随。过了白虎岭，前面山丘上生着松林，树上绕着葛藤。长老怕有妖精。
Tang Monk drove Wukong away and remounted his horse. Beiji led the way and Sha Monk followed with the burden. After passing by Hu Ridge, there are pine forests on the hills in front, and the trees are surrounded by kudzu vines. The elder is afraid of goblins.
吩咐徒弟仔细。八戒学着悟空，抡耙问路，走入松林。正走着，三藏说：“八戒，一天没吃饭，实在饿了。”八戒说：“师傅下马，等老猪去寻。”
Tell the apprentice to be careful. Beiji imitated Wukong, asked for directions, and walked into the pine forest. As they were walking, Sanzang said, Beiji, you haven't eaten for a day and you are really hungry. Beiji said, Master, get off your horse and wait for the old pig to go look for it.
三藏问：“到哪儿寻八戒说，哪怕钻冰取火，压雪榨油，我也要化岛摘。”他拖着钵盂走了10多里，没有一个人家。
Sanzang asked, Where can I find it? Beiji said, Even if I drill through the ice to make fire, or crush the snow to squeeze oil, I will transform into a fast. He carried the alms bowl and walked for more than 10 miles, but there was no one.
这才想起悟空的好处，想回去又怕唐僧怪他，就一头钻进草窠里，呼呼大睡。长老久等八戒不回，心中焦躁，就让沙僧去寻找。
Only then did I remember the benefits of Wukong. He wanted to go back, but he was afraid that Monk Tang would blame him, so he dove into the grass and fell asleep. The elder waited for Beiji for a long time and did not come back. He was anxious and asked Sha Monk to look for him.
沙僧走后，他坐得烦闷，起身散步。因他心绪不宁，把路走错了，转向南方。出了松林，猛然见前面金光闪耀，仔细看。
After the monk left, he felt bored and got up for a walk. Because he was restless, he took the wrong road and turned south. After leaving the pine forest, I suddenly saw a golden light shining in front of me. Look carefully.
是一座宝塔的金顶被夕阳一照，闪闪发光。有塔必有寺，有寺就有僧。唐僧直奔塔下，见塔门上挂着斑竹帘，掀开走进去。
The golden top of a pagoda was illuminated by the setting sun and shone brightly. If there is a pagoda, there must be a temple, and if there is a temple, there must be monks. Tang Monk went straight to the foot of the pagoda and saw a mottled bamboo curtain hanging on the pagoda door. He opened it and walked in.
等双眼看清了暗处，才见塔中石床上侧睡着一个青面獠牙的妖精，吓得两腿抽筋，转身就逃。妖精被惊醒。
When his eyes saw the darkness clearly, he saw a green-faced and fanged goblin sleeping on the side of the stone bed in the tower. He was so frightened that his legs cramped and he turned around and ran away. The goblin was awakened.
命小妖把擅闯塔门的人拿来。几个小妖飞快地赶上去，把唐僧半抬着回来。老妖一看，唐僧方面大耳，相貌堂堂，喝问：
Order the little demon to bring in those who break into the tower gate. Several little demons quickly caught up and half-carried Tang Sing back. When the old demon saw that Tang Monk had big ears and a dignified appearance, he shouted,
你是哪里的和尚？从哪里来到哪里去？唐僧说了来历，请老妖饶他一命。老妖呵呵大笑，说：我正要吃你，你倒送上门来。小的们，
Where did you come from? Where did the monk come from? Tang Monk told the origin and asked the old demon to spare his life. The old demon laughed and said, I was about to eat you, but you came to the door. Little ones.
先把他绑了， 众小妖绑了唐僧，老妖又问：“你们一行几人？”唐僧说：“我有2个徒弟，叫猪八戒、沙和尚，化斋去了。还有马匹行李。”
Tie him up first. The little demons tied up Tang Seng, and the old demon asked again, "How many of you are there?" Tang Seng said, "I have 2 apprentices, named Zhu Beiji and Monk Sha, who have gone to become a vegetarian. And the horses and luggage."
放在松林里，小妖就要去捉八戒、沙僧。老妖说：“不用去，他们自会寻上门来，上门的买卖好做。”沙僧走出多远，也没寻到八戒。
Put it in the pine forest. The little demon was about to catch Beiji and Sha Seng. The old demon said, "No need to go. They will come to your door, and the business will be easier to do." No matter how far Sha Monk went, he still couldn't find Beiji.
忽听路旁草窠中有人说话，拨开一看，却是八戒在说梦话呢，就揪着耳朵叫：“呆子，你倒躲着睡觉！”八戒意义正正地问。
Suddenly I heard someone talking in the grass beside the road. I looked away and saw that it was Beiji talking in his sleep. He grabbed his ears and shouted, "Idiot, you hide here and sleep." Beiji asked in a daze.
什么时候了？沙僧说：“师父说有斋无斋都算了，还得找住处呢。”2人回到林中，不见了唐僧，想来是老和尚坐不住，起来观景去了。
What time is it? Sha Monk said, "Master said that it doesn't matter if you fast or not, you still have to find a place to stay." The 2 returned to the forest, but Tang Monk was nowhere to be seen. It seems that the old monk couldn't sit still and got up to watch the scenery.
2人就挑担牵马往南寻去。正走着，看见前面宝塔，2人直奔过去。见塔门上有一块横额，上书丸子山波月洞。八戒说：“
The 2 men took up their burdens and horses, and headed south to look for him. As they were walking, they saw the pagoda in front of them. They ran straight over and saw a banner on the door of the pagoda that read, "Wanzi Mountain Wave Moon Cave." Beiji said,
想来师父在里面吃斋里。”沙僧说：“这不是寺院，是妖精的洞府。”呆子就举着耙上前叫门，小妖抱进去。老妖说：“上门的买卖来了。”
"I wish Master could have his meal there." Sha Monk said, "This is not a temple, but a cave for goblins." The idiot held up the rake and went to call the door. The little demon reported in, and the old demon said, "The door-to-door business is here."
就披挂了，持刀迎出来。八戒喝问：“我师父是玉帝唐三藏，若在你家里，趁早送出来，省得我钉耙住进去。”老怪笑着说。
So he put on his clothes and came out with a sword. Beiji shouted and asked, "My master is the emperor's younger brother Tang Sanzang. If he is at your house, please send him out as soon as possible to save me from hammering and building the house." The old monster smiled and said,
是有一个唐僧在我家中，正吃人肉包里。呆子一听有吃的，就要进去。 沙僧一把拉住他，说：“师傅几时吃过人肉哩？”
There is a Tang monk in my house, eating human flesh buns. As soon as the idiot heard that there was something to eat, he was about to go in. Sha monk grabbed him and said, "Master, when did you eat human flesh?"
呆子猛然醒悟，举钉耙劈脸救助，老怪举刀相迎，二人各显神通，跳在半空中厮杀。沙僧也赶上来，与八戒夹攻老怪。
The fool suddenly realized that he was about to build a building with a rake in his hand, but the old monster raised his knife to meet him. The two of them each showed their magical powers and jumped into the air to fight. Sha Seng also caught up and attacked the old monster with Beiji.
若论二人本事，再加几个也不是对手。只因护法的诸神暗中相助，才与老怪斗个平手。唐僧被绑在洞中，呜呜悲啼。
In terms of the abilities of the two of them, even a few more would be no match for them. It was only because of the secret help of the protecting gods that they were able to fight to a draw with the old monster. Tang monk was tied up in the cave, whimpering and crying.
惊动了一个妇人，那妇人问明唐僧来历，说：“我家在正西300里宝象国，我是国王的三公主，名叫百花羞。13年前的8月中秋。”
A woman was startled. The woman asked Tang monk about his origins and said, "My home is in Baoshan Kingdom, 300 miles due west. I am the king's third princess, and my name is Bai Huoxi. 13 years ago, during the Mid-Autumn Festival in August,
我全家正在赏月，被这妖魔一阵狂风射来，结为夫妻，生儿育女。我思念父母，你若能给我父母捎一封书信，我就放了你。”
My whole family was admiring the moon, and we were captured by this demon in a strong wind. We got married and had children. I miss my parents. If you can send a letter to my parents, I will let you go.
三藏慌忙答应，百花羞就写下书信，放了唐僧。让唐僧从后门出去，自己奔出前门，向空中高叫。黄袍郎那怪闻言，撇下八戒、沙僧。
Sanzang hurriedly agreed. Bai Hua was so shy that she wrote a letter and let Tang Seng go out through the back door. She ran out of the front door and shouted into the air, "Huang Pao Lang." When the strange man heard this, he left Beiji and Sha Seng behind.
安落云头，问娘子有什么事？百花羞说：“方才我睡午觉，梦见一个金甲神人要我还愿。我惊醒过来，见桩上绑着一个和尚。”
Pressing the cloud head, he asked, "Madam, what's the matter?" Bai Huoxi said, "I was taking a nap just now, and I dreamed of a golden-armored god who asked me to fulfill my wish. I woke up and saw a monk tied to a stake."
就想放了和尚，岂不是还了愿，就把他放了，让他从后门走了，只当摘了僧。老怪说：“放了就算了。”八戒、沙僧。
I just wanted to let the monk go. Wouldn't it be fulfilling my wish, so I let him go and let him go through the back door. Just be a fasting monk. The old monster said, Just let it go. Beiji, Sha sang.
我妻子发善心放了你师傅，你们到后门找他去吧。若是再敢来侵犯，我饶不了你们。八戒、沙僧慌忙绕到后门。
My wife released your master out of kindness. You can go to the back door to find him. If you dare to invade again, I can't spare you. Beiji and Sha sang hurriedly walked around to the back door.
从荆棘科里找出唐僧，扶上马背，如同丧家之犬，仓皇往西逃去。这天，师徒三人来到宝象国，见城中也有六街三市，千门万户。
He found Tang Monk from among the thorn trees, helped him onto his horse, and fled westward in a hurry like a bereaved dog. On this day, the three masters and disciples came to Baoshan Kingdom and saw that there were 6 streets and 3 cities in the city, with thousands of households.
异常繁华。三人来到馆驿，八戒、沙僧留下照料马匹行李，唐僧来到五朝门外，向黄门说明来意。黄门报进去，不多时说国王有请。
Extremely prosperous. The 3 of them came to Guani. Beiji and Sha Sang stayed behind to take care of the horses and luggage. Tang Seng came to the Wuchao gate and explained his purpose to Huang Men. Huang Men reported in and soon said that the king had invited him.
唐僧上了金殿，参拜了国王，呈上通关文牒。国王看了大唐天子的文牒，就盖上本国王玺，签了字，还给唐僧。唐僧谢了恩。
Tang Monk went to the Golden Palace, paid homage to the king, and presented the customs clearance document. The king read the ultimatum from the emperor of the Tang dynasty, stamped it with his royal seal, signed it, and returned it to Tang Monk. Tang Monk thanked him.
又呈上百花羞的家书，国王看了，痛哭流涕，满朝文武无不悲伤。国王问：哪位将军敢领兵挂帅，与寡人捉妖降怪，救回三公主？
He also presented a letter from Bai Huashan's family. When the king saw it, he burst into tears, and everyone in the court was sad. The king asked, which general dares to lead the army, capture monsters with others, and rescue the 3 princesses?
众武将呆若木鸡，无人敢应。国王更加悲痛。众官奏道：臣等都是凡人，所学武艺，只可上阵杀敌，保境安民，使国家免受敌人侵略。
All the generals were stunned, no one dared to respond, and the king was even more sad. The officials reported, I am a mortal, and the martial arts I have learned can only go into battle to kill the enemy, protect the country and the people, and protect the country from enemy invasion.
那妖精云来雾去，臣等怎能与他交战？这位圣僧既能从东土大唐来到这里，必有降妖之术。陛下可请他去捉妖救公主。
The monster comes and goes, how can I fight with him? Since this holy monk came here from the Eastern Tang dynasty, he must have the skills to subdue monsters. Your Majesty can ask him to catch the demon and save the princess.
国王就转求唐僧施展法力，救回公主。 唐僧说，贫僧不会降妖，但2个徒弟善能降妖，因他们生得丑，怕惊了圣驾。
The king asked monk Tang to use his magic power to rescue the princess. Tang monk said, "The poor monk can't slay demons, but the 2 disciples are good at succumbing to demons. Because they were born ugly, they were afraid of surprising the holy master, so they
让他们等在馆驿里。国王就传旨，请八戒、沙僧上殿。呆子、沙僧让一乘照看行李马匹，雄赳赳来到金殿上，也不朝拜，只做了个揖。
Let them wait in the pavilion. The king then sent a message and invited Beiji and Sha Seng to go to the palace. Idiot and Sha Seng asked the postman to take care of their luggage and horses, and they came to the Golden Palace without any worship, but only bowed.
众官员埋怨他们不懂礼仪，八戒说：“别看我丑，细看倒也耐看。”国王见2人已是心惊肉跳，又听八戒说出这番话来。
The officials complained that they didn't understand etiquette, and Beiji said, "Don't think I'm ugly, but I look good if you look closely." The king was frightened when he saw the 2 of them, and when he heard Beiji say these words.
吓得栽下龙床，唐僧连连赔罪，国王勉强定下心神，问：“2位长老，哪一位善于降妖？”呆子说：“老猪会降，我本是天蓬元帅下凡。”
He was so frightened that he fell off the dragon bed. Tang monk apologized repeatedly, and the king reluctantly calmed down and asked, "Which of the 2 elders is good at subduing demons?" The idiot said, "Old Pig knows how to subjugate demons. I am Marshal Tianpeng who came down to earth."
有36般变化，最会降妖。国王说：“你变个大的让我看看。”八戒就卖弄手段，把身一弓，长了8、9丈高。
With 36 changes, he is the best at subduing demons. The king said, "You become bigger and let me see." Beiji showed off his skills, bowed his body, and grew 8 or 9 feet tall.
把满朝文武吓得呆呆怔怔。八戒现了本相，站在阶前，国王亲手斟一杯御酒，奉与八戒，说：“这杯酒全当与长老送行，待捉了妖魔。”
The civil and military officials of the entire dynasty were so frightened that they were stunned. Beiji showed his true colors and stood in front of the steps. The king poured a cup of royal wine with his own hands and offered it to Beiji, saying, "This glass of wine should be given to the elders to see him off. When the monster is caught."
救回小女，自有大宴相酬，千金相谢。八戒先向唐僧施了礼，才吃了御酒，沙僧也吃了一杯。八戒足下生云，直上空中。沙僧说：“师父
If you rescue your little girl, you will be rewarded with a big banquet and 1,000 pieces of gold." Beiji bowed to Tang monk first, and then drank the royal wine. Sha monk also drank a glass. Clouds formed under Beiji's feet and went up into the sky. Sha monk said, "Master."
当初我和师兄双战那妖怪，只战个平手，只怕他自己去不是对手。唐僧说：“ 你去助他。沙僧也腾云走了。国王忙扯住唐僧，说
When my senior brother and I fought against that monster, we only ended up with a draw, because I was afraid that he would not be a match on his own. Tang Monk said, Go and help him. Drifting Monk also left. The king hurriedly grabbed Tang Seng and said,
你别也腾云走了，陪寡人坐坐。唐僧说，可怜，我半步也不会腾。八戒、沙僧赶到丸子山，暗落云头，不见了宝塔，只见洞口。八戒抡耙，
Don't go away and sit with me. Tang Monk said, It's pitiful, I can't even take a step forward. Beiji and Sha Seng rushed to Wanzi Mountain and pushed down the clouds. They saw that the pagoda was no longer there, only the entrance of the cave was visible. Beiji raked.
一耙把波月洞门筑个大窟窿，小妖飞抱进去，老怪提刀迎出来，怒问：“我已饶了你们，怎么又敢打上门？”八戒说
A rake made a big hole in the door of Bo Yu Cave. The little demon flew in, and the old monster came out with a knife and asked angrily, I have spared you, why do you dare to knock on the door again? Beiji said,
你把宝象国三公主强占13年，我们奉国王旨意，特来拿你老怪咬牙切齿，怪眼还睁，劈头就是一刀。八戒举耙相迎。
You have seized the third princess of Baoxian Kingdom for 13 years. We are here to capture you according to the king's order. The old monster gritted his teeth, his eyes widened, and he slashed his head with a knife. Beiji raised his rake to greet him.
沙僧抡杖打去，三人战不8、9合。八戒渐渐力怯，就说：“沙僧，我大便急了，你先站一会儿。”也不管荆棘葛藤，一头钻进去。
Sha Monk struck him with his stick. The three of them couldn't get along, and Beiji gradually became weak, so he said, Shan Monk, I'm in a hurry to have a bowel movement. You fight for a while. He didn't care about the thorns and kudzu, and just dived in.
再不敢出来。沙僧独战老怪，更不是对手，不几合就被老怪生擒，捆进洞里。老怪暗忖：唐僧是上邦人物，知道礼义，我饶了他命。
Don't dare to come out again. Sha Monk fought against the old monster alone, and was no match for him. After a few moments, he was captured alive by the old monster and tied into a cave. The old weirdo thought to himself, Tang Monk is a high-ranking person who knows etiquette and justice, so I will spare his life.
他不会再让徒弟来拿我，定是我妻子从中捣鬼。就提了刀，恶狠狠要杀公主。百花羞慌忙分辨，他不知此事。
He won't let his disciples come to get me again. It must be my wife who is causing trouble. He raised his knife and wanted to kill the princess viciously. Bai Huaxi hurriedly explained that she didn't know this.
老怪一把揪住他的头发，来与沙僧对峙。沙僧为救公主，扯谎说：“我师父到宝象国倒换官文，那国王取出公主的图像来。”
The old monster grabbed her hair and confronted Sha Sang. Sha Monk saves the princess. He lied and said, "My master went to Baoxiang Kingdom to change Guanwan, and the king took out the image of the princess."
问我师父见没见过，我师父是至诚君子，就如实说了。国王就赐我兄弟御酒，求我们救公主回宫，我们就来了。
I asked my master if he had seen her before. My master was a sincere gentleman, so he told the truth. The king gave my brother royal wine and begged us to rescue the princess and return to the palace, so we came.
此事实与公主无关，老怪这才丢了刀，向公主赔礼，又安排酒席为公主压惊。酒到半酣，老怪说：“你在家照看孩儿，我去认认亲。”
This fact has nothing to do with the princess. The old monster then threw away his knife, apologized to the princess, and arranged a banquet to calm the princess's shock. When he was half drunk, the old monster said, "You take care of the children at home, and I will go and recognize you."
公主说：“你这嘴脸还不把我父王吓死了？”老怪说：“我就变个俊的。”摇身一变，变成个威武英俊的。此处略过约2000字，八戒就喊：“不好了，拴的是假货。”
The princess said, "Your face scared my father to death." The old monster said, "I will become a handsome one." He transformed into a mighty and handsome one. About 2,000 words have been skipped here. Beiji shouted, "No, the rope is fake."
吊的是正身。大怪问他喊什么，悟空说他让孙行者逃呢。二怪说打他20嘴棍，悟空就拿棍来打八戒，悄声呵斥老孙变化。
What is hanging is the true body. The big monster asked, "What is he shouting?" Wukong said, "He asked Sun Xingja to escape." The two monsters said, "Hit him with 20 sticks." Wukong used the stick to hit Beiji and whispered, "Old Sun has changed."
为救你们，你乱嚎个什么？怎么偏你能认出我？八戒说：“你脸变了，屁股还是红的，变不过来。”悟空就到厨房里往锅底摸一把。
To save you, how come you can recognize me when you are howling randomly? Beiji said, "Your face has changed, your butt is still red, you can't change it." Wukong went to the kitchen and touched the bottom of the pot.
查了个黑屁股，回到大厅，他说：“大王，那猴子不老实，别把宝贝磨坏了，不如换一根粗绳子。”他就用一根粗绳捆住假悟空。
Painted a black butt. Returning to the hall, he said, "Your Majesty, that monkey is not honest. Don't damage the treasure. Why not change it to a thick rope?" He tied up the fake Wukong with a thick rope.
换下晃金绳，藏到袖中，拔根毫毛，变根假晃金绳，递给大怪。大怪喝得醉眼朦胧，不辨真假，也就收了。大圣跳出门外，骂道：“泼魔！
Replace the golden rope, hide it in your sleeve, pluck out the hair, turn it into a fake golden rope, and hand it to the big monster." The big monster was so drunk that he couldn't tell the truth from the lies, so he accepted it. The great sage jumped out of the door and cursed, "Poor devil."
者行孙来了，大怪说：“怎么拿了个孙行者，又来个者行孙？”二怪说：“管他呢，带我拿葫芦去装他。”就出了洞门。
Zhe Xingsuan is here. The big monster said, "Why did you get a son Xingzhe?" And another Zhe Xingsuan came. The second monster said, "Whatever, wait until I get the gourd to contain him." He walked out of the cave door.
见者行孙与孙行者一模一样，只是略矮些。悟空说：“你拿了家兄，我来报仇的。”二怪说：“我叫你一声，你敢应吗？”悟空自忖。
Seeing that Xingsuan is exactly the same as son Xingzhe, only slightly shorter, Wukong said, "You took my brother, I'm here to take revenge." The two monsters said, "I call you, do you dare to answer?" Wukong thought to himself,
既是假姓名，怕他什么？就说怎么不敢。二怪跳在半空，把葫芦口朝下，叫者行孙悟空就答应一声。谁知葫芦不辨真假姓名。
Since it was a fake name, I was afraid of him, so I said, "Why don't you dare?" The two monsters jumped in the air, turned the gourd mouth down, and shouted, "Zexingson," and Wukong agreed. Who knows that gourds can't tell the difference between real and fake names?
只要答应，就给吸进去了。二怪忙塞上塞子，贴上太上老君急急如律令的帖子。悟空把头往上一顶，怎么也顶不动。暗想
As long as you agree, you will be sucked in. The two monsters hurriedly stuffed the plug and posted a post saying, "Tai Shang Lao Jun is as urgent as the law." Wukong pushed his head upwards, but he couldn't move it. Thought to myself,
当年老君的八卦炉也没练死我，不信我就会化在这葫芦里。二怪进了洞，说：“哥，我把者行孙拿了。”大怪说：“等摇响了再接帖子。”
Lao Juan's Bagua furnace didn't refine me to death. If you don't believe me, I will be transformed into this gourd. The second monster entered the hole and said, "Brother, I took Xingsuan." The big monster said, "Wait until the shake rings and then reveal the post."
悟空就惊叫：“天呀，找拐都化了！”过了一会儿又叫：“娘啊，连腰都化了！”大怪说：“差不多了，揭开看看。”大圣拔根毫毛，变个半截身子。
Wukong exclaimed, "Oh my God, the claws and crutches have all melted." After a while, he shouted again, "Mom, even the waist has melted." The big monster said, "It's almost done, open it and take a look." A single hair, transformed into half a body.
真身变只鹪鹩虫，定在葫芦口边。二怪揭开帖子，大圣飞出来，变成一海龙，站在一旁。大怪看了看，又盖上葫芦，贴上帖子。
The real body turned into a leek and was nailed to the mouth of the gourd. The two monsters opened the post, and the great sage flew out and turned into Yi Hai Long, standing aside. The big monster looked at it, then covered the gourd and posted the post.
大怪给二怪敬酒，二怪一手拿葫芦，怕一手接杯不恭敬，就把葫芦交给悟空，双手去接酒杯。悟空藏起葫芦，拔根毫毛变个假的。
The big monster toasted the second monster. The second monster held the gourd in one hand. He was afraid that it would be disrespectful to accept the glass with the other hand, so he handed the gourd to Wukong and took the wine glass with both hands. Wukong hid the gourd, pulled out the hair and turned it into a fake one.
递给二怪，再次出了莲花洞，自称行者孙，向妖魔挑战。二怪出了洞，说：“行者孙，我也不跟你打，我叫一声，你敢应吗？”悟空说。
He handed it to the two monsters, came out of the lotus cave again, called himself Walker's son, and challenged the monsters. The two monsters came out of the cave and said, "Walker's son, I won't fight you. Do you dare to answer my call?" Wukong said,
别说叫一声，叫1000声我也敢应。二怪如法炮制，却怎么也装不进悟空。悟空拿出真葫芦，说：“我的儿，我叫你一声，你敢应吗？”
Not to mention calling once, I dare to answer 1,000 calls. The two monsters did the same thing, but they couldn't pretend to be Wukong. Wukong took out the real gourd and said, "My son, I call you, do you dare to answer?"
二怪说：“你这葫芦怎么跟我的一样？”悟空说：“当然一样，这本是一对葫芦，我的是公的，你的是母的，母的见了公的就不灵了。”
The two monsters said, "Why is your gourd the same as mine?" Wukong said, "Of course it is the same. These are a pair of gourds. Mine is a male, yours is a female. The females will not work when it sees the male."
二怪说：“难道葫芦也怕老公？”悟空说：“少说几句，就问你敢不敢应。”二怪只好说：“怎么不敢？”悟空就跳到半空，把葫芦口朝下，喊。
The two monsters said, "Is the gourd also afraid of her husband?" Wukong said, "Say a few words, and I will ask you if you dare to answer." The two monsters had to say, "Why don't you dare?" Wukong jumped into the air and pointed the mouth of the gourd towards the husband. "Get down and shout."
银角大王，二怪就应了一声，嗖的一声被吸进去。悟空忙贴上帖子，拐呀拐的走向洞口，只听葫芦里哗啦哗啦响，就拿着葫芦。
King's silver horn. The two monsters responded and were sucked in with a whoosh. Wukong hurriedly posted the post and walked to the entrance of the cave. He only heard the splashing sound in the gourd, so he took the gourd.
学着算卦的模样，不住地念：周易文王、孔子圣人、桃花女先生、鬼谷子先生。小妖吓得魂飞魄散，抱进洞里。大王
Learning how to tell fortunes, he kept reciting, King Wen of Zhou, Sage Confucius, Mr. Peach Blossom Girl, Mr. Guguzi. The little demon was so frightened that he went into the cave and said, "Your Majesty."
二大王被行者孙装进葫芦，正摇着算卦里，大怪吓得肝胆俱裂，跌倒在地，嚎啕痛哭。满洞妖怪一齐痛哭流涕。八戒叫道：“妖精！”
The two kings were put into the gourd by Monkey Son, and they were shaking and telling fortunes. The big monster was so frightened that his liver and gallbladder split. He fell to the ground, howling bitterly. The cave was full of monsters, all crying. Beiji shouted, "Fairy!"
实话给你说，那者行孙、行者孙都是我师兄孙行者变化的，他有72般变化，腾挪进来，到了你的宝贝，装了令地。
To tell you the truth, both Xingsuan and Xingzhe were transformed by my senior brother son Xingzhe. He has 72 transformations. He moves in, steals your treasure, and pretends to be your younger brother.
快些收拾些香薰、蘑菇、木耳、豆腐，请我师徒下来，给令弟念卷受生经。大怪大怒，说：“把八戒解下来，蒸熟了，待我吃饱，去蘸那猴头。”
Hurry up and gather some mushrooms, fungus, and tofu, and ask my master and disciple to come down and read the Sutra of Rebirth to your brother. The big monster was furious and said, "Take off Beiji and steam it. When I'm full, I can fight the monkey head."
沙僧正埋怨八戒不该多嘴，小妖又报，行者孙骂上门来了。大怪说：“那净瓶不中用，倒被猴头学会了口诀。”
While Sha Monk was complaining that Beiji shouldn't talk too much, the little demon reported again, "Walker's son has come to scold me." The big monster said, "The purifying bottle is of no use," but the monkey head learned the formula.
快把七星剑和扇子拿来。小妖取来七星剑、芭蕉扇。大怪顶盔贯甲，把扇子插在后领子里，提剑迎出洞门，命中小妖列成阵势。
Quickly bring the 7-star sword and the fan. The little monster took the 7-star sword and the banana fan. The big monster put on his helmet and armor, inserted the fan in his back collar, raised his sword and came out of the cave door, and ordered all the little monsters to form a formation.
骂道：“你这猴头十分无礼，害我兄弟，着实可无悟空对骂。你这泼魔，你一个妖精的性命舍不得，我师父师弟连白马4条命。”
He scolded, "You monkey head is very rude. You hurt my brother. It's really disgusting." Wukong scolded, "You devil, you can't bear the life of a goblin. My master and junior brother even have the lives of 4 white horses."
被你们无故抓来，我心何忍少废话，快把他们送出来，多贴些盘缠，饶了你的狗命。大怪举剑就砍，悟空抡棒相迎。
How can I bear to be captured by you for no reason? Stop talking nonsense, send them out quickly, pay more for money, and spare your life. The big monster raised his sword and slashed. Wukong greeted him with his stick.
大战20合，不分胜败。老怪一声令下，几百小妖蜂拥而上。悟空将左肋上毫毛拔下一把，变成无数小猴，把小妖杀得落花流水。
In a battle of 20, there is no winner or loser. The old monster gave an order, and hundreds of little monsters swarmed forward. Wukong plucked out a handful of hairs on his left rib and turned into countless little monkeys, killing the little demon to pieces.
狼奔使脱，大怪被小猴围在中间，不由着慌，伸手扯出芭蕉扇，对着南方丙冰火一扇子扇来，就见烈焰万丈，直冲霄汉。
The wolf rushes and the pig rushes. The big monster was surrounded by the little monkeys. He couldn't help but panic. He stretched out his hand and pulled out the banana fan and pointed it at the Bingding fire in the south. When he fanned it, he saw blazing flames shooting straight into the sky.
悟空忙收了毫毛，纵筋斗云逃出火海，直奔洞中，把逃回的100个带伤的小妖一顿棒都打得稀烂。来到洞中，他正要救师傅。
Wukong hurriedly collected his hair and somersaulted out of the sea of fire. He ran straight into the cave and beat the hundreds of injured little demons that escaped back to pieces with a stick. When he came to the cave, he was about to save his master.
师弟，又见里面有一道金光，过去一看，却是杨枝玉净瓶，随手拿了，先不救唐僧，便往外走，正碰见大怪要进洞，忙纵筋斗云走了。
Junior brother, I saw a golden light inside again. I went over and saw that it was a mutton fat jade bottle. I took it casually and walked out without saving Tang Monk. I met a big monster about to enter the cave and hurriedly somersaulted away.
大怪见尸横遍地，忍不住放声大哭。进到洞里，冷冷清清，再没个小妖，哭得更加悲切凄惨。哭累了，他就伏在石岸上睡着了。
The big monster couldn't help but burst into tears when he saw corpses lying all over the ground. Entering the cave, it was deserted and deserted. There was no little demon anymore, and the cry was even more miserable. Tired of crying, he fell asleep on the stone table.
大圣在外面等了半晌，听得洞中没了动静，就悄悄闪进洞中，见那扇子插在大怪后领子里，伸手就拔下来。
The great sage waited outside for a long time. When he heard no movement in the cave, he sneaked into the cave quietly. He saw the fan inserted into the collar of the big monster's back and reached out to pull it out.
扇柄挂住大怪的头发，猛然惊醒，仗剑来杀悟空。悟空反到洞外，与大怪大战30-40合，大怪渐渐不敌，往西南方逃去。
The fan handle caught the big monster's hair, and he suddenly woke up and came to kill Wukong with his sword. Wukong returned to the cave and fought with the big monster for 30 or 40 times. The big monster gradually lost his battle and fled to the southwest.
悟空这才进洞，放下师傅师弟，说：“二怪被我装进葫芦，这会儿该化成脓血了。大怪被我打败，逃往鸭龙洞去了。一洞的小妖。”
Wukong then entered the cave, put down his master and junior brother, and said, "I put the two monsters into the gourd, and they will turn into pus and blood by now. The big monster was defeated by me and fled to the dragon pressure cave." The little monster in the first cave.
尽被我打死。唐僧感谢不尽，说：“多亏了你。”悟空笑着说：“你们还只是吊着受苦，我却脚不沾地，里里外外奔波多少趟，才盗出宝贝。”
I'll beat them all to death. Tang Seng was grateful and said, "Thank you." Wukong smiled and said, "You are just hanging and suffering, but my feet never touched the ground. I ran around so many times before I stole the treasure."
战胜妖魔，师徒们欢欢喜喜找出来米面菜蔬，刷了锅，安排些素斋吃了，当夜就住在洞里。次日早上，沙僧做好饭。
Defeat the demon. The masters and disciples rejoiced, found rice, noodles and vegetables, washed the pots, arranged some vegetarian meals, and stayed in the cave that night. The next morning, Shao Monk prepared the meal.
四人正要吃了走路，忽听门外妖风呼呼，闹闹嚷嚷。悟空说：“妖精借来救兵了。”唐僧大惊失色，问：“这该怎么办？”悟空说：“不用怕。”
The four of them were about to eat and walk when they suddenly heard the wind whistling and making noise outside the door. Wukong said, "The goblin has borrowed the troops to help." Tang Monk was shocked and asked, "What should we do?" Wukong said, "Don't be afraid.
宝贝都在我这里。八戒跟我迎敌，沙僧保护师傅。悟空和八戒就迎出洞外。妖精已排好阵势，领头的是大怪的舅舅阿七大王。
The babies are all here with me. Beiji and I met the enemy, while Shao Monk protected the master. Wukong and Beiji welcomed them out of the cave. The fairies were already in formation, led by the monster's uncle, King Ah Chi.
全身披挂，手持方天画戟，放声大骂：“你这泼猴，偷我宝贝，伤我眷属，杀我妖兵，强占洞府，快来受死！为我姐姐抵命！”悟空骂。
He was fully clothed, holding Fang Tian's painted halberd, and cursed loudly, "You bastard monkey! Steal my treasure, hurt my family, kill my demon soldiers, and occupy the cave. Come and die quickly, and die for my sister." Wukong cursed.
你这作死的妖怪！吃老孙一棒抡棒劈头打下。阿七与悟空斗不三四合，败下阵去。大怪接住再战，阿七又转身杀回，双斗悟空。
You monster seeking death, take a stick from Lao Sunday. Ah Chi and Wukong couldn't fight with each other, and were defeated. The big monster caught it and fought again. Ah Chi turned around and fought back, fighting Wukong with both hands.
八戒忙举爬上阵，站住阿七。大怪见不是二人对手，忙命小妖骑上。唐僧听见洞外杀声震天，就让沙僧也去助战。沙僧抡宝杖。
Beiji hurriedly raised his rake and went into battle to fight Ah Chi. Seeing that the two of them were no match, the big monster hurriedly ordered the little monsters to come forward. Tang Monk heard the roar of killing outside the cave, so he asked Shao Monk to help in the battle. Shao Monk wields his precious staff.
大喝一声，杀得众妖四散逃命。阿七见势不好，转身想逃，被八戒一耙住死，现了狐狸原形。大怪见八戒伤了他，就举剑来斩八戒。
With a loud shout, he killed all the demons and fled for their lives. Seeing that something was not going well, Chi turned around and tried to escape, but was raked to death by Beiji, revealing his true form as a fox. When the big monster saw that Beiji had hurt his uncle, he raised his sword to fight Beiji.
沙僧又赶来助战，大怪不敌，纵狂风往南就逃。悟空忙跳到空中，取出净瓶，喊一声：“金角大王！”大怪冒冒失失应了一声。
Sha Seng came to help again. Unable to defeat the big monster, he fled southward despite the strong wind. Wukong hurriedly jumped into the air, took out the purifying bottle, and shouted, "King of Golden Horns." The big monster responded rashly.
被装进瓶中，悟空忙贴上帖子，拾起七星剑。三人高高兴兴回到洞里，请师傅上了马，直奔西方。正走着，路边闪出个瞎老头。
Bottled. Wukong hurriedly posted the post and picked up the 7-star sword. The three of them returned to the cave happily, asked their master to get on their horses, and headed straight to the west. As I was walking, a blind old man appeared on the side of the road.
扯住三藏的马，说：“和尚，还我宝贝来！”悟空一看，认出是老君，就施礼说：“老官儿，哪里去？”老君说：“猴子，还我宝贝。葫芦是承担的。”
He grabbed Sanzang's horse and said, "Monk, give me back my treasure." Wukong took a look and recognized Lao Jun, so he saluted and said, "Old man, where are you going?" Lao Jun said, "Monkey, give me back my treasure. The gourd is filled with elixirs."
净瓶是盛水的，宝剑是炼魔的，扇子是扇火的，绳子是我束腰的。两个怪，一个是看金炉的童子，一个是看银炉的童子。
The purifying vase holds water, the sword is used to refine demons, the fan is used to fan fire, and the rope is used to girdle my waist. There are two monsters, one is a boy looking at the golden furnace, and the other is a boy looking at the silver furnace.
他俩偷了宝贝，私下凡间，被你拿了，得了功绩。悟空就还了宝贝。老君打开葫芦净瓶，倒出两股仙气，伸手一指，仍变回二童子。
They stole the treasure and kept it in the mortal world privately. You took it and gained merit. Wukong returned the treasure, and Lao Jun opened the gourd bottle, poured out 2 streams of immortal energy, stretched out his hand, and turned back into the second boy.
唐僧谢过老君，老君率二童子回33天，唐僧师徒更加虔诚，继续西行。这天，西方又有一座高山挡路，悟空护定唐僧。
Tang Seng thanked Lao Jun, and Lao Jun led the 2 boys back to 33 days. Tang Seng and his disciples became more pious and continued their journey westward. On this day, another high mountain blocked the road in the west. Wukong protected Tang Monk.
走上山来，看看红日西沉，天色将晚，前不八村，后不着店。师徒正愁找不到宿处，忽见前面山凹里露出垫脚，忙赶了去。
Come up the mountain. Look at the red sun setting in the west. It is getting late. There is Buba village in front and no shop behind. Master and disciple are worried about not finding a place to stay. Suddenly they see the corner of the palace exposed in the valley in front of them, so they hurried there.
见是一座寺院，门额上写着赤剑宝林寺。唐僧怕徒弟吓着僧人，让他们等在门外，独自进了山门。寺中方丈十分势利。
I saw it was a temple, with the words Edict to build Baolin Temple written on the forehead. Tang Seng was afraid that his apprentice would scare the monks, so he asked them to wait outside the door and entered the mountain gate alone. The abbot of the temple is very snobbish.
不念都是出家人的面子，不容投诉。唐僧好话说尽，方容他们在前廊下蹲一夜。唐僧抹着泪走出来，说明方丈十分可恶。
If you don't think about it, it's all for the sake of monks and you won't be allowed to stay. After Tang Seng said all his good things, he allowed them to squat on the front porch all night. Tang Monk came out with tears in his eyes, indicating that the abbot was very hateful.
激怒了悟空，吆喝喝闯进山门。他本想一棒打烂几颗光头，又怕唐僧怪他行凶，念那话。
Ryukong was angered and shouted into the mountain gate. He originally wanted to smash a few bald heads with a stick, but he was afraid that Monk Tang would blame him for committing the crime. After reading those words,
就一棒把方丈门外的石狮子打个粉碎。这一来，把方丈吓掉了魂，忙命手下人前去撞钟，齐集僧众，列队出营。方丈叩下头来，说
he smashed the stone lion outside the abbot's door to pieces with one stick. This frightened the abbot out of his wits. He hurriedly ordered his men to ring the bell, gathered the monks, and lined up to greet him. The abbot kowtowed and said,
唐老爷，请方丈里坐。八戒说：“师父去时眼泪汪汪，师兄去时怎么让他们磕头来接？”唐僧说：“常言道，鬼怕恶人里。”
Mr. Tang, please sit down in the abbot's room. Beiji said, when the master left, he burst into tears. When the senior brothers left, why did they ask them to kowtow and come to pick him up? Tang Monk said, as the saying goes, ghosts are afraid of evil people.
僧人众星捧月般簇拥着唐僧师徒，有的挑担，有的牵马，来到方丈，请师徒坐了，再次行大礼。唐僧深感过意不去，连让四僧免礼。
The monks gathered around Tang Monk and his disciples like stars holding the moon. Some carried burdens and some led horses. They came to the abbot, asked the master and disciples to sit down, and bowed again. Tang Monk felt so sorry that he even asked the monk to avoid paying homage.
不多时，又安排好斋饭，高掌明灯，请唐僧师徒用斋。随后，方丈又命人喂马的喂马，铺床的铺床， 请唐朝老爷安歇。
Not long after, the fasting meal was arranged, and the lanterns were held high, and Tang Monk and his disciples were invited to have a fasting meal. Then the abbot ordered those who fed the horses and those who made the beds to ask the Tang dynasty master to rest.
直到唐僧进了禅堂，方丈与500僧人还整整齐齐地守候在堂前。唐僧再三告了安置，才敢散去睡觉。唐僧见月光皎洁。
Until Tang Monk entered the meditation hall, the abbot and 500 monks were still waiting neatly in front of the hall. Tang Monk asked for permission again and again before he dared to disperse and sleep. Tang Monk saw the bright moonlight.
夜色如画，不出禅堂，赏完了月色，让徒弟们先睡下。他又踢亮灯，在灯下读经。他先读了几篇《梁皇水忏》，又读了几篇《孔雀真经》。
The night was picturesque. He walked out of the meditation hall and admired the moonlight. After letting his disciples go to bed first, he turned on the lamp and read scriptures under the lamp. He first read several articles of The Water Confession of Emperor Liang, and then several articles of the Peacock Sutra.
直到3更时分才收起经，正想睡觉，忽听门外一阵风响，那盏灯忽明忽暗，就迷迷糊糊地伏案睡去。这时，门外有人叫一声“师傅”。
It wasn't until the third watch that I put away my sutra. I was about to sleep when I heard a gust of wind outside the door, and the light flickered on and off, so I fell asleep at my desk in a daze. At this time, someone outside the door called, "Master."
门就开了，唐僧抬头看。 见门外站着一个人，浑身水淋淋的，眼中垂泪，连叫“师傅”。唐僧欠身呵斥：“你是何方妖邪鬼魅，深夜至此？”
The door opened. Tang Seng looked up and saw a man standing outside the door. He was dripping with water and had tears in his eyes. He kept shouting, "Master." Tang Seng leaned over and scolded, "Who are you, a demon and a ghost? You are here late at night."
快快离去，莫惊动我的徒弟，把你碎尸万段。那人说：“我不是妖邪，是屈死的国王。”唐僧仔细看。 那人果然头戴王冠，身穿王袍。
Leave quickly, don't disturb my disciples. They will tear you into pieces. The man said, "I am not a demon. I am a king who surrendered to death." Tang Monk looked carefully and saw that the man was indeed wearing a crown and a royal robe.
腰束玉带，手持白玉圭，不由大惊失色，躬身高叫：“你是哪一国的陛下？”国王说：“离此40里，是我的家乡，国号无极国。5年前。”
Wearing a jade belt around his waist and holding a white jade gui, he couldn't help but turn pale with fright. He bowed and shouted, "Your Majesty, which country are you from?" The king said, 40 miles away from here is my hometown. The country is called Wuji Country. 5 years ago.
天降大旱，寸草不生，百姓饿死无数。寡人与万民同甘苦，沐浴斋戒，昼夜焚香祈祷， 仍是滴雨不下，河枯井干。正在危急之时
There was a severe drought, not a blade of grass grew, and countless people starved to death. I share the joys and sorrows of all the people, bathe and fast, burn incense and pray day and night, but still no rain falls, the rivers are dry and the wells are dry. In times of crisis.
从终南山来了个道人，能呼风唤雨，点石成金。寡人请他求雨，果然灵验，令牌响处，大雨滂沱。朕见他有如此法力，救我万民。
A Taoist came from Mount Zhongnan, who could call the wind and rain, and turn stones into gold. The few people asked him to pray for rain, and it really worked. Where the token sounded, it rained heavily. I saw that he had such power to save all my people.
就与他结为兄弟，同吃同住。过了2年，这年阳春天气，红杏夭桃，战蕊盛开。朕与那道人携手同游御花园，来到八角琉璃井边。
He became his brother and lived and ate with him. 2 years later, the weather was sunny this year, and the red apricots and peaches were in full bloom. I walked hand in hand with the Taoist in the imperial garden and came to the octagonal glazed well.
他就把朕推入井内，上盖石板，种了一株芭蕉。可怜我冤沉井底，至今已整整3年了。唐僧吓得心惊肉跳，壮着胆问：“你死了3年？”
He pushed me into the well, covered it with a stone slab, and planted a banana plant. Unfortunately, it has been 3 years since I was wronged. Tang Monk was so frightened that he bravely asked, "You have been dead for 3 years."
那文500官3宫皇后就不知道国王说，他摇身一变就变成朕的模样，占了我的江山。唐僧说：“你不会到阴司告他。”国王说
The civil and military officials, the queen of the 3 palaces, don't know. The king said, he suddenly transformed into me and took over my kingdom. Tang Monk said, "You will not go to the underworld to sue him." The king said,
他的神通广大，诸神是他朋友，连10代阎君也是他的结拜弟兄。我告状无门。刚才夜游神告诉我，说我3年水灾将满。
His supernatural powers are vast, the gods are his friends, and even the 10th generation of Yamas are his sworn brothers. I have no way to complain. Just now, the Yushin told me that the floods in my 3 years will be over.
师父的大徒弟齐天大圣善能降妖伏魔，就一阵风把我送来，让我求告师父。唐僧说：“我徒弟虽然惯会捉妖。”
The master's great disciple, the great sage Qitian, was good at subduing demons and monsters. A gust of wind sent me here and asked me to call on the master. Tang Monk said, although my disciple is used to catching monsters.
但那怪技变成你的模样，满朝文武、3宫6院都认他为国王，我徒弟去拿他，道理上说不通。国王说：“明天我的太子要出城打猎。”
But since the monster has turned into your appearance, and the civil and military officials of the entire court, as well as the 3 palaces and 6th academy, recognize him as a king, it makes no sense for my disciple to go and get him. The king said, Tomorrow my prince will go out to the city to hunt.
师父设法与他相见了，把我的话告诉他，他就会相信。唐僧说，他每天都要叫那怪几声父王，怎会信远路和尚的话？国王说。
Master managed to meet him and told him what I said, and he would believe it. Tang monk said, he calls that strange man, father, several times every day. How could he believe the words of the monk from afar? The king said,
那道人推我落井时，连我的金香白玉龟一同推入。他虽变成我的模样，独独少了这玉龟。我把玉龟留下当表记。
When the Taoist pushed me into the well, he pushed me in with my gold and white jade necklace. Although he has become like me, the only thing missing is this jade. I left the jade as a token of appreciation.
他一见就会相信师父的话。唐僧说，我就让徒弟帮你办此事。国王叩头拜别，唐僧起身相送，一脚踩空，再个筋斗，蓦然惊醒。
He will believe the master's words as soon as he sees it. Tang monk said, I will ask my apprentice to help you handle this matter. The king kowtowed and said goodbye. Tang monk stood up to see him off, stepped on the air, fell into a somersault, and suddenly woke up.
却是南柯一梦，忙叫徒弟，徒弟。悟空跳起来问什么是唐僧说了方才的梦境。悟空开了门，月光下。
But it is a dream. He shouted hurriedly, Apprentice, apprentice. Wukong jumped up and asked, What's the matter? Tang monk told the dream just now. Wukong opened the door. Under the moonlight,
照见街上真放着一块金香白玉龟，就对唐僧说：“师父，要救那国王，你得依我的计策办。”唐僧说：“你有什么计策？”悟空拔根毫毛。
Seeing that there was a piece of gold inlaid with white jade on the steps, he said to Tang Seng, Master, if you want to save the king, you have to follow my plan. Tang Seng said, What plan do you have? Wukong plucked out a hair.
变成个红金七弦儿，说：“明天一早，你就捧着这弦儿在这里等着，带老孙先去城里看看是不是妖邪，然后再把太子引来。”
It turned into a red and gold lacquered box and said, Tomorrow morning, you will wait here with this box in your hands. After Lao's son goes to the city to see if it is evil, then we can attract the prince.
到时候我变个2寸长的小和尚，藏在弦儿里。太子来到，你不踩他，他必来找你的麻烦。你就说有3件宝，第1件是锦兰袈裟。
When the time comes, I will transform into a 2-inch long little monk and hide in the box. When the prince comes and you ignore him, he will definitely come and cause trouble for you. Then you say that you have 3 treasures. The first one is a brocade cassock.
第2件是我，第3件才是那玉龟。我就把你梦中话告诉他，你就叫我立地货吧。 安排停当，东方已经发白。悟空打个呼哨。
The second one is me, and the third one is the jade. I will tell him what you said in your dream. Just call me Li Dihua. The arrangements are in place. Dongfang has turned white. Wukong whistled.
一筋斗跳在半空，看那城池果然笼罩着怪物妖气。正在慨叹，只听炮声响亮，东门开处，冲出3000人马来。当先的是位少年将军。
He jumped in the air with a somersault and looked at the city. Sure enough, it was shrouded in strange mist and evil spirit. Just as he was sighing, he heard the loud sound of cannons, and 3,000 men and horses rushed out from the east gate. The one who led the way was a young general.
顶盔贯甲，坐下黄骠马，腰挂弓箭，看那气派，定是太子。悟空暗落云头，变成个白兔，在太子马前乱跑。太子一箭射去。
He wears a helmet, sits on a yellow gelding, and hangs a bow and arrow on his waist. Judging from his majesty, he must be the prince. Wukong pressed the cloud head down and turned into a white rabbit, running around in front of the prince's horse. The prince shot an arrow.
悟空一把接住剑，如同中箭一般向前逃去。不一会，把太子引到宝林寺前，把剑插在门槛上，现了真身，直奔正殿，说：“师傅。”
Wukong caught the arrow and ran forward as if he had been hit by an arrow. After a while, he led the prince to the front of Baolin Temple, stuck an arrow on the threshold, revealed his true form, went straight to the main hall, and said, "Master."
太子来了，又变成小人儿，藏进匣子。太子一马追到山门前，不见了白兔，只见剑插在门槛上，大叫怪哉，拔了剑，进了山门。
The prince is here. He turned into a little man again and hid in the box. The prince chased him to the mountain gate. The white rabbit was gone. He only saw an arrow stuck on the threshold. He shouted, "Strange," pulled out the arrow and entered the mountain gate.
3000兵将赶上来，簇拥着太子，耀武扬威地来到正殿，慌得方丈率众僧叩头不迭。只有唐僧端坐不动，八戒、沙僧势力两旁。
3,000 soldiers will catch up, surround the prince, and come to the main hall with great power. The abbot and the monks are so panicked that they kowtow. Only Tang monk sat still, while Beiji and Sha monk stood on both sides.
太子大怒，说：“这和尚好无礼，见我竟敢不拜，拿下来！”众将士一拥而上，却有护法诸神护住唐僧，近身不得。太子问
The prince was furious and said, "This monk is so rude. He dared not to bow to me when he saw me." He took it down. All the soldiers rushed forward, but the guardian gods protected Tang monk and could not get close. The prince asked,
你是哪来的和尚，使这种妖法？唐僧说：“贫僧无什么法，是东土大唐来的，往西天取经的和尚。”太子问：“中原有什么宝贝？”唐僧说：“
Where did you come from, a monk, to use such evil magic? Tang monk said, the poor monk has no magic. He is a monk from the eastern Tang dynasty who went to the west to learn Buddhist scriptures. The prince asked, what treasures are there in the central plains? Tang monk said,
我身上穿的袈裟就是宝。太子说，胡说，那半边衣裳算什么宝？唐僧说，我这红匣内有一宝，名叫立地货。
The cassock I wear is a treasure. The prince said, nonsense. What kind of treasure is that half of the clothes? Tang monk said, there is a treasure in my red box, which is called Li Dihua.
能知1500年过去未来之事。悟空跳出来，在桌上扭呀扭呀的走。太子说：“这么大点的小人儿，能知什么是悟空一身妖？”
Able to know the past and future events of 1,500 years. Wukong jumped out and twisted around on the table. The prince said, what can such a big little person know? Wukong stretched his waist.
就长了3尺4寸。众人吃了一惊。太子问立地货：“这老和尚说你能知过去未来之事，你是用什么算的？”悟空说
：“Just 3 feet and 4 inches longer.” Everyone was surprised. The prince asked, Li Dihua, this old monk said that you can know the past and the future. How do you calculate it? Wukong said,
我只凭3寸不烂之舌，万事尽知。太子说：“胡说八道！我看你是妄言祸福，蛊惑人心。”悟空说：“殿下听我说，你是乌鸡国王太子。”
I only know everything with my sharp tongue. The prince said, I think you are talking nonsense and deceiving people by talking about misfortunes and blessings. Wukong said, Your Highness, listen to me. You are the Black Chicken King's prince.
5年前，你国中大旱，万民遭灾，终南山来个道士，求下雨来，你父王就与他结拜为兄弟。有这事吗？太子说有。你再说。悟空说
5 years ago, there was a severe drought in your country and all the people suffered. A Taoist priest came from Zhongnan Mountain and prayed for rain. Your father and the king became sworn brothers with him. Is there such a thing? The prince said, Yes. You say it again. Wukong said,
3年前不见了道士，金殿上称孤的是谁？太子说：3年前在御花园游春，他使一阵狂风夺走了父王的金香白玉龟。
The Taoist priest disappeared 3 years ago. Who is the orphan in the Golden Palace? The prince said, 3 years ago during the spring outing in the Imperial Garden, he caused a strong wind to take away his father's golden-laid white jade.
就回终南山了。我父王因怀念他，在无心晚景，就把御花园锁了。做国王的不是我父王是谁？悟空只是冷笑。太子再问，就是不答。
Went back to Zhongnan Mountain. Because my father missed him and no longer wanted to enjoy the scenery, he locked the Imperial Garden. Who is the king? Not my father. Wukong just sneered, and the prince didn't answer if he asked again.
太子动了怒，问：“你为什么只是冷笑？”悟空说：“这事只可说给你一个人听。”太子把手一挥，众将士和寺中僧人都退出去。悟空才说
The prince became angry and asked, "Why are you just sneering?" Wukong said, "This matter can only be told to you alone." The prince waved his hand, and all the soldiers and monks in the temple left. Wukong then said,
殿下，如今做王位的正是那道士，你父王正在御花园井中。”太子说：“一派胡言，自道士去后，年年风调雨顺，国泰民安。照你的说法。”
Your Highness, the person sitting on the throne now is the Taoist priest. Your father is in the well in the imperial garden. The prince said, "There is a bunch of nonsense. Since the Taoist priests left, the weather has been good and the country has been peaceful and the people have been peaceful every year. According to you."
就不是我父王了。要是我父王知道，就把你拿去，碎尸万段。悟空把毫毛一收，红匣子不见了，手中却拿着那玉圭，递给太子。
He is no longer my father. If my father finds out, I will take you and cut you into pieces. Wukong collected the hair and the red box disappeared, but he held the jade in his hand and handed it to the prince.
太子说：“好一个和尚，你本是个道士，骗了我父王的宝贝，又变成和尚来进献。”悟空说：“我不叫立地货，本是唐长老的大徒弟。”
The prince said, "What a great monk! You were originally a Taoist priest who deceived my father's treasure and turned into a monk to offer it." Wukong said, "I am not called Li Dihua. I am the great disciple of Elder Tang."
名叫孙悟空。我师父昨夜三更做了一个梦，梦见你父王的冤魂前来诉苦，特来请我降妖捉怪，怕你不信，留下此圭做个表记。
His name is Sun Wukong. My master had a dream in the middle of the night last night. He dreamed that your father's wronged soul came to complain and came to ask me to slay monsters. I was afraid that you wouldn't believe me, so I left this ghost as a mark.
我自空中看了，你国中果然有个妖精，我就变成玉兔，把你引来见我师父。我说的话句句是实。你既然认得玉圭，
I saw it from the air, and there was indeed a goblin in your kingdom. I will turn into a jade rabbit and lead you to see my master. Everything I said is true. Since you recognize Yugui,
怎么不念父母之恩，为父报仇？太子似信非信，左右为难。悟空又说：“你若还有疑惑，请回到后宫，见你母后问一问。”
why don't you remember your parents' kindness and avenge your father? The prince seemed to believe it but not believe it. He was in a dilemma. Wukong said again, "If you still have doubts, please go back to the harem and see your mother and ask."
看他夫妻恩爱之情，比3年前如何，便知真假。太子说：“我这就回去问母亲。”悟空说：“慢着，你把人马先留下，独自回城问。”
You can tell the truth by looking at how the love between his husband and wife is compared to 3 years ago. The prince said, I will go back and ask my mother. Wukong said, wait a minute, you leave the troops first and go back to the city alone to ask.
不可从正门进宫，须从后门进，见你母亲，也不可高声，只怕惊了那怪，你母子性命难保。太子说：“我听长老的。”
You are not allowed to enter the palace through the front door. You must enter through the back door. When you see your mother, you are not allowed to raise your voice, for fear of startling the monster. Your mother and son's lives may not be saved. The prince said, I listened to the elders.
太子命人马扎在寺外，单人匹马回了城，从后宰门进了宫，来到锦香亭下，见娘娘正坐在亭中落泪。
The prince ordered his men and horses to be stationed outside the temple, and he returned to the city alone. He entered the palace through the back gate and came to the Jinxiang pavilion. He saw the empress sitting in the pavilion weeping.
原来娘娘4更天做了一个梦，记得一半，忘了一半，越想越伤悲。太子下了马，让宫娥退下，跪下来说：“母后。”
It turns out that the empress had a dream on the 4th day of the night. She remembered half of it and forgot the other half. The more she thought about it, the sadder she became. The prince dismounted, asked the palace maid to retreat, knelt down and said, Mother.
而有一句话，不知该问不该问，请母后恕罪。娘娘说：“母子间哪计较许多，你问吧。”太子问
My son has something he doesn't know whether to ask or not. Please forgive me, Queen Mother. The Empress said, You ask me how much care there is between mother and son. The prince asked.
而只问3年来你和父王的夫妻之事，比3年前怎样？娘娘搂住太子，泪如雨下，说：“孩儿怎么问这种事？”太子说：“母后有话早说。”
I just want to ask how your relationship with your father has been in the past 3 years compared to 3 years ago. The Empress hugged the prince, tears streaming down her face, and said, Why do you ask me about such a thing? The prince said, If the queen has something to say, she should have said it earlier.
免得误了大事。娘娘这才说：“你父王3年前对我如胶似漆，这3年推说年老力衰，冷如寒冰。”太子推开娘娘，就要离去。
So as not to miss important things. The Empress then said, 3 years ago, your father treated me like glue. In the past 3 years, he said that he was old and weak, and that he was as cold as ice. The prince pushed his empress away and was about to leave.
娘娘一把扯住，说：“儿啊，到底出了什么事？”太子就把出城打猎的奇遇简单的说了一遍。娘娘说：“儿啊，我4更时也做一梦。”
The empress grabbed him and said, Son, what happened? The prince briefly told him about his adventures when he went out to hunt in the city. The empress said, Son, I also had a dream during the 4th watch.
梦见你父王水淋淋的前来，说是被道士推入井中， 他已请唐朝圣僧前来捉妖，详细的就记不清了。我正满腹狐疑，你说知此事。
I dreamed that your father came dripping with water, saying that he was pushed into the well by a Taoist priest. He had invited the holy monks of the Tang dynasty to come and catch the demon. I can't remember the details. I was full of doubts, and you said you knew about it.
更证实了我梦中之事。你先把玉龟留下，快去请圣僧来捉妖。太子班安上马，飞也寺来到宝林寺，向悟空跪下，说：“师父。”
It also confirmed what I had dreamed about. You leave the Jade Gui first, and quickly go ask the holy monk to catch the demon. The prince saddled his horse and flew to Baolin Temple. He knelt down to Wukong and said, Master.
我已问明母亲了，那妖道果然害了我父王，夺了江山。悟空微笑着说：“今日天晚了，你先回去，不要露了马脚，待明天老孙进城。”
I have already asked my mother about it, and it turned out that the demonic way really killed my father and took over the country. Wukong smiled and said, It's getting late today. You go back first and don't show your weakness. Wait until Lao's son enters the city tomorrow.
捉了妖怪，为你父王报仇雪恨。太子说：“我今天出城，为此事奔波一天，没打上一只禽兽，回城去岂不令他生疑？”悟空说：“此事好办。”
Catch the monster and avenge your father. The prince said, I went out of the city today and spent a whole day working on this matter. I didn't catch a single animal. Wouldn't it make him suspicious if I went back to the city? Wukong said, This matter is easy to handle.
就跳在半空，念动真言，居来山神、土地，让他们驱赶来禽兽，捻了腿筋，摆在路旁。他按落云头，让太子回城。太子率人马回城。
He jumped in the air, recited the mantra, captured the mountain gods and the land, asked them to drive away the animals, twisted his hamstrings, and placed them by the roadside. He pressed the cloud head down and asked the prince to return to the city. The prince led his troops back to the city.
只见40里路旁尽是跑不动的禽兽，将士只管上前擒捉。众人只说是太子的鸿福，怎知悟空暗中相助。
I saw that 40 miles of roadside were full of animals that could not run away, and the soldiers just stepped forward to capture them. Everyone only said that it was the prince's great blessing, but they didn't know that Wukong was secretly helping him.
寺中的方丈和众僧见太子对悟空敬若神明，都换了一副嘴脸，拼命讨好，安排斋供请唐僧师徒吃了。当夜，悟空睡不着，暗忖。
Seeing that the prince respected Wukong like a god, the abbot and monks in the temple changed their faces and tried their best to please him. They arranged a meal for Monk Tang and his disciples to eat. That night, Wukong couldn't sleep and thought to himself.
纵然太子和娘娘相信了此事，要让文武大臣都信，还要费一番唇舌，不如去把国王的尸首盗来，就是尸首化了，也要把王袍。
Even if the prince and the empress believe this, it will still take a lot of effort to convince the civil and military ministers. It is better to steal the king's body. Even if the body is transformed, the king's robe.
王冠及玉带捞出来，当个凭证，就把心事对唐僧说了，要带八戒去导师。唐僧认为八戒呆笨老实，一味护短。悟空说：“天上
Fish out the crown and jade belt and use them as proof." He told Tang Seng what was on his mind and wanted to take Beiji to steal the corpse. Tang Seng thought that Beiji was stupid and honest, and he always protected his shortcomings. Wukong said, "Heaven."
地下的事都难不倒我，只有水中我行动不便。八戒总管天河，水性最好，只有他去才能成功。唐僧一再叮嘱悟空不得欺负八戒。
Nothing can trouble me underground. Only in the water I have difficulty moving. Beiji is in charge of the Tianhe River, which has the best water properties. Only if he goes there can he succeed. Tang Monk repeatedly told Wukong not to bully Beiji.
悟空答应了，才叫醒八戒，怕他不愿去，骗他说妖精在御花园八角琉璃井内藏了一件宝贝，让八戒跟他去盗宝。呆子财迷心窍。
Wukong agreed and then woke up Beiji. He was afraid that he would not want to go, so he lied to him that the goblin had hidden a treasure in the octagonal glazed well in the imperial garden, and asked Beiji to follow him to steal the treasure. Idiots are obsessed with money.
满口答应，跟上悟空，驾云来到后宫。二人暗落云头，来到御花园，见园门上着锁，八戒发了呆性，一耙铸破门。二人进去。
He agreed wholeheartedly, followed Wukong, and rode the clouds to the harem. The two pressed the clouds down and came to the imperial garden. Seeing that the garden gate was locked, Beiji became stupid and broke the gate with a rake. The two of them went in.
悟空四下一看，见到那株芭蕉树，就说宝贝就在下面。八戒赶去，一嘴拱倒芭蕉，现出一块石板，掀开石板，露出那口井来。悟空说
Wukong looked around, and when he saw the banana tree, he said, "The treasure is down there." Beiji rushed over and knocked down the banana tree with his mouth, revealing a stone slab. He opened the stone slab to reveal the well. Wukong said,
呆子下去捞宝。八戒说忘带绳了。悟空取出棒，变得又细又长，让八戒抓住，往井中放。快到水面，八戒说停一下。
Idiots go down and get treasure. Beiji said, "I forgot to bring the rope." Wukong took out the stick, which became thin and long, and asked Beiji to grab it and put it into the well. When he almost reached the water, Beiji said, "Stop for a moment."
让我看看宝在哪儿。悟空说宝贝就在水底。把棒猛一放，八戒扑通跌入水中。他沉入水下，摸了好一会，摸到个死尸。
Let me see where the treasure is. Wukong said, "The baby is under the water." Putting down the stick, Beiji plopped into the water. He sank into the water, touched for a long time, and found a dead body.
吓得浮出水面，惊惊杂杂地说：“水下没宝，只有一个死人。”悟空说：“那死人就是宝，你把他驮上来。”八戒不愿驮，悟空威胁说：“你不驮。”
He was so frightened that he came up to the surface and said in shock, "There is no treasure under the water, only a dead man." Wukong said, "The dead man is the treasure, you carry him up." Beiji refused to carry him, so Wukong threatened, "You don't carry it."
我就走了。八戒看那井渡大口小，四壁长满青苔，无法攀登，只好再入水下，拖出尸首。悟空伸下棒，八戒腾不出手，就一口咬住。
I left. Beiji saw that the well had a big belly and a small mouth, and the walls were covered with moss, making it impossible to climb, so he had to go into the water again and carry out the body. Wukong stretched out his stick, but Beiji couldn't free his hand, so he bit it down.
让悟空拉上来。悟空施仙法，借一股狂风，把尸体射回宝林寺。八戒怀恨在心，好你个猴子，如此捉弄我，待见了师傅。
Let Wukong pull him up. Wukong used his immortal magic to take the corpse back to Baolin Temple with the help of a strong wind. Beiji holds a grudge. You monkey, you are teasing me like this. When you meet Master,
看我如何捉弄你。唐僧掌上灯，见国王面目如生，问是怎么回事。悟空说：“一定是他阳寿未尽，景龙王施法力，用定颜珠定住。”
See how I tease you. Tang Monk held the lamp in his hand and saw that the king's face was lifelike and asked what was going on. Wukong said, "It must be that before his lifespan was over, King Jing Long used magic power to immobilize him with the Dingyan pearl."
方不致腐烂。八戒就近谗言：“师兄说了，他能还你个活国王。”唐僧说：“悟空，你就大发慈悲，施展法力，把他救活。”悟空说：“好。”
So it won't rot. Beiji then slandered him and said, "Senior brother said that he can give you a living king." Tang Monk said, "Wukong, please show great mercy and use your magic power to revive him." Wukong said, "Okay."
我这就去阴司找他的灵魂，让他还阳。八戒又说：“师傅，别听他的。他在路上说了，不用去阴司，就能让国王还魂。”
I will go to the underworld to find his soul and return him to the young. Beiji said again, "Master, don't listen to him." He said on the way that he could bring the king back to life without going to the underworld.
才能显出他的手段来。他要不干，就是偷懒，你就念那话儿。唐僧真个信了八戒的话，就要念紧箍咒。悟空忙说：“别念，别念。”
Only then can he show his methods. If he doesn't do it, he is lazy, just read that. If Tang Monk really believed in Beiji, he would recite the tightening curse. Wukong hurriedly said, "Don't recite it, don't recite it."
我到天上找仙方去。 唐僧说：“你快去快回。”悟空说：“天明我就还你个活国王。不过这尸体一见阳气就要化，得有人哭着。”
I will go to heaven to find immortals. Tang Monk said, "Go back quickly." Wukong said, "I will return you a living king at dawn. However, this corpse will melt as soon as it sees the yang qi, and someone has to cry."
才能保住不化，我才能建功。师傅，你让八戒哭，一直哭到我回来。要是没泪还不算，八戒没法，就卷个纸捻往鼻孔里捅了捅。
Only by keeping it intact can I see the merit. Master, you let Beiji cry until I come back. It doesn't matter if there are no tears. Beiji had no choice but to roll up a piece of paper and poke it into his nostril.
打几个喷嚏，眼泪真个就哗哗流了出来，边哭边数黄到黑，如同死了亲人一般。悟空一筋斗来到南天门，哪儿也不去。
After sneezing a few times, tears literally flowed out. I cried while counting the zodiac signs, as if I had lost a relative. Wukong somersaulted to the Nantian gate and didn't go anywhere.
直奔33天都帅宫。太上老君一见他，忙喊：“大家仔细，偷丹贼又来了。”悟空施了礼，笑着说：“老官儿，防我干什么？”
Go straight to the 33-day Tushita Palace. When Taishang Laojun saw him, he hurriedly shouted, "Everyone, be careful, the pill thief is here again." Wukong saluted and said with a smile, "Old man, what are you trying to prevent me from doing?"
老孙不干那事了。接着说明来意，请老君给他一粒还魂丹。老君有些迟疑，悟空说：“你不给，我就走，当心我溜回来。”
Lao's son won't do that anymore. Then he explained the purpose of his visit and asked Lao Jun to give him a resurrecting pill. Lao Jun hesitated a little, and Wukong said, "If you don't give it, I will leave. Be careful that I sneak back."
给你来个皮罩里捞饺子，汤水不漏。太上老君笑骂：“这猴头还是老毛病。好，看在唐僧的面子上，就给你一粒救活国王。”
I'll give you a leather basket to catch dumplings. The soup won't leak out. Taishang Laojun laughed and scolded. This monkey's head is still a problem. Okay, for Tang Sing's sake, I'll give you one to save the king.
算你的功果。悟空接了丹，噙在口中，谢了老君。一筋斗又回到宝林寺，见八戒还在大哭不止。唐僧问：“怎么样了？”悟空说
Count your merits. Wukong took the pill, held it in his mouth, thanked Lao Jun, and somersaulted back to Baolin Temple. He saw that Beiji was still crying. Tang Monk asked, "How is it?" Wukong said,
我找老君要了一粒还魂丹。沙僧，取水来。沙僧取来水，悟空撬开国王的牙关，用水把丹灌下去，国王肚里咕咕作响，就是不喘气。
I asked Lao Jun for a resurrection pill. Sha sang, "Bring some water." Sha Monk brought water, and Wukong pried open the king's teeth and drank the pill with water. The king's stomach rumbled, but he didn't breathe.
唐僧说，在井里泡了3年，就是铁也锈了，得给他渡口气。八戒伸嘴就要渡，唐僧忙拦下：“你曾为妖吃人，肚里是浊气。”
Tang Monk said, after 3 years of soaking in the well, even the iron has become rusty. We need to give him a breath. Beiji stretched out his mouth to save him, but Tang Monk quickly stopped him. You have eaten people for monsters, and your stomach is turbid gas.
悟空自幼吃的是山桃松子，肚里是清气，让他渡。悟空就嘴对嘴给国王渡了气，不一会儿，国王活过来。
Wukong has been eating mountain peaches and pine nuts since he was a child, and his stomach is filled with pure qi, allowing him to survive. Wukong saved the king's breath with his mouth. After a while, the king came to life.
爬起身就磕头拜谢救命之恩。天色大亮，众僧来献早斋，见到水淋淋的国王，大惊失色。悟空说明情况。
He got up and kowtowed to thank him for saving his life. It was daybreak, and the monks came to offer their morning meal. They were shocked to see the king dripping with water. Wukong explained the situation.
叮嘱他们一定要严守秘密，不可走漏一丝风声。众僧忙献来水，让国王洗了脸，又找来一身僧衣，让国王换下湿衣。
They were told to keep the secret strictly and not to leak any information. The monks hurriedly brought water and asked the king to wash his face. They also found a monk's clothes and asked the king to change into wet clothes.
悟空就把他打扮成形同模样，用罢斋，悟空让八戒把行李分出一担，叫国王挑了，又安排众僧把王袍洗净晒干。
Wukong dressed him up like a traveling boy. After fasting, Wukong asked Beiji to divide the luggage into one load and asked the king to pick it up. He also arranged for the monks to wash and dry the king's robe.
待事成后，送回王宫。众僧将5人送出山门，5人直奔乌鸡国。进了城，来到午门前，唐僧说：“我去倒换官文。”悟空说：“我们一起去。”
After everything is done, he will be sent back to the palace. The monks sent the 5 people out of the mountain gate, and the 5 people went straight to the Wuji kingdom. After entering the city and coming to the Meridian Gate, Tang Monk said, "I'm going to change Guanwen." Wukong said, "Let's go together."
人多好说话，黄门官奏进去，不一时传旨，让唐朝僧人上朝见驾。5人上了金殿，立而不拜。那妖精坐在龙椅上，怒喝
There are so many people to talk to. Huang Mengguan came in and immediately sent an order for the monks of the Tang dynasty to come to court. The 5 people went to the Golden Hall and stood without bowing. The goblins sat on the dragon chair and shouted angrily.
那和尚见了朕，为何不拜？悟空笑着说：“我大唐本是天朝上邦，你们是下土边邦，我们是大唐的钦差，你该拜我们妖精说。”
Why don't you worship me when the monk sees you? Wukong said with a smile, We, the Tang dynasty, are originally from the Celestial Empire, and you are from the lower border countries. We are the imperial envoys of the Tang dynasty, and you should worship us. The goblin said.
这野和尚竟敢与朕分庭抗礼，拿下了众武将，一拥而上。悟空手一指，喝声住，都被定在那里。妖精大怒，跳下龙椅，伸手来拿悟空。
How dare this wild monk stand up to me and take down the throne? All the generals rushed forward. Wukong pointed his hand and shouted, Stay here. They were all fixed there. The goblin was furious, jumped off the dragon chair, and reached out to get Wukong.
悟空取棒在手，喝声来得好，吃老孙一棒，劈头打下。妖精大惊，手中没有兵器，无法抵挡，忙闪身躲过。
Wukong took the stick in his hand and shouted, Well done, take a stick from Lao's son and hit it head on. The goblin was frightened. He had no weapons in his hands and could not resist. He quickly dodged away.
顺手从一个被定住的镇殿将军身上抽出宝刀，驾云就逃。悟空急纵筋斗云追上去，高叫：“那怪物哪里逃？”那妖精转身骂道。
He smoothly pulled out the sword from the body of an immobilized general who was holding the palace, and fled in the clouds. Wukong quickly made somersaults to catch up and shouted, That monster, where can you escape? The goblin turned around and cursed.
孙悟空，你好无礼！你取你的经，我做我的王位。你为什么抱这个不平？悟空呵呵大笑，说：“你这泼魔，王位是你做的。”
Son Wukong, you are so rude. You take your lesson and I sit on my throne. Why are you so unfair? Wukong laughed and said, You devil, you sit on the throne.
你既认得我老孙，就该早早逃走，还敢抓我不要走，先吃我一棒！两人在云端施展开手脚，大战起来，斗不几合，妖精不是对手。
Since you recognize my old grandson, you should run away early. If you dare to catch me, don't leave, but take my stick first. The two of them used their hands and feet in the clouds and started fighting. The fight was not close, and the goblin was no match.
转身逃回王宫，变成唐僧的模样，拉上唐僧转了几转，并肩搀手立在阶前。悟空赶来，睁开火眼金睛细看，也辨不出真假。八戒
He turned around and fled back to the palace, transformed into Tang Seng's appearance, pulled Tang Seng around him a few times, held hands side by side, and stood in front of the steps. Wukong arrived and opened his fiery eyes to take a closer look, but he couldn't tell whether it was true or false. Beiji.
沙僧来看，也认不出来。悟空就念动真言，拘来护法神，吩咐你们暗中助我师父上殿。那妖魔神通广大，听得行者的言语。
Sha Monk came to see it but couldn't recognize it either. Wukong recited the mantra, captured the protector, and ordered, You secretly help my master go to the temple. The demon has great supernatural powers and can hear the words of the practitioner.
抢先上了殿，悟空举棒就向阶下的打去，幸被众神拦住。那怪趁乱又下了殿，拉上唐僧再一转，又分不出真假来。
He went to the temple first. Wukong raised his stick and struck at the people at the bottom of the stairs, but luckily he was stopped by the gods. The monster took advantage of the chaos and went down to the hall again. He pulled Tang Monk and turned around again, but he couldn't tell the truth from the lie.
八戒出了个主意，师兄忍一会儿头疼，让师傅念那话。我跟沙师弟个搀住一个，会念的是真，不会念的是假。悟空无法。
Beiji came up with an idea. Brother, bear with the headache for a while and let Master recite those words. Junior brother Sha and I each hold one. Those who can recite are true, and those who cannot recite are false. Wukong couldn't help it.
只得忍了头疼，让唐僧念紧箍咒。八戒、沙僧各搀住一个唐僧。真唐僧会念，假唐僧只会胡哼哼。八戒高叫：“这个是妖怪！”他松开手。
I had no choice but to endure the headache and let Monk Tang recite the tightening curse. Beiji and Sha Sing each supported a Tang monk. The real Tang monk could read, but the fake Tang monk could only hum. Beiji shouted, "This is a monster." He let go of his hand.
举耙救住，妖精纵身跳起，驾云逃走。八戒大喝一声，驾云赶上，沙僧也抡宝杖赶上去。唐僧住了口，大圣忍着头疼，跳在上空。
When he raised the rake and started building, the demon jumped up and fled on the clouds. Beiji shouted loudly and caught up with him on the clouds. Sha Monk also caught up with his precious staff. Tang Monk stopped talking. The great sage endured his headache and jumped into the sky.
见八戒、沙僧正大战妖精，就想从上面一棒捣蒜般倒下来，正欲下手，东北方一朵彩云飘来，有人高叫：“孙悟空，不要动手！”
Seeing Beiji and Sha Sing fighting against the goblins, they wanted to smash them down from above like a stick. Just as they were about to strike, a colorful cloud floated from the northeast, and someone shouted, "Son Wukong, don't do anything."
悟空看去，原来是文殊菩萨，上前施礼。菩萨哪里去？文殊说：“我来替你收妖。”悟空说：“有劳了。”文殊喝道：“畜生，还不皈依，更待何时？”
Wukong looked and saw that it was Manjushri Bodhisattva. He stepped forward and saluted. "Where are you going, Bodhisattva?" Manjushri said, "I'll collect the demons for you." Wukong said, "Thank you." Manjushri shouted, "Beasts, if you don't take refuge, we will be waiting for you when."
那妖精打了个滚，现了原形，原来是文殊骑的青毛狮子。悟空问：“你怎么让他逃出成精？”文殊说：“这乌鸡国王好行善斋僧。”
The goblin rolled over and revealed its true form. It turned out to be the green-haired lion that Manjushri was riding. Wukong asked, "How did you let him escape and become a spirit?" Manjusri said, "This black-bone king likes to do good deeds and is a fasting monk."
如来差我来度他，我就变成个和尚，向他化切斋供。言谈中，他被我难倒，不由大怒，把我捆起来，在玉水河中泡了3天。所以
Tathagata sent me to save him. I turned into a monk and made some offerings to him. During the conversation, he was stumped by me and became very angry. He tied me up and soaked me in the Yushui River for 3 days. So,
如来让这兽来推他下井，泡他3年。悟空说：“你虽报了仇，那怪不知害了多少人，又把3宫6院都玷污了。”文殊说：“他不曾害人。”
Tathagata asked the beast to push him down the well and soak him for 3 years. Wukong said, "Although you took revenge, the monster harmed countless people and defiled the 3 palaces and 6 courtyards." Manjusri said, "He has never harmed anyone."
再说他是个阉过的狮子，不近女色。八戒上前摸了一把，说：“酒糟鼻子不吃酒，枉单齐鸣了。”行者谢了文书，3人返回王宫。国王
Besides, he is a castrated lion and not a womanizer. Beiji stepped forward and touched a handful, and said, "If you don't drink wine with a nose that has lees, you are not worthy of your name." The traveler thanked Manjusri, and the 3 of them returned to the palace. The king
文武大臣见3人回来，慌忙下拜。悟空把文书收怪的事说了。这时，宝林寺和尚送来王袍，国王换上，坐上龙椅。唐僧换了官文。
When the civil and military ministers saw the 3 people returning, they hurriedly bowed down. Wukong told Manjusri about collecting monsters. At this time, the monk from Baolin Temple sent him the king's robe, and the king put it on and sat on the dragon chair. Tang monk changed the Guanwen.
就要告辞，国王要把王位让给唐僧。唐僧劝下他，他摆驾把4人送出西门，洒泪而别。唐僧师徒走了半个多月，来到一座高山。
It's time to say goodbye. The king wants to give up the throne to Tang Seng. Tang monk persuaded him, and he drove the 4 of them out of the west gate and said goodbye in tears. Tang Seng and his disciples walked for more than half a month and came to a high mountain.
这山中住着一个妖精，早就打算要吃唐僧肉，驾红云在空中查看。悟空见了红云，吃了一惊，叫声：“当心！”有妖怪，忙把唐僧推下马。
There is a goblin living in this mountain. He has long planned to eat Tang monk's meat and rides on a red cloud to observe it in the sky. When Wukong saw Hong Yun, he was startled and shouted, "Be careful, there is a monster." He quickly pushed Tang monk off his horse.
3人各持兵器，把唐僧护住。那怪见悟空如此机灵，就散了红光，变成一个7岁孩童，赤条条地吊在松树枝头，只叫救人。
The 3 of them each held weapons to protect Tang monk. Seeing that Wukong was so clever, the monster dispersed the red light and turned into a 7-year-old child, hanging naked on the branch of a pine tree. He only shouted, "Save people!"
悟空见红云散了，就搀唐僧上马走路。唐僧有些不快，嘟囔悟空摔疼了他。正走着，唐僧听见救人声，就问哪儿有人叫悟空说。
When Wukong saw that the red clouds had dispersed, he helped Tang Monk to get on his horse and walk. Tang Seng was a little unhappy and muttered that Wukong had hurt him by falling. As he was walking, Tang Monk heard the sound of rescue and asked, "Where is the call?" Wukong said,
管他什么人叫罗叫，莫管闲事，只管走路。又走一里，唐僧说：“那人还在叫，必是有难之人，我们去救他。”悟空说：“这山险恶，必有妖魔。”
It doesn't matter whether it's a human sedan or a mule sedan. Don't mind other people's business, just walk. After walking another mile, Tang Monk said, "That man is still shouting. He must be in trouble. Let's go and rescue him." Wukong said, "This mountain is dangerous and there must be monsters.
你先收起善心，过了这山再说。悟空叫沙僧：“你牵好马，老孙解个搜。”他落后几步，使个缩地法，早转过山头，把那怪远远抛到后面。
You should put away your kindness first and wait until you get over this mountain. Wukong called Sha Monk, "You lead the horse, and I will drink it for you." He was a few steps behind, and using the method of shrinking to the ground, he turned around the top of the mountain and left the monster far behind.
飞哥制作那怪等了半晌，不见唐僧到来，就跳在空中一看，早走到前面去了，猜知是悟空使的法术，驾红云赶到前头。
Feige waited for a long time to find the monster, but when he didn't see Tang Monk coming, he jumped in the air and saw that it had already reached the front. Guessing that it was Wukong's magic, he rushed to the front on the red cloud.
悟空一见红云，又把唐僧推下马，护定唐僧。转眼间，红云又不见了，再搀唐僧上马走路。唐僧更加不快，大骂猴头无礼，摔他2次。
When Wukong saw Hong Yun, he pushed Tang Seng off his horse and protected Tang Seng. In the blink of an eye, Hong Yun disappeared again, and he helped Tang Monk to get on his horse and walk. Tang Seng was even more unhappy. He cursed the monkey head for being rude and threw him twice.
要念紧箍咒，多亏沙僧苦劝，方才罢休。没走几步，只听又有人叫：“师傅救人呀！”唐僧抬头看，原来是个赤条条的小孩吊在树上。
Recite the tight mantra. Thanks to Sha Monk's persuasion, I gave up. After walking a few steps, he heard someone shouting again, "Master, please save us." Tang Monk looked up and saw that it was a naked child hanging on a tree.
更加恨悟空，千猴头万猴头，骂不绝口。悟空明明看出那小孩是妖精变化，又怕唐僧咒他，低下头，再不敢吭声。唐僧问
He hated Wukong even more. Thousands of monkey heads and 10,000 monkey heads kept scolding him. Wukong clearly saw that the child was a demon in transformation, and was afraid that Tang Monk would curse him, so he lowered his head and did not dare to say a word. Tang Monk asked,
你是谁家小孩，怎么被吊在这里？那怪说，师傅，山西边有个枯松涧，涧边有个洪家庄，我祖父叫洪百万，到我父亲手里。
Whose child are you? Why are you hanging here? The monster said, Master, there is a dry pine stream in the west of Shangxi, and there is a Hongjiazwang next to the stream. My grandfather's name was Red Million, and it came into my father's hands.
家私渐败，叫洪10万。3天前来了一伙强盗，明火执仗打上门来，杀了我父亲，抢走了金银财帛，又要抢我母亲当压寨夫人。
The property gradually deteriorates and is called red. 3 days ago, a group of robbers came to the house with open fire. They killed my father, took away the gold, silver, and silk, and wanted to steal my mother as the wife of the village.
我舍不得母亲，跟在后面哭啼。强盗要杀我，我母亲求情，强盗就把我吊在这里，已吊了3天3夜。万望师傅救我一命，定当重谢。
I couldn't bear to leave my mother and followed her crying. The robbers wanted to kill me, but my mother begged for mercy, so the robbers hung me here for 3 days and 3 nights. Master Wan Wang saved my life. I will definitely thank you very much.
唐僧信以为真，就让八戒去放人。呆子正要动手，悟空实在忍不住，说：“那泼怪，别捣鬼，老孙认得你。你家私被劫，父被贼杀。”
Tang Seng believed it to be true and asked Beiji to release him. The idiot was about to take action, but Wukong couldn't help it anymore and said, "That monster, don't make trouble, Lao's son knows you. Your belongings were robbed and your father was killed by a thief."
母被贼掳，救下你交给谁？你拿什么泄我们这谎？脱节了那怪剑，大圣说出底细，不由心惊，便挤出眼泪，说：“师父，虽然我父死母失，
My mother was kidnapped by thieves. Who did you give me to for saving me? How can you thank us? This lie is out of line." The strange sage told the truth and couldn't help being frightened. He squeezed out tears and said, "Master, although my father is dead and my mother is missing,
家财尽绝，还有田产未动，亲戚皆存。师父救下我，我亲戚卖些田产，重重谢你。”八戒推开悟空，说：“这么一个小孩子家，
the family wealth is gone, but there is still land left untouched, and all relatives still survive. Master saved me. My relatives sold some of their land. Thank you very much." Beiji pushed Wukong away and said, "For such a child's family,
你只管盘问他怎地，不分好歹，用戒刀挑断绳子，放下那怪。”那怪磕头谢恩。唐僧说：“孩儿，你上马，我带着你。”那怪说：“我手脚麻了。”
you just question him." Regardless of good or bad, he cut the rope with his sword and put down the monster. The monster kowtowed and thanked him. Tang Sing said, "My child, get on your horse and I will take you." The monster said, "My hands and feet are numb."
坐不住马，唐僧让八戒驮他，那怪不让；让沙僧驮，那怪还不让；让悟空驮，那怪顺顺当当的让他驮。悟空冷笑道：“你这破怪！”
The horse cannot sit still. Tang Monk asked Beiji to carry him, but the monster refused, so he asked Sha Monk to carry him. The monster refused, so he asked Wukong to carry him. The monster let him carry him smoothly. Wukong sneered and said, "You monster."
今天该死了，敢在我面前捣鬼，就想摔死他。那怪知觉了，使个重身法来压悟空。悟空笑着说：“我的儿，你还想压我呢？那怪害怕。”
You deserve to die today. If you dare to do trouble in front of me, I wanted to throw him to death. The monster got his senses and used a heavy body technique to suppress Wukong. Wukong smiled and said, "My son, you still want to suppress me." The monster fear.
使个解尸法，真身跳起走了。悟空抓过替身，一下子摔了个粉碎。那怪恨得咬牙切齿，弄一阵狂风，刮得八戒、沙僧低头掩面。
Using the method of dismembering the corpse, the real body jumped up and walked away. Wukong grabbed the substitute and smashed it to pieces. The monster was so angry that he gnashed his teeth and caused a strong wind to blow, causing Beiji and Sha Sing to lower their heads and cover their faces.
大圣情之不妙，慌忙赶回，唐僧已被妖怪射走。悟空叫起二人，说：“快收拾行李马匹，上山寻找怪物，搭救师傅去。”
The great sage knew something was wrong and hurried back. Tang Monk had been taken away by the monster. Wukong called to the two of them and said, "Quickly pack your luggage and horses. Go up the mountain to look for monsters." The great sage knew something was wrong and hurried back. Tang Monk had been taken away by the monster. Wukong called to the two of them and said, "Quickly pack your luggage and horses. Go up the mountain to look for monsters, and rescue the master."
三人走了60-70里，也没找见个影。悟空焦躁，变成3头6臂，使3条铁棒到处乱打。不一时，一伙穷神赶来，跪了一片，说：“大圣。”
The three of them walked 60 or 70 miles without finding a trace. Wukong became anxious and turned into 3 heads and 6 arms, using 3 iron rods to beat him everywhere. After a while, a group of poor gods came, knelt down and said, "Great sage."
山神、土地来见。悟空说：“怎么有这么多山神、土地？”众神说：“这里是600里钻头号山，10里一山神，10里一土地，共是60名。”
Mountain gods and land come to meet you. Wukong said, "How come there are so many mountain gods and lands?" The gods said, "This is the Diamond Mountain of 600 miles. There is 1 mountain god for 10 miles and 1 land for 10 miles. There are 60 in total."
迎接来迟，请大圣恕罪。悟空说：“ 我饶了你们。这山上有多少妖精？众神说，只一个妖精就把我们害苦了，还敢有多少？
Please forgive me for being late to welcome you. Wukong said, I will spare you. How many goblins are there on this mountain? The god said, Only one goblin has harmed us. How many more can there be?
他住在枯松涧火云洞中，神通广大，常把我们叫去烧火看门、巡夜打更。小妖又时常来讨常例钱，没钱给他，就要拆庙宇、包衣裳。
He lived in the fire cloud cave in the withered pine stream and had great supernatural powers. He often asked us to light fires and watch the door, and to watch the night watch. The little demon often came to ask for regular money. If we didn't give him any money, we would tear down the temple and strip off our clothes.
搅得诸神不安，请大圣剿除此妖，救救我们。悟空又问：“这妖精是什么来历？”众神说：“说起来，他还和大圣沾些亲。”
It has disturbed the gods. Please ask the great sage to exterminate this demon and save us. Wukong asked again, What is the origin of this goblin? The god said, Speaking of which, he is also somewhat related to the great sage.
他是牛魔王的儿子，罗刹女所生，叫红孩，曾在火焰山修炼300年，炼成三昧真火，号称圣婴大王。悟空喝退众神。
He is the son of the bull demon king and a Rakshasa girl. His name is Red Boy. He practiced in the Flame Mountain for 300 years and became the Samadhi True Fire. He is known as the Holy Infant King. Wukong shouted back the gods.
高高兴兴地回来，对八戒、沙僧说：“兄弟们放心，这怪绝不会伤师傅。他跟老孙有亲。”八戒说：“你和他相隔几万里，怎么会和他有亲？”
He came back happily and said to Beiji and Sha Seng, Brothers, don't worry, this monster will never hurt Master. He is related to Lao Sunday. Beiji said, You and he are tens of thousands of miles apart. How could this happen? I'm related to him.
悟空说：“方才众神说他是牛魔王的儿子。500年前，老孙曾和牛魔王等结为7兄弟，牛魔王是老大，我最小。”
Wukong said, Just now the gods said that he is the son of the bull demon king. 500 years ago, Lao's son and the bull demon king were 7 brothers. The bull demon king was the eldest, and I was the youngest.
论起来，我是他7叔里，我们快去。沙僧说：“3年不上门，是亲也不亲。你们几百年没来往，他会认亲？”悟空说：“纵然他不认亲。”
After all, I am his 7th uncle. Let's go quickly. Sha Monk said, If you don't come to your door for 3 years, it's a kiss or not. You haven't interacted with each other for hundreds of years, but he will recognize you as your relative. Wukong said, Even if he doesn't recognize your relative.
我们也不忘他酒席相留，只要他还我个囫囵唐僧就行。3人就牵上马，行了100里，见到一座松林，林中有一条山涧。
We don't want him to stay at the banquet, as long as he returns me the intact Tang monk. The three of them got on their horses and traveled 100 miles. They saw a pine forest with a mountain stream in it.
涧中流水飞涧，悟空说：“就是这里了。”八戒跟我上门找师傅，沙僧看守行李马匹。不一会儿，二人寻到火云洞。
The water splashes in the stream. Wukong said, "This is it. Beiji and I are coming to find the master. Sha Monk is guarding the luggage and horses." After a while, the two found the Fire Cloud Cave.
涧洞前有一群小妖在玩耍，悟空大叫：“妖怪，快送我师傅出来！慢一慢，我就把山给你掀了！”小妖筋斗流星抱进去。
I saw a group of little demons playing in front of the cave. Wukong shouted, "Monster, send my master out quickly. If you wait a little longer, I will lift the mountain for you." The little monster somersaulted into the shooting star.
那怪把唐僧包了衣裳，洗净了，正要上笼蒸吃，就命小妖推出5辆车，按5行摆好，手提一杆火尖枪，走出洞来。悟空一看，
The monster stripped off Tang Monk's clothes, washed them, and was about to steam them in a basket to eat. He ordered the little monster to push out 5 carts, arrange them according to the 5 elements, and walk out of the cave with a fire-pointed spear in his hand. Wukong took a look.
那怪岛和哪吒有几分相似，就说：“贤侄，你跟老孙耍花枪，把我师傅射来，快把他还我，免得动起手来失了亲情。让你令尊知道。”
The monster was somewhat similar to Neza, so he said, "My dear nephew, you were playing tricks with Lao's son and captured my master. Return him to me quickly, lest you start a fight and lose our family ties. Let your father-in-law know."
怪我以长欺幼。那怪怒骂：“泼猴头，胡说八道！谁是你贤侄？”悟空说：“小哥，当年我为闹天宫时，便由天涯海角4大部洲。”
Blame me for bullying the young. The monster cursed angrily, throwing monkey heads. "You are talking nonsense. Who is your wise nephew?" Wukong said, "Little brother, when I was not in trouble in the heavenly palace, I traveled to the ends of the world and the 4 major continents.
跟你父亲牛魔王结拜为7兄弟，他是大哥，称为平天大圣；老孙排行第7，称为齐天大圣。我们在一起玩耍时，还不曾生逆力。
You and your father, the Bull Demon King, are sworn brothers as 7. He is the eldest brother and is called the Great Sage Pingtian. Lao's son ranks 7th and is called the Great Sage Qitian. When we were playing together, I had not given birth to you yet."
那怪怎肯相信？挺枪就刺，悟空闪过，抡棒相迎，二人跳在云中，大战20回合，不分胜败。八戒见那怪虽未败，却只能招架。
How could that monster believe in stabbing with a spear? Wukong dodged past and greeted each other with a stick. The two jumped in the clouds and fought for 20 rounds, regardless of victory or defeat. Beiji saw that although the monster was not defeated, he could only parry.
无力还手，怕悟空独占了功劳，举爬上去救助。那怪不敌，脱枪就逃，二人随后紧紧赶上去。那怪逃到洞口，跳到中间一辆车儿上。
Unable to fight back, fearing that Wukong would take all the credit, he raised the rake and started building. The monster was no match for him, so he ran away with his gun, and the two of them caught up with him. The monster fled to the entrance of the cave and jumped onto a car in the middle.
挥拳往自己鼻子上捶了2拳，霎时间口中喷火，鼻中冒烟，5辆车上顿时腾起冲天烈焰。八戒着了忙，转身就跳过涧去。
He punched himself twice in the nose with his fist. Fire was spitting out of his mouth, smoke came out of his nose, and the 5 cars suddenly burst into flames. Beiji was so busy that he turned around and jumped over the stream.
自顾逃了。大圣捻着避火诀冲入烈火，那怪又喷几口火，悟空只见到处是烟火，看不到怪物，寻不到路径，只得跳出火海。
Escaped from self-employment. The great sage twisted the fire avoidance technique and rushed into the fire. The monster breathed fire a few more times, but Wukong only saw fireworks everywhere, couldn't see the monster, couldn't find the path, and had to jump out of the sea of fire.
那怪帅小妖得胜回洞，排筵庆功。悟空回去，见八戒正对沙僧说那妖的烟火如何厉害。悟空说：“谁有主意战胜妖魔？”沙僧说。
The monster led the little demon back to the cave in victory and held a feast to celebrate. Wukong went back and saw Beiji telling Sha Seng how powerful the demon's fireworks were. Wukong said, "Who has an idea to defeat the demon?" Sha Monk said,
那怪手段不如你。 只是多了些火势，不能取胜。依小弟看，只有以相生相克拿他。悟空说：“有理，我倒忘了这一点。你们在这里等我。”
That monster's methods are not as good as yours. It just has more firepower, so it can't win. In my opinion, the only way to defeat him is through mutual support and mutual restraint. Wukong said, "That's right, I forgot about that. You guys wait for me here."
别与他交战，待老孙到东洋大海借龙兵，剖析妖火，捉这妖怪。悟空一个筋斗来到东洋大海。 分开水路，来到龙宫。
Don't fight him. Wait until Lao's son goes to the East Sea to borrow dragon soldiers to extinguish the demon fire and catch this monster. Wukong somersaulted to the Eastern Sea, separated the waterway, and came to the Dragon Palace.
向敖广说明来意。 敖广说：“若要下雨，大圣应请来玉帝的旨意，调来雷公、电母、风伯、云童，我才能下雨里。”悟空说：“顾不了那么多了。”
Explain your intention to Ao Guang. Ao Guang said, "If it wants to rain, the great sage should ask for the Jade Emperor's decree and call in Thunder God, Lightning Mother, Feng Bo, and Yuntong, so that I can make it rain." Wukong said, "I can't care about that much anymore.
只要歇水灭火就行了。 敖广就命手下撞钟击鼓，不一时，三海龙王赶来。敖广说：“大圣御妖火云动，我们弟兄去助他灭火降妖。”
Just some water to put out the fire. Ao Guang ordered his men to ring bells and drums, and soon the Dragon King of the Three Seas arrived. Ao Guang said, "The great sage encountered a demon in the Fire Cloud Cave, and our brothers went to help him extinguish the fire and subdue the demon."
敖广点起虾兵蟹将，跟着悟空来到浩山。悟空说：“贤坤玉等在天上，见那妖放火，就下雨助我。”龙王答应了。悟空暗落云头。
Ao Guang picked up the shrimp soldiers and crab generals, and followed Wukong to Hao Mountain. Wukong said, "Xian Kunyu is waiting in the sky. When he sees the demon setting fire, he rains down to help me." The Dragon King agreed. Wukong pressed down the cloud head.
来到洞前，高声骂战。那怪又依法摆下5辆车儿，挺火尖枪大战悟空。斗有20合，那怪不敌，逃到车上，喷烟吐火。悟空高叫。
When he came to the cave, he cursed loudly. The monster then set up 5 cars in accordance with the law, and fought Wukong with a sharp spear. After 20 rounds of fighting, the monster was defeated and fled to the car, breathing smoke and fire. Wukong shouted.
龙王何在？敖氏弟兄忙喷出大雨，雨点只能浇灭凡火，浇到那怪的3昧真火上，如同火上浇油，烧得更旺。
Where is the Dragon King? Brother Ao hurriedly sprayed out heavy rain. The raindrops could only extinguish the ordinary fire, but poured it on the strange true fire of Samadhi, like adding fuel to the fire, making it burn even more fiercely.
悟空只好捻着避火诀冲进烈火，寻找妖王。那怪见悟空寻来，劈脸喷一口烟。悟空不怕火，只怕烟，被熏得眼冒金星，泪如泉涌。
Wukong had no choice but to use the fire avoidance technique and rush into the fire to find the Demon King. The strange man came to see Wukong and blew a puff of smoke into his face. Wukong was not afraid of fire, only afraid of smoke. He was so smoked that stars appeared in his eyes and tears came to his eyes.
那怪又喷一口，悟空受不了，纵云头逃走。悟空被熏得燥热难当，跳入涧中，被冷水一激，火气攻心，当时气绝。龙王见势不好。
The monster sprayed again, but Wukong couldn't bear it anymore and ran away with his cloud head. Wukong was so hot and unbearable that he jumped into the stream. He was stimulated by the cold water and the fire attacked his heart, and he died at that time. The Dragon King saw that the situation was not good.
忙喊八戒、沙僧来救悟空。2人来到涧边，沙僧跳进涧水，捞起悟空，见悟空已死，放声大哭。八戒却笑着说：“别哭。”
He hurriedly called Beiji and Sha Seng to rescue Wukong. The two came to the stream. Sha Monk jumped into the stream and picked up Wukong. When he saw that Wukong was dead, he burst into tears. But Beiji smiled and said, "Don't cry."
这猴子装死吓我们里，沙僧说，浑身都凉了，哪还有气儿？八戒说，他有72般变化，就有72条命。你按着他的脚。
This monkey is pretending to be dead to scare us. Sha Monk said, "My whole body is cold, and I don't have any energy left." Beiji said, "He has 72 transformations, and he has 72 lives. You press his feet."
我来摆布他。沙僧按脚，八戒拉头，把悟空伸直，再给他盘上腿，弄成打坐的姿势。八戒搓热双手，捂住悟空七窍，使个按摩禅法。
I will manipulate him. Sha Monk pressed his feet, Beiji pulled his head, straightened Wukong, and then crossed his legs to get him into a meditating posture. Beiji rubbed his hands together, covered Wukong's 7 orifices, and performed a massage Zen technique.
不一时，悟空还过气来，叫声：“师傅呀！”沙僧说：“你身为师傅，死了也把他挂在心上。”悟空睁开眼，先谢了八戒、沙僧，又谢了龙王。
After a while, Wukong regained his breath and called out, "Master." Sha Sing said, "You were born as the master, and you will keep him in your heart even after you die." Wukong opened his eyes, thanked Beiji and Sha Sing first, and then thank you Dragon King.
让他们先回，日后再登门拜谢。沙僧说：“再到哪里去借救兵呢？”悟空说：“若要捉此妖，只有去请观音菩萨。但我浑身酸疼。”
Let them go back first and come to thank you later. Sha Monk said, "Where can we borrow reinforcements?" Wukong said, "If we want to catch this monster, we can only ask Guanyin Bodhisattva. But my whole body is sore."
架不起筋斗云，怎么能去？八戒说：“我去吧。”悟空千叮万嘱，八戒驾云离去。那怪回到洞中，不知悟空生死，怕他再去请救兵。
How can you go if you can't ride a somersault cloud? Beiji said, "I'll go." Wukong warned many times, and Beiji left on the cloud. The monster returned to the cave, not knowing whether Wukong was alive or dead, and was afraid that he would ask for help again.
就出了洞，跳上云头，四下一望，见呆子向南奔去，心中就明白了。那怪是熟门熟路，就朝小路赶到头里，变成菩萨模样。
He came out of the cave, jumped up on the cloud, looked around, and saw the idiot running south, and he understood in his heart. The monster was familiar with the road, so he took a small road and rushed to the head, turning into a bodhisattva.
坐在山崖上，八戒来到，不辨真假，跪倒就拜，把悟空交代的话学了一遍。假菩萨说：“我和那大王有些交情，你跟我去。”
Sitting on the cliff. When Beiji arrived, he knelt down and worshipped without distinguishing between true and false, and learned what Wukong told him. The false bodhisattva said, "I have some friendship with that great king. Come with me."
让他把唐僧还你。 呆子怎知好歹就跟着假菩萨来到火云洞，众小妖一拥而上，把八戒捆了，装入皮袋里，吊在梁上。
Let him return Tang Sing to you. The idiot didn't know what was going on, so he followed the fake bodhisattva to the fire cloud cave. The little demons swarmed up, tied up Beiji, put him in a leather bag, and hung him on a beam.
那怪现了本相，说：“猪八戒，你有多大本事，敢去求菩萨捉我？如今拿下你，吊上3、5天，赏给小妖下酒。”八戒破口大骂，泼怪物。
The monster showed his true colors and said, "Zhu Beiji, how capable are you? If you dare to ask the Bodhisattva to catch you, I will take you down now and hang you for 3 to 5 days, and reward the little monster with wine." Beiji yelled, "You monster!
你骗我来吃，管教你一个个遭肿头天瘟。八戒走后不久，悟空怕八戒不辨真假，遭了妖怪毒手，放心不下。沙僧说：“我去看看。”
You lied to me and came to eat, and I will discipline you to suffer from the swollen head plague. Soon after Beiji left, Wukong was worried that Beiji would not distinguish between true and false, and would be poisoned by monsters. Sha Monk said, "I'll go and have a look."
悟空说：“你不行，还是我去吧。”就强忍着疼，跳过山涧，到洞口骂阵。那怪传令叫拿来众小妖，一窝蜂拥出来。悟空身疲力软。
Wukong said, "You can't do it, I'll go." He endured the pain, jumped over the mountain stream, and went to the entrance of the cave to curse. The monster ordered, "Bring it here," and all the little monsters swarmed out. Wukong was exhausted and weak.
不能迎战，往草窠中一滚，变成个包袱。小妖拾起，进洞报告，孙行者逃了，慌地丢下包袱。那怪说：“也没什么好东西，收起来。”
Unable to fight, he rolled into the grass and became a burden. The little monster picked it up and went into the cave to report. Sun Xingzhe ran away and left the baggage in a panic. The monster said, "There is nothing good, so put it away."
补衣服当补丁，悟空拔根毫毛变个包袱，真身变只苍蝇，钉在门框上，听到八戒在那里哼，飞去一找，却装在皮口袋里，吊在梁上。
Mend clothes as patches. Wukong plucked out his hair and turned it into a baggage. His true body turned into a fly and was nailed to the door frame. He heard Beiji humming there. He flew to look for it, but he put it in a leather bag and hung it on a beam.
那呆子倒驴不倒架，还在大骂：“待我大师兄施展神通，把你们一网打尽，老猪助你1000钉耙。”悟空暗笑，正设法要救八戒。
The idiot was still yelling, "When my senior brother uses his magical power to catch you all, the old pig will give you 1,000 nails." Wukong secretly laughed and was trying to save Beiji.
那怪却叫过6健将，让他们去请老大王来吃唐僧肉。6健将领命出动，悟空就展翅赶了上去。悟空赶到前面10多里，
But the monster called the 6 strong generals and asked them to invite the old man to eat Tang Monk's meat. General Lu Jian was ordered to leave the cave, and Wukong spread his wings to catch up. Wukong arrived more than 10 miles ahead.
变成牛魔王把毫毛变成一群小妖，驾鹰牵狗，装作打猎。六健将赶来，不辨真假，磕下头来说：“大王请老大王吃唐僧肉。”
He turned into a bull demon king, plucked his hair and turned into a group of little demons. He held a hawk and led a dog, pretending to hunt. Lu Jianjiang came over, cut out his head without distinguishing between true and false, and said, "Your Majesty, I invite you to eat Tang monk's meat."
假牛魔王说：“跟我回家去，我换了衣裳再来。”小妖说：“爷爷路远，就不必再去了。”假牛魔王就跟小妖来到火云洞，那怪迎出来。
The fake bull demon king said, "Come home with me. I'll change my clothes and come back." The little demon said, "Grandpa is far away, so there's no need to go any further." The fake bull demon king followed the little demon to the fire cloud cave. The monster came out to welcome him.
吹打鼓乐，磕头礼拜。悟空雄赳赳走进洞，坐在当中。红孩儿又行了大礼，说：“孩儿捉了唐僧，请父王同吃，好延寿千计。”
Play drums and music, and kowtow. Wukong walked into the cave boldly and sat in it. Red Boy made a great salute again and said, "My kit has caught Tang Monk and invites his father to eat it with him, so that he can live a long life."
悟空故作吃惊，说：“唐僧倒不要紧，那猴子厉害。当年玉帝差10万天兵布下天罗地网，也没拿下他。他若知你拿了他师傅。”
Wukong pretended to be surprised and said, "It doesn't matter, Tang Monk. That monkey is very powerful." Back then, the Jade Emperor sent 100,000 heavenly soldiers and laid a trap of heaven and earth, but he couldn't be captured. If he knew that you had captured his master,
只消把棒往洞里一插，把山都掀翻了。你何处安身？红孩就说了与悟空交战，拿下8戒的经过，得意地说：“
all you have to do is stick the stick into the hole and overturn the mountain. Where will you stay?" Red Boy then told how he fought with Wukong and captured Beiji, and said proudly,
那猴子根本不是我的对手，只管放心享用唐僧肉。”悟空说：“我儿为父年老，你母亲劝我做些善事，我就每月斋戒4次。”
"That monkey is no match for me at all, so just feel free to enjoy Tang Monk's meat." Wukong said, "My son, my father is old and your mother advised me to do some good deeds, so I will fast 4 times a month."
是3新逢初6，今天是辛酉日，正该斋戒，待明天再吃唐僧不迟。红孩心中动疑，出来问明6健将是在路上请来的老大王。
It's the 6th day of the 3rd lunar month, and today is Shimyo Day. It's time to fast. It's not too late to eat Tang Monk tomorrow. Hong Haier was suspicious, so he came out and asked the 6 generals whether they were the old kings they invited on the way.
就吩咐众妖 看他的暗号行事。他转回来，问父王：前几天我逢着张天师，他要为我算八字、看五星，我却忘了生日，请父王告诉我。
He ordered the demons to follow his signals and act. He turned back and asked, Father, I met Tianshi Zhang a few days ago. He wanted to do horoscopes and look at the 5 stars for me, but I forgot my birthday. Please tell me, Father.
悟空无法回答，就说：为父年老健忘，记不清了，回家问了你母亲，再告诉你。那怪异之牛魔王是假的，一声令下，众小妖刀枪齐上。
Wukong couldn't answer, so he said, My father is old and forgetful. I can't remember clearly. I'll go home and ask your mother before I tell you. The monster knew that the Bull Demon King was a fake. Superior.
悟空使棒架了，现了本相，说：贤郎，哪有儿子打老子的？化倒金光，走出洞府，哈哈大笑，回到松林。沙僧见了，问师兄这么高兴。
Wukong used his stick to fight, showed his true colors, and said, Wonderful master, how can any son beat me? He turned into golden light, walked out of the cave, laughed, and returned to the pine forest. Sha Seng saw this and asked, Senior brother, why are you so happy?
想来救出师傅了。悟空说：虽没救出师傅，倒当了那妖怪的爹，倒好玩。就把8戒中计被擒，他便牛魔王混进洞的事说了一遍，说
I want to come and rescue the master. Wukong said, Although I didn't rescue the master, I became the father of the monster, which is quite fun. He told the story of how Beiji fell into a trap and was captured, and how he turned into the Bull Demon King and sneaked into the cave, and said,
这一高兴，我身上也不疼了，也有精神了。你守着行李马匹，我去南海请菩萨。悟空一筋斗来到南海普陀山，见了观音。
With this joy, I no longer feel any pain in my body, and I feel energetic. You can keep your luggage and horses while I go to the South China Sea to invite the Bodhisattva. Wukong somersaulted to Mount Putuwa in the South China Sea and met Guanyin.
说明唐僧遇难、8戒被擒的经过。菩萨动了怒，骂道：这妖孽竟敢变我的模样，把个净瓶扔到海中。不一时
Explain how Tang Monk was killed and Beiji was captured. The Bodhisattva became angry and cursed. How dare this evildoer change my appearance, and threw the purification bottle into the sea. After a while,
一只龟驮着净瓶浮上来，悟空去拿，却如蜻蜓撼石柱。菩萨说：这里面装了一海之水，你没驾海的力量，怎能拿动又让晦暗上天？
A turtle floated up carrying a purifying bottle. Wukong went to get it, but it was like a dragonfly shaking a stone pillar. The Bodhisattva said, There is a sea of water in it. How can you lift it if you don't have the strength to control the sea? He then let Huiyan go up to heaven.
找他父亲李天王借36把天罡刀一用。菩萨拿了瓶，在海中抛了一片莲花瓣， 让悟空站上，转眼间飘过了南洋大海。
He asked his father Li Tianwang to borrow 36 Tiangang knives for use. The Bodhisattva took the bottle, threw a lotus petal into the sea, let Wukong stand on it, and floated across the South Sea in a blink of an eye.
菩萨纵祥光赶上来，木叉也从天上借来了天罡刀。三人来到浩山，菩萨居来山神、土地，让他们把300里内的生灵牵走。不多时，
Bodhisattva Zong Xiangguang caught up, and Mu Cha also borrowed the Tiangang knife from the sky. The three of them came to Hao Mountain, and the Bodhisattva captured the mountain gods and the land and asked them to move away all living beings within 300 miles. Not long after,
众神来报，说是事已办妥。菩萨清出瓶中水，转眼间变成汪洋大海。菩萨又把天罡刀化成七宝莲台，坐了上去，让悟空伸出手。
The gods came to report that the matter was done. The Bodhisattva poured out the water from the bottle, and in an instant it turned into a vast ocean. The Bodhisattva turned the Tiangang sword into a 7-jeweled lotus platform, sat on it, and asked Wukong to stretch out his hand.
在手心里写了一个迷字，把红孩引来。悟空来到洞口，单手抡棒高叫：“妖怪开门！”红孩忙着要吃唐僧肉，不让小妖开门。
He wrote the word "me" on the palm of his hand to attract the red boy. Wukong came to the entrance of the cave, wielded his stick with one hand and shouted, "Monster, open the door." Red Boy was busy trying to eat Tang Monk's meat and wouldn't let the little demon open the door.
悟空焦躁，把门打破。红孩气不过，挺枪出战。悟空见他斗不几合就要走，把拳一放，扭头就走，红孩就赶上来。
Wukong was anxious and broke the door. Red Boy was angry and went to fight with his gun. When Wukong saw that he was about to leave after a short fight, he released his fist, turned around and left, and Red Boy caught up with him.
看看来到假南海，悟空闪到菩萨身后，那怪挺枪就刺菩萨，菩萨跳在空中。那怪冷笑一声，说：“什么脓包菩萨？”
When they arrived at the false South China Sea, Wukong ducked behind the Bodhisattva. The monster stabbed the Bodhisattva with his spear, and the Bodhisattva jumped in the air. The monster sneered and said, "What a pustule Bodhisattva!"
一枪就刺得没了影踪。带我坐上莲台玩玩。那怪上了莲台，学着菩萨的样子盘膝坐下。菩萨在空中用杨柳枝一指，喝声退。
One shot and there was no trace of it. Wait for me to sit on the lotus platform and play. The monster went up to the lotus platform, imitated the Bodhisattva's appearance, and sat down cross-legged. The Bodhisattva pointed a willow branch in the air and shouted, "Back off."
霎时间，莲台就变成天罡刀，把那怪屁股、大腿刺穿，血流如注。那怪忍住疼，伸手拔刀，木叉用降魔杵敲那刀，刀都变成倒钩。
In an instant, the lotus platform turned into a Tiangang knife, piercing the monster's buttocks and thighs, causing blood to flow. The monster held back the pain and stretched out his hand to draw the knife. Mucha hit the knife with the demon pestle, and the knife turned into a barb.
不能退出。那怪慌了，向菩萨哀求饶命，情愿皈依佛门。菩萨再用杨柳枝一指，刀尽退去。妖怪一看，皮肉完好无损。
Cannot exit. The monster panicked and begged the Bodhisattva for mercy, willing to take refuge in Buddhism. The Bodhisattva pointed with a willow branch again, and the sword retreated. When the monster took a look, his skin and flesh were intact.
连个疤痕也没有，就有反悔，骂破菩萨使的什么障眼法，施起枪就刺悟空。悟空正要一棒打死他，菩萨抛出个金锅。
There wasn't even a scar, so he regretted it and scolded. What kind of blind trick did Bodhisattva use? He picked up the gun and stabbed Wukong. Wukong was about to kill him with a stick when the Bodhisattva threw a golden hoop.
剑锋化为5个，往那怪脖颈上套了一个，四肢上各套一个。那怪合掌当胸，再不能逞凶。菩萨说：“当初如来给我进3个锅。”
Seeing the wind, they transformed into 5, and put one on the neck of the monster, and one on each limb. The monster put his hands together as chests, and could no longer show off his evil intentions. The Bodhisattva said, "At first the Tathagata gave me 3 hoops, gold, tight, and forbidden."
紧箍收服你，紧箍收服黑风怪，紧箍收服红孩，让他跟我当个善财童子。悟空说：“唐僧多灾多难，请菩萨再赐我些法力。”
The tight hoop will tame you, the forbidden hoop will tame the black-winged monster, and the golden hoop will tame the red boy. Let him be a good boy with me. Wukong said, "Tang monk is in many disasters. Please ask Bodhisattva to give me more magic power."
菩萨就从杨柳枝上摘下3片叶，变成3根救命毫毛，安在悟空脑后，说：“紧急时这毛能救你命。”菩萨为收服红孩的野心。
The Bodhisattva plucked 3 leaves from the willow branches and turned them into 3 life-saving hairs. They placed them on the back of Wukong's head and said, "These hairs can save your life in an emergency." In order to subdue Red Boy's ambition, the Bodhisattva
转回时，让他一步一拜，直拜到普陀山。那怪就拜了53拜，这就是童子拜观音53参33见佛的来历。悟空回到松林。
When he turned back, he was asked to worship step by step until he reached Mount Putua. The monster bowed 53 times, which is how the boy bowed to Guanyin and paid 53 bows. See the origin of the Buddha. Wukong returned to the pine forest.
向沙僧说了请菩萨降妖的经过。2人杀进山洞，把小妖如数绞除，放下8戒，救出唐僧。唐僧得知菩萨施展无边法力。
He told Sha Monk how he asked Bodhisattva to subdue demons. The 2 of them rushed into the cave, wiped out all the little monsters, put down Beiji, and rescued Tang Seng. Tang Monk learned that the Bodhisattva exerted boundless magic power.
方降了妖怪，慌忙往南拜谢。师徒4人一路西行，披星戴月，顶风冒雪，冬去春来，又是景色明媚。正行间
After surrendering the monster, he hurriedly looked south to thank him. The 4 masters and apprentices traveled all the way west, covered with stars and moon, braving the wind and snow. As winter turned to spring, the scenery was beautiful again. Between the lines.
忽听前面如同千军万马般一声吆喝，吓得唐僧心惊胆战。悟空跳在空中，纵目观看，只见有一座城池，城外一片空地上。
Suddenly, he heard a shout from the front like thousands of troops, which frightened Tang Monk. Wukong jumped in the air and looked around. He saw a city and an open space outside the city.
许多和尚在拉车上坡，齐声喊着号子。他见那车上装的是砖瓦木料，和尚们都穿得破破烂烂，暗忖就是修建寺院。
Many monks were pulling the cart up the hill, shouting chants in unison. He saw that the car was loaded with bricks, tiles, and wood, and the monks were all dressed in rags, so he thought to himself, "It is just to build a temple."
也该请工人来，怎么让和尚出这苦力？正在猜疑，城中走出2个年轻的道士来。和尚们见了，如同见到催命鬼。
We should also invite workers to come. How can we let the monks come out as coolies? Just wondering, 2 young Taoist priests walked out of the city. When the monks saw it, it was as if they were seeing a ghost urging them to die.
更加卖力地拉那车子，他就暗落云头，变成个道士，敲着鱼鼓，唱着道情，迎面走去，向那道士施礼问：“请问2位道长？”
Pull the car harder. He pressed the clouds down and turned into a Taoist priest, beating the fishing drum and singing Taoist sentiments. He walked towards the Taoist priest, saluted the Taoist priest and asked, "Excuse me, 2 Taoist priests.
这城中哪条街好到我去化些斋吃？道人说：“你是外地来的，不知这城中规矩。这里不仅百姓好道。”
Which street in the city is good for me to go and eat some vegetarian food? The Taoist said, "You are from another place and don't know the rules of this city. Not only are the people here good at teaching,"
就是满朝文武和万岁君王也好道敬贤。悟空就打听原因，道士就告诉他，这里是车迟国，20年前天降大旱，颗粒无收。
even the civil and military officials of the entire dynasty and the long-lived king are good at respecting the virtuous. Wukong asked about the reason, and the Taoist priest told him, "This is the country of Che Chi. 20 years ago, there was a severe drought and there was no harvest."
和尚求雨滴水皆无，他们的3位师傅却求得甘霖，救了万民。皇上就封他3位师傅为国师。悟空又问3位国师名号，道士说
The monks prayed for rain but received no water, but their 3 masters prayed for sweet rain and saved the people. The emperor named his 3 masters as national masters. Wukong asked the names of the 3 national masters again, and the Taoist priest said,
大师傅叫狐狸大仙，二师傅叫陆力大仙，三师傅叫阳力大仙，能呼风唤雨，点石成金，移星换斗，法力无边。从此后，
The first master is called the Great Immortal Huli, the second master is called the Great Immortal Luli, and the third master is called the Great Immortal Sheepli. They can call the wind and rain, turn stones into gold, move stars and change fights, and their magic power is boundless. From then on,
车迟国就竟到灭僧，拆了寺院，毁了佛像，把和尚追了度牒，给道士做苦工。这些和尚是给道士运料盖房的。
the Chechi kingdom worshipped Taoism and exterminated the monks, demolished the temples, destroyed the Buddha statues, chased the monks for ultimatums, and worked hard for the Taoist priests. These monks transport materials to build houses for Taoist priests.
这两个道士就是监工。悟空两眼滴泪，说：“我有个叔父，自幼出家为僧，听说来到这一带云游，几年不见回去。想来他也当了苦力。”
These two Taoist priests are the supervisors. With tears in his eyes, Wukong said, I have an uncle who became a monk since he was a child. He heard that he came to this area to wander around, but he didn't go back for several years. I think he also worked as a coolie.
不能回乡，我特来寻他，不知能不能见他一面。道士说：“这是容易，你去查一查，查到令书，我们看在同道的份上，放他去。”
Can't go back to my hometown. I came here specifically to look for him, wondering if I could meet him. The Taoist priest said, This is easy. Go and check. If you find Uncle Ling, we will let him go for the sake of our fellow Taoists.
悟空谢了道士，来到沙滩上。众僧听说他来寻人，一个个挤挤扛扛，伸长脖子让他认。悟空问：“想是你们这些和尚不长进？”
Wukong thanked the Taoist priest and came to the beach. When the monks heard that he was looking for someone, they all crowded around and stretched their necks to let him recognize him. Wukong asked, I think you monks are not making progress.
才给道士当奴婢使用。和尚说了受害的根由，又说先常奏准皇上，凡是车迟国各州府县见了和尚就抓，拿的一个和尚有关的。
Then he was used as a slave by Taoist priests. The monk told the reason for the injury, and also said that the immortal chief told the emperor that if he saw a monk in any prefecture or county in the Chechi kingdom, he would arrest him. If a monk has an official position, he will be arrested.
升3级，无关的赏白银50两。捕拿和尚都拿疯了，别说和尚，就是秃子也难逃法网，他们只好在此受苦。这些年来，
If you are promoted to the 3rd level and have no official position, you will be rewarded with 50 taels of silver. They went crazy to arrest the monks. Not to mention the monks, even the bald men could not escape the law, so they had to suffer here. These years.
2000多和尚受不了煎熬，死的只剩下500名。这500人逃不敢逃，自杀又死不了，苦撑苦熬，活到如今。昨夜他们都做了个梦。
More than 2,000 monks could not bear the suffering, and only 500 died. These 500 people did not dare to escape, committed suicide but could not die, and endured hardships until now. They all had a dream last night.
梦见太白金星说，唐僧往西天取经就要到来，他的大徒弟孙大圣神通广大，专打人间不平，定能大显神通，灭了道士，救下他们。
I dreamed of Taibai Jinxing and said that monk Tang was going to the west to obtain Buddhist scriptures and was about to arrive. His great disciple, Sun Dashing, had great supernatural powers and specialized in fighting injustices in the world. He would definitely be able to show his magical powers and destroy the Taoist priests and save them.
悟空暗笑，转回去对二道士说：“500个和尚都与我有亲，你放不放？”道士说：“放一个倒还好说，500个怎能放？别说我家没人使唤。”
Wukong secretly laughed, turned back, and said to the 2 Taoist priests, "All 500 monks are related to me. Do you want to let them go?" The Taoist priest said, "It's okay to let one go, but how can I let 500 go? Don't say that I have no one to help me."
朝廷也要怪罪，不放悟空连问3声。道士据说不放，悟空大怒，取出棒来，轻轻一刮，2个道士就筋折骨断，脑浆直流。
The court is also to blame. Don't let go. Wukong asked 3 times in a row, and the Taoist priests all said, "Don't let go." Wukong was furious, took out the stick, and scraped it gently. The 2 Taoist priests broke their muscles and bones, and their brains flowed.
众僧见悟空打死道士，都吓得魂飞天外，不知如何是好。悟空现了本相，说：“我就是齐天大圣孙悟空，来救你们的。”众僧跪拜下来。
When the monks saw Wukong beating the Taoist priest to death, they were so frightened that they didn't know what to do. Wukong revealed his true nature and said, "I am the Monkey King, and I am here to save you." The monks knelt down and worshipped.
悟空显神通，把车子提到半空，摔得粉碎，让众僧先躲几天，待他除了妖，再来见他。众僧怕被官府捉拿，悟空就拔一把毫毛。
Wukong showed his magical power and lifted the car into the air, smashing it into pieces. He asked the monks to hide for a few days until he got rid of the demon before coming to see him again. The monks were afraid of being arrested by the government, so Wukong plucked out a handful of hair.
嚼碎了，一人分一截，让他们藏在指甲缝里，没人来拿便罢。有人来，只要喊一声齐天大圣，就可平安无事。众和尚就四散而逃。
After chewing it, cut a piece off for each person and let them hide it in the cracks of their fingernails. If no one comes to take it, they can just shout, "Monkey King," and everything will be fine. All the monks fled in all directions.
只剩下10多个围住悟空。 唐僧久等悟空不回，就赶过来，责怪悟空不去告知他。悟空就把上相事说了，唐僧大惊，不知如何是好。
There were only a dozen or so left surrounding Wukong. Tang Monk waited for a long time, but Wukong didn't come back, so he rushed over and blamed Wukong for not telling him. Wukong told the previous matter. Tang Monk was shocked and didn't know what to do.
和尚说：“老爷放心，孙大圣定能保老爷平安。我们是城里智渊寺的僧人，请老爷先到荒山安歇，明日孙大圣自会捉妖。”
The monk said, "Don't worry, sir. Sun Dashing will definitely keep you safe. We are monks from Ziyuan Temple in the city. Please go to the barren mountain to rest first. Sun Dashing will catch monsters tomorrow."
唐僧见太阳偏西，就跟着众僧进了城，来到智渊寺。这座寺因为是老王建的，所以没拆。方丈迎出来，见了悟空就拜，说：“大圣爷爷。”
Tang Monk saw that the sun was heading west, so he followed the monks into the city and came to Ziyuan Temple. Because this temple was built by Lao Wang, it was not demolished. The abbot came out to welcome Wukong. When he saw Wukong, he bowed to him and said, "Grandpa, great sage."
你来了。悟空搀起方丈，唐僧披了袈裟，焚香拜了佛，方丈就安排斋饭，打扫房屋，师徒四人吃了斋就歇下来。悟空睡不着。
You are here. Wukong helped the abbot, and Tang Monk put on his cassock, burned incense, and worshipped the Buddha. The abbot arranged fast meals and cleaned the house. The master and the disciples ate and rested. Wukong couldn't sleep.
三更时分，听到远处有声乐吹打声，就跳上云头观看，见正南有一座三清观，灯火辉煌，三个老道士正领着众道大拜三清呢。
At the third watch, I heard the sound of Xing music in the distance, so I jumped up on the clouds and looked. I saw a Sanqing temple in the south, with bright lights, and 3 old Taoist priests were leading the Taoists to worship Sanqing.
悟空回去叫起沙僧，说：“不远处有一座三清观，众道士正拜三清，上了满桌贡品，快跟我去吃。”八戒梦中听到有好东西吃，就醒了。
Wukong went back, called Sha Monk, and said, "There is a Sanqing temple not far away. All the Taoist priests are worshipping Sanqing. The table is full of offerings. Come and eat with me." Beiji heard in his dream that there was something good to eat, and woke up.
嚷着也要去，悟空就带上2人，驾云来到观前，呆子就要下手。悟空说：“别忙，等他散了才好去吃。”他就吹一口气，化作狂风。
He clamored to go. Wukong took the 2 of them and rode the clouds to the temple. The idiot was about to attack, and Wukong said, "Don't be busy, wait until he is gone, then you can eat." He blew a breath and turned into a strong wind.
吹灭灯烛香火，众道士心惊胆战，虎力大仙就让众道散了。悟空3人落下来， 八戒不论生熟，抓着就吃，悟空就打，说别小家子气。
After blowing out the lamps, candles and incense, all the Taoist priests were frightened, and the great immortal Hu Li ordered the Taoists to disperse. Wukong and the other three fell down. Beiji ate whatever he caught, whether raw or cooked. Wukong beat him and said, "Don't be a petty person."
排排场场坐下来吃。八戒说：“偷东西吃，还讲排场。”悟空说：“我们变成三清的模样，怎么不排场？”八戒一嘴拱倒老君塑像，说：“老官儿
Sit down and eat in a grand manner. Beiji said, stealing things to eat, and talking about ostentation. Wukong said, we have turned into the appearance of Sanqing, why don't we show off? Beiji knocked down the statue of Lao Jun with his mouth, and said, Old man.
让我坐坐。”就变成太上老君，悟空变作元始天尊，沙僧变作灵宝道君，把圣像都推下去，扔进粪坑中。三人坐定，这才吃喝。
Let me sit down. Then they turned into Taishang Lao Jun, Wukong turned into Yuanchu Tianzuan, and Sha Monk turned into Lingbao Dao Jun. They pushed down the holy statues and threw them into the cesspit. The three of them sat down and then ate and drank.
八戒不论生熟冷热，流星赶月般塞满了肚子，沙僧也吃了个饱，悟空只吃鲜果。不一时，三人吃完一桌贡品，还不走路。
Beiji, whether raw or cooked, hot or cold, filled his stomach like a shooting star. Sha Monk also ate to his full, and Wukong only ate fresh fruits. After a while, the three of them finished eating a table of offerings and still couldn't walk.
坐在那里闲聊消食，一个小道士忘了守灵，睡下了，才想起来上殿来寻，却听得神像在说话，吓得踩个荔枝核摔了一跤。
Sitting there chatting and eating. A little Taoist priest forgot his handbell and fell asleep. He then remembered it and went to the temple to look for it. He heard the statue talking and was so frightened that he stepped on a lychee core and fell.
八戒忍不住放声大笑，小道士魂飞魄散，大叫起来。三个大仙点上灯来看，问是怎么回事。小道士指着神像说：“那里有人说话。”
Beiji couldn't help laughing loudly. The little Taoist priest was so distraught that he shouted. The three great immortals lit lamps to look at it and asked what was going on. The little Taoist priest pointed at the statue and said, There is someone talking there.
还哈哈大笑。悟空忙撵了二人一把，三人都盘膝端坐，默不作声。三个大仙上殿一看，贡品都被吃完，该剥皮的剥了皮。
And laughed. Wukong hurriedly pinched the two of them, and the three of them sat cross-legged and remained silent. When the three immortals went to the temple, they saw that all the offerings had been eaten, and the ones that needed to be peeled were peeled off.
该吐河的吐了河。若是神仙收走贡品，不会是这样，定是他们的诚心感动了三清，特来享用贡品。三位大仙忙披法衣。
The person who should have spit out the core spit out the core. If the gods took away the offerings, this would not be the case. Their sincerity must have moved Sanqing to come here to enjoy the offerings. The three great immortals were busy putting on their robes.
命众道士动乐诵经，叩头礼拜，求三位祖师赐些仙水甘露，保他们长生永寿。八戒埋怨吃了东西还不走，怎么办？悟空开口说。
All the Taoist priests were ordered to chant sutras and kowtow in worship, asking the three ancestors to give them some fairy water and nectar to protect their longevity. Beiji complained, "What should I do if I still don't leave after eating?" Wukong said,
晚辈小仙，先别拜，我们路过此处，没带金丹仙水。三大仙领着众道士只管拜。悟空说：“念你们心诚，准备器皿，赐给你们些仙水。”
Junior Shaoxian, please don't pay your respects yet. We passed by here and didn't bring the golden elixir with us. The three great immortals led the Taoist priests to just worship. Wukong said, "I think of you sincerely, prepare vessels, and give you some immortal water."
狐狸大仙搬来个缸，鹿力大仙端来个盆，羊力大仙拿来个花瓶。悟空说：“都出去，关好门，不许泄露天机。”众道士退出大殿。
Immortal Huli brought a vat, Immortal Luli brought a basin, and Immortal Yangli brought a vase. Wukong said, "Everyone go out, close the door, and don't reveal the secret of heaven." All the Taoist priests exited the hall.
悟空就尿了一花瓶，八戒尿了一盆，沙僧尿了半缸。三大仙来尝仙水，连声呸呸。悟空说：“我的儿，三清怎肯降临凡间？”
Wukong peed in the entire vase, Beiji peed in the entire vase, and Sha Monk peed in half the vase. The three great immortals came to taste the immortal water and kept saying, "Ba, ba." Wukong said, "My son, how can the three pure beings come to the mortal world?"
赐给你们仙水老爷是大唐来的取经人，吃了贡品。赐给你们些尿尝尝。三大仙忙把住店门，众道士一拥而上。
The master who gave you immortal water is a pilgrim from the Tang dynasty. After eating the offerings, I will give you some urine to taste. The three immortals hurriedly guarded the door of the palace, and all the Taoist priests rushed forward.
悟空左手携了八戒，右手携了沙僧，一道金光走了。五更天，唐僧起来，披好袈裟，要进宫倒换官文。悟空夜间闯了祸。
Wukong held Beiji in his left hand and Sha Sang in his right hand, and a golden light left. At 5 o'clock in the morning, Tang Monk got up, put on his cassock, and went into the palace to change Guanwen. Wukong got into trouble at night.
怕唐僧独自去要吃亏，就叫起八戒、沙僧、宝师傅一起进宫。四人来到宫门前，黄门官报进去。国王说：“这和尚来寻死。”
Afraid that Tang Seng would suffer a loss if he went alone, he called Beiji and Sha Seng to help the master enter the palace together. The four of them came to the palace gate, and the Huangmen official reported in. The king said, This monk has come to seek death.
巡捕官把他们拿下来，太师忙说：“陛下，东土大唐是中华大国，离此几万里，一路上尽是妖怪，他们能来到此，定有法力。”
The patrol officer took them down. The Grand Master hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, the Tang dynasty in the east is a big country in China. It is tens of thousands of miles away from here. There are monsters all the way. If they can come here, they must have magic power."
陛下可验了官文放行，国王就让4人上殿。悟空递上官文，国王正在看，黄门官奏报3位国师来了。国王忙离了龙椅，躬身相迎。
Your Majesty can approve the document and release it. The king asked the 4 people to go to the palace. Wukong handed over the customs. While the king was reading, Huang Mengwen reported, 3 national masters are here. The king hurriedly left the dragon chair and bowed to greet him.
3位国师带一个道童，大摇大摆地上了殿，也不行礼，就坐在龙椅旁的绣墩上。国王问国师何事降临，虎力说。
The 3 imperial masters led a Taoist boy to the palace in a swaggering manner. Without saluting, they sat on the embroidered pier next to the dragon chair. The king asked, "Why did the national master come?" Huli said,
有件事要奉告陛下。昨日有东土大唐来的4个取经僧人，打死我2个徒弟，放了500和尚。夜间大闹三清观，捣毁圣像。
I have something to tell your majesty. Yesterday, 4 Buddhist monks from the eastern Tang dynasty beat 2 of my disciples to death and spared 500 monks. They made a big fuss at Sanqin Temple at night and destroyed the holy statues.
偷吃贡品，又解下小便，冒充仙水骗我们。我们动手拿他，他却走了。今日在此相见，正是冤家路窄。国王就传令要杀唐僧师徒。
They secretly ate the offerings, and then urinated and pretended to be fairy water to deceive us. We started to grab him, but he left. We meet here today. We are enemies on a narrow road. The king sent an order to kill Tang Seng and his disciples.
悟空说：“陛下，国师的话不可信。自古道捉奸拿双，捉贼拿赃。我们打死道人，是谁见了我们出到此地，路都不识，怎能去闹三清观？”
Wukong said, "Your Majesty, the words of the national master cannot be trusted. Since ancient times, it has been said, catch the traitor and get the pear, catch the thief and get the stolen goods. We beat the Taoists to death. Who saw us when we first arrived here? We don't know the road. How can we go to cause trouble in the 3 purities' view?"
他师徒许多人，为什么不把我们当场拿住？肯定是他们陷害我师徒。国王本来就昏聩，听了这番话，难辨真假。这时黄门官奏来
He has many mentors and disciples. Why didn't he catch us on the spot? It must be them who framed my master and apprentice. The king was already in a daze, and after hearing these words, it was difficult to tell whether they were true or false. At this time, Huang Mengwen came and said,
四乡乡老奏报，一春无雨，天气干旱，求国师降雨。国王说：“你们敢和国师赌求雨吗？求下雨来，放你们西去；求不下，把你们斩首。”
An old man from Xixiang Township reported, "There has been no rain in the spring and the weather is dry. Please ask the national master for rain." The king said, "Do you dare to make a bet with the national master to ask for rain? If it rains, I will let you go west. If it doesn't rain, I will behead you."
悟空说：“小和尚也会求雨。”虎力站起身就要走，悟空叫住他，说：“我让你先求，不过咱先说好，才能分清是谁求下的雨。”国王说：“有理。”
Wukong said, "Little monks can also pray for rain." Huli stood up and was about to leave. Wukong stopped him and said, "I'll let you ask for rain first. However, we must agree first so that we can identify who is asking for rain." "That makes sense," said the king.
狐狸说：“我上了坛，以令牌为号，一响风声，二响云起，三响打雷，四响下雨，五响雨止。”悟空说：“让你先求。”国王就上了五凤楼观看。
Huli said, "I went up to the altar and used the token as a signal. The wind blew on one sound, the clouds rose on the second sound, the thunder sounded on the third sound, the rain fell on the fourth sound, and the rain stopped on the fifth sound." Wukong said, "Let you ask first." The king went up to the 5 Phoenix Tower to watch.
狐狸先上了法坛，坛上已布置好了求雨的旗帜、香烛、法器。狐狸烧了符，念了咒，打响令牌，就有风吹来。悟空暗叫不好。
Huli went to the altar first, and the flags, incense candles, and ritual objects for praying for rain were already arranged on the altar. Huli burned the talisman, recited the incantation, and rang the token, and the wind blew. Wukong secretly yelled, "It's not good."
忙把毫毛变个替身，真身跳上半空，命风婆婆，训二郎收住风。狐狸令牌二响，悟空拦住推云童子，布郎君。狐狸令牌三响。
He hurriedly plucked his hair and turned into a substitute. His real body jumped into the air and ordered Granny Fong and Erlang Sun to hold Fong back. The tiger power token rang twice, and Wukong stopped Tuyen Tongzi and Bowalangjun. Ring the tiger power token 3 times.
悟空拦住邓天君与雷公电母，虎力令牌4响，悟空拦住敖广兄弟。神龙说：“他们的五雷法是真的，惊动了玉帝。”
Wukong stops Deng Tianjun and Thunder God and Lightning Mother. The tiger power token rang 4 times, and Wukong stopped Brother Ao Guang. Shenlong said, their 5 thunder techniques were real and alarmed the Jade Emperor.
就派我们行云布雨。悟空说：“我不管它真的假的，你们得助我下雨。”神龙说：“遵命。不过 大圣也得有个号令，免得我们乱了章法。
He sent us to make clouds and bring rain. Wukong said, I don't care if he is real or fake, you have to help me make it rain. Shenlong said, I obey. However, the great sage must also have an order to prevent us from messing up the rules.
悟空说：“你们看我这棒，向上一指起风，2指生云，3指打雷，4指下雨，5指雨柱。”神龙齐声说：“遵命。”悟空暗落云头。
Wukong said, Look at my stick. 1 finger raises the wind, 2 fingers make clouds, 3 fingers make thunder, 4 fingers make it rain, 5 fingers make the rain stop. The dragons said in unison, Yes. Wukong pressed down the cloud head.
八戒正在哈哈大笑，让这先生只能哄骗皇上，蒙蔽百姓，没一点真实本领。悟空现了本相，叫道：“先生请下来，该我们了。”
Beiji was laughing loudly and shouted, This gentleman can only deceive the emperor and deceive the people. He has no real ability. Wukong showed his true colors and shouted, Sir, please come down, it's our turn.
狐狸只好下了台，往楼上见驾。悟空跟了过去。国王问：“国师怎么求不下雨来？”狐狸搪塞说：“今天神龙都不在家。”悟空说
Huli had no choice but to get off the stage and go upstairs to meet Jia, and Wukong followed him. The king asked, Why doesn't the imperial master ask for rain? Huli excused himself and said, The dragon is not at home today. Wukong said,
神龙怎么不在家？是这国师法术不灵，请不动，让和尚请来你看。悟空下楼说：“请师傅上台求雨。”唐僧说：“我只会念经，怎会求雨？”
Why isn't Shenlong at home? It's because the master's magic is not working. Please don't move. Let the monk invite you to see it. Wukong went downstairs and said, Master, please come up to the stage and pray for rain. Tang monk said, I can only chant sutras. How can I ask for rain?
悟空说：“你就念经，看老孙求雨。”唐僧随悟空登上法坛，盘膝坐下，念起多心经。悟空取出铁棒，往上一指，呼呼风响；2指浓云密布。
Wukong said, Just chant the sutra and watch Lao's son pray for rain. Tang monk followed Wukong to the altar, sat down cross-legged, and recited the Duo Heart Sutra. Wukong took out the iron rod, pointed it upward, and heard the whistling wind. With the second finger, dense clouds appeared.
3指电闪雷鸣，4指大雨倾盆。这场雨从辰时下到午时，下得街区横溢，沟满河平。国王派人传旨，雨够了，再下就淹了。
3 fingers, lightning and thunder, 4 fingers, heavy rain. The rain fell from Chin time to noon, so that the streets were overflowing and the ditches were full of rivers. The king sent a message, It has rained enough. If it rains again, it will be flooded.
悟空把棒在一指， 顿时云收雨住，重见天日。国王回到金銮殿，正要往官文上盖玉宝，三大仙阻止说：“这场雨还是我们求下的。”
Wukong pointed the stick again, and suddenly the clouds stopped and the rain stopped, and the sun could be seen again. The king returned to the Jinluan hall and was about to put the royal treasure on Guanwen. The three immortals stopped him and said, "We asked for this rain."
我们求雨时，神龙不在家；和尚求时，正赶上神龙回来，看到我们的令牌，就来下雨，让他们碰巧了。悟空就说
When we prayed for rain, Shenlong was not at home. When the monk prayed, Shenlong came back just in time. When he saw our token, he came to rain and let them happen by chance. Wukong said,
空口说大话不算本事。下过雨，四海龙王还没回去，国师要能叫真龙现身，才算他的功劳。国王说：“朕登基23年。”
Talking nonsense is not a good thing. It has rained and the Dragon King of the Four Seas has not returned yet. The national master must be able to call the real dragon to appear, which will be considered his credit. The king said, "I have been on the throne for 23 years.
还没见过真龙是什么模样。你们两家请，谁请来有功，请不来有罪。三大仙就叫龙现身，叫了半天也没影，就说我们叫不来。
I have never seen what a real dragon looks like. If you two invite me, whoever invites me will be rewarded, and whoever doesn't will be blamed." The three great immortals called the dragon to show up. After calling for a long time, there was no sign of it, so they said, "We can't call him."
比较，悟空仰天高叫，敖氏昆众都现原身，话音刚落，满天祥云缭绕，四条巨龙张牙舞爪，左盘右旋。国王忙备香案，率百官拜下去。
Your name. Wukong looked up to the sky and shouted, "Ao's Kunzhongdu appears in his original form." As soon as he finished speaking, the sky was filled with auspicious clouds, and 4 giant dragons bared their teeth and claws, circling left and right. The king was busy preparing the incense case, and led all the officials to bow down.
悟空说：“众神请回，国王改日再谢。”神龙才各自回府。国王就在官文上盖了宝印，要放唐僧师徒。三大仙跪拜说
Wukong said, "Gods, please come back. The king will thank you another day." Then the dragons returned to their homes. The king put a treasure seal on the seal and wanted to release Tang Monk and his disciples. The three great immortals knelt down and said,
我们忠心保国20年，被这和尚败坏了名声。陛下不可饶他们杀人之罪，留住他们，让我们再与他们赌胜负。国王问：赌什么？
"We have been loyal to the country for 20 years, but our reputation has been ruined by this monk. Your Majesty cannot spare them the crime of murder and keep them so that we can gamble with them again." The king asked, "What are you betting on?"
狐狸说：“我与他赌坐禅，用100张桌子，每50张叠一高台，各架云头上去打坐， 看谁坐的时间长，这叫云梯险胜。悟空说
Huli said, I made a bet with him to sit in meditation. Use 100 tables, stack every 50 tables on a high platform, and sit on the clouds to see who can sit for the longest time. This is called the cloud ladder to manifest the saints. Wukong said,
比别的神通我倒不怕，就是把我锁在柱子上，我也坐不住。唐僧说，我会坐禅，最多一次坐了整整3年，只是不会驾云。悟空说
I'm not afraid of other supernatural powers, but even if they chain me to a pillar, I won't be able to sit still. Tang Monk said, I can sit in meditation, and I have been sitting for 3 years at most at one time, but I can't ride on the clouds. Wukong said,
3个时辰就够了，我送你上去。唐僧就站出来说，贫僧会坐禅。国王就传下旨来，不上半个时辰。
3 hours is enough. I'll send you up. Tang Monk stood up and said, This poor monk knows how to sit in meditation. The king passed down the decree, and within half an hour,
就在金殿前用桌子叠起2座高台，虎力大仙脚踩西云，上了西边台上坐下。悟空变个替身，真身变躲祥云。
just in front of the golden palace, 2 high platforms were stacked with tables. Immortal Huli stepped on Shiyun and sat down on the west stage. Wukong becomes a substitute, and his real body becomes an auspicious cloud.
把唐僧拖上东边高台，陆力见唐僧坐得平稳，就把根毛往上一弹，落在唐僧领子里，便知臭虫，咬了一口。唐僧养的男人
Lift Tang Monk up to the high platform on the east side. When Luli saw that Tang Monk was sitting steadily, he plucked out a hair, flicked it up, and landed on Tang Monk's collar. He turned into a bed bug and bit him. Tang Monk was itching unbearably.
就来回摇头，用衣领擦痒。悟空变成鹪鹩虫飞上去，碾死臭虫，抓抓挠挠，唐僧又坐稳了。悟空暗想，秃头上绒布的虱子。
He shook his head back and forth and wiped the itch with his collar. Wukong turned into a leek and flew up, killing the bug and scratching it. Tang Monk sat firmly again. Wukong thought to himself, there is no room for lice on a bald head.
这臭虫定是妖邪所放，就飞过去。 便知大蜈蚣照虎力鼻凹里就是一口，虎力坐不住，一头栽下来，摔个半死。悟空又变成祥云。
This bedbug must have been released by evil spirits. He flew over, transformed into a big centipede, and struck the hollow of Huli's nose with a bite. Huli couldn't sit still and fell down, half to death. Wukong turned into auspicious cloud again.
把唐僧拖下高台，送到阶前。国王又要放行，陆力说：“陛下，我师兄有头疼病根，天风一吹，旧病复发，不是和尚的本事。”
Lift Tang Monk off the high platform and bring him to the front steps. When the king was about to let him go again, Luli said, Your Majesty, my senior brother has a headache. It is not a monk's ability to cause the old disease to relapse when the wind blows.
我要跟他比隔板猜美。国王问：“怎么猜法？”陆丽说：“在柜中放一件东西，猜中为胜。”国王就让准备柜子，由正宫娘娘亲手放入宝贝。
I want to compete with him in guessing the partition. The king asked, how to guess. Luli said, put something in the cabinet, and the guess will be the winner. The king asked the cabinet to be prepared, and the empress of the palace put the treasures in with her own hands.
抬上金殿，悟空变成鹪鹩虫，找一条缝钻进柜中，见是山河社稷袄，乾坤地理裙，就叫声便变成和尚穿的破烂，丢留一口中。
Carry it up to the golden palace. Wukong turned into a leek, found a crack, and got into the cabinet. When he saw it was the Shanha Sheji coat and the Qiankuan skirt, he shouted, change, and turned into the tatters worn by the monks.
他飞到唐僧耳边说：“师傅猜破烂，丢留一口中。”陆丽猜是山河社稷袄，乾坤地理裙。唐僧说是破烂，丢留一口中。国王说
He flew to Tang Monk's ear and said, Master, I guess the tatters will flow for a minute. Luli guessed, it's the Shanha Sheji coat and the Qiankuan geography skirt. Tang Monk said, it's the tatters that will flow for a bell. The king said,
和尚猜错了，推出去砍了。唐僧说：“别忙，先打开柜子看看。”国王命人打开柜子，果然是破烂，丢留一口中。国王心中疑惑。
The monk guessed wrong, so he pushed it out and chopped it. Tang Monk said, Don't be busy, open the cabinet first and take a look. The king ordered someone to open the cabinet, and it turned out that it was in tatters. The king was confused.
来到御花园，亲手摘下一个碗口大的桃子，放到柜中，抬上金殿。悟空又钻进去，三口两口把桃吃了，飞回唐僧头上，说是个桃核。
When he came to the imperial garden, he picked a peach as big as a bowl with his own hands, put it in a cabinet, and carried it to the golden palace. Wukong got in again and ate the peach in 2 mouthfuls. Then it flew back to Tang Monk and said, It's a peach core.
杨丽猜是一颗仙桃，唐僧说是个桃核。国王说：“朕亲手放的仙桃，三国师猜对了。”唐僧说：“打开一看便知。”国王命人打开柜子。
Yang Li guessed, it's a fairy peach. Tang Monk said, it's a peach core. The king said, I placed the fairy peach with my own hands. The master of the 3 kingdoms guessed it correctly. Tang Monk said, You'll know after you open it. The king ordered people open the cupboard.
不由大惊，果然是个桃核。就说：“国师别跟他赌了，想是有鬼神助他，让他走吧。”八戒笑着说：“他碰上偷桃的老贼了。”虎力喘息过来。
I couldn't help but be shocked. It turned out to be a peach core. He said, Master, don't bet with him. I think there are ghosts and gods helping him. Let him go. Beiji smiled and said, he has met an old peach thief. Huli gasped and said,
亲手把随身道童装进柜。悟空钻进一看，就变成虎力模样，说：“徒儿，那和尚已见到你进来，待我给你变个样。”就把棒变成剃刀。
Put the children's clothing into the cabinet with your own hands. When Wukong got in and took a look, he changed into the shape of a tiger and said, Disciple, the monk has seen you come in. Wait for me to change your appearance. Then he turned the stick into a razor.
几刀给道童剃个光头，把道袍变成僧衣，又把2根毫毛变成木鱼，说：“徒弟记清，听见叫道童，千万别出去；听见叫和尚。”
He shaved the Taoist boy's head with a few knives, turned the Taoist robe into a monk's robe, and plucked 2 vellus hairs to turn them into wooden fish. He said, Disciple, remember clearly, if you hear someone calling you Taoist boy, don't go out. If you hear someone calling you a monk, you must not go out.
便敲着木鱼念着经出去。道童说：“我只会念道经，不会念佛经。”悟空说：“你就念阿弥陀佛。”他飞回来，对唐僧说：“你猜是个和尚。”
Then he knocked on the wooden fish and chanted sutras and went out. The Taoist boy said, I can only recite Taoist sutras, not Buddhist sutras. Wukong said, just recite Amitabha. He flew back and said to Tang Seng, you guess he is a monk.
狐狸猜是个道童，只管叫，不见人出来。唐僧猜是和尚，八戒尽力高叫，柜里是和尚。话音刚落，柜子开处，出来个小和尚，手敲木鱼。
Huli guessed, it's a Taoist boy. He just shouted, but no one came out. Tang Monk guessed, it's a monk. Beiji shouted as loud as he could, it's a monk in the cabinet. As soon as he finished speaking, the cabinet opened and a little monk came out, knocking the wooden fish with his hand.
口念弥陀，3个国师哑口无言。国王说：“明明进去的是道童，出来的却是和尚，真有鬼神保佑他。”国师，放他走吧。狐狸说：“陛下。”
Recite Amitabha. The 3 national masters were speechless. The king said, it was a Taoist boy who went in, but a monk came out. There are ghosts and gods protecting him. Master, let him go. Huli said, Your Majesty.
既已跟他赌斗，怎半途而废贫道将终南山学的法术跟他赌到底？国王问：“在赌什么？”狐狸说：“砍下头来，在鞍上剖腹开膛。”
Since I had already bet with him, how could I give up halfway and bet Zhong Nanshan's magic skills with him to the end? The king asked, What are you betting on? Huli said, Cut off the head, put it back on, and disembowel it.
还能长好，滚油锅里洗澡。悟空现了本相，说：“我来，我来，买卖上门了。”国王下令，和尚先砍。御林军把悟空押到刑场， 一刀砍下头来。
It can still grow well and bathe in a boiling oil pan. Wukong showed his true colors and said, I'm coming, the business is coming. The king ordered, the monk cuts first. The imperial guards took Wukong to the execution ground and chopped off his head with a knife.
再一脚踢出去，悟空肚子里高叫，投来虎力就居土地按住猴头。悟空再叫一声，头仍不动，正一正，又长出个头来。
Kick him out again. Wukong shouted in his stomach, Here comes the head. Huli held down the monkey's head with all his strength. Wukong screamed again, but his head still didn't move. After struggling a little, another head grew.
国王吓得面如土色，说：“你们走吧，快走。”悟空说：“让国师爷砍下头，试试心。”国王就叫把虎力也押上刑场，砍下头来。
The king's face turned pale with fright, and he said, Let's go, go quickly. Wukong said, Let the master cut off his head as well and try something new. The king then ordered Huli to be taken to the execution ground and his head cut off.
虎力肚子里也叫，投来悟空拔根毫毛，便只黄狗，脱了头就跑。虎力连叫3声，头不回来，腔子里冒出血来，成为一只无头的老虎。
Huli's belly also screamed, Here comes the head. Wukong pulled out his hair, turned into a yellow dog, dragged his head and ran away. Huli barked 3 times in a row, but his head did not come back. Blood came out of his chest, and he became a headless tiger.
陆离说：“我师兄死就死了，怎会变成老虎？定是那和尚使的障眼法。我要跟他比剖腹完蝎。”悟空就让准备一盆水。
Luli said, My senior brother is dead when he dies. How he turned into a tiger must be a trick used by the monk. I want to compete with him in disembowelment and gouging out the heart. Wukong asked him to prepare a basin of water.
用尖刀剖开肚皮，把心肝五脏在水里洗了，装回肚里，用手一摸就长好了。陆离一样剖开肚皮，取出五脏。悟空拔根毫毛。
Use a sharp knife to cut open the belly, wash the heart, liver and 5 internal organs in water, put them back into the belly, touch them with your hands, and they will grow. Luli cut open the belly and took out the 5 internal organs. Wukong plucked out his hair.
便知恶鹰飞扑下来，抓去五脏。转眼间，二国师变成一只白毛花鹿。杨丽说：“我师兄既死，怎么会是受刑？我还要跟他比油锅洗澡。”
Transform into a hungry eagle, swoop down, and snatch away the 5 internal organs. In the blink of an eye, the second state master turned into a white-haired deer. Yang Li said, Since my senior brother is dead, how can he be in the shape of a beast? I still have to compete with him for bathing in a frying pan.
国王就命人抬来大锅，倒满香油，架上柴烧滚。悟空说：“有偏了。”就脱了衣裳，跳进锅里，翻筋斗打滚，洗开来。洗了一阵，
The king ordered people to bring a large pot, fill it with sesame oil, put firewood on it and boil it. Wukong said, "It's wrong." He took off his clothes, jumped into the pot, and somersaulted to wash it away. After washing for a while,
悟空想逗逗呆子，打个油花，变成个枣核丁，沉到锅底。监斩官忙命人用罩里捞，捞来捞去捞不着，就奏道：“那和尚叫炸死了。”
Wukong wanted to tease the fool, so he made a splash of oil and turned it into a date stone nail, which sank to the bottom of the pot. The supervising officer hurriedly ordered people to use fish nets to fish out. After trying to fish out nothing, he said, that monk was killed by the explosion.
连骨头都炸化了。国王说：“把和尚拿下，众校尉就上来拿人。”唐僧说：“陛下，稍停一会儿，让贫僧祭祭我那徒弟。”国王说
Even the bones exploded. The king said, "Take down the monk." The captains came up to get him. Tang monk said, "Your Majesty, please stop for a while and let the poor monk sacrifice my apprentice." The king said,
中华人道有义气，就命人取来纸钱、姜饭，让唐僧祭悟空。唐僧对锅祭了，八戒说：“我来。”就对着锅骂闯祸的泼猴子，无知的弼马温。
The Chinese are very loyal. He ordered people to bring paper money and pulp rice, and asked Tang monk to sacrifice to Wukong. Tang monk sacrificed to Wukong, and Beiji said, "I'll come." He scolded the pot. The troublemaker is a monkey, the ignorant Bima one is.
该死的泼猴子！油烹的弼马温猴了账。马温断根悟空大怒，现原身，赤条条站在锅里，大骂：“蠢货！你骂谁？”唐僧说：“吓死我了。”
Damn the monkey, the oil-cooked Bima one hoer is settled, Ma one is cut off. Wukong was furious, appeared in his original form, stood naked in the pot, and cursed, "Idiot, who are you scolding?" Tang monk said, scared to death. Me.
监斩官奏道：“日期犯凶，小和尚死了又显魂了。”悟空跳出来，穿上衣裳，一棒把监斩官打成肉饼，说：“我显什么魂了？”百官一齐跪下。
The officer in charge said, "The date is evil." The little monk died and showed his soul again. Wukong jumped out, put on his clothes, beat the officer into meat cakes with a stick, and said, "What kind of soul did I show?" Baiguan kneel down together.
磕头求饶。国王吓得下了龙椅，就要逃。悟空赶上扯住，说：“陛下不要走，让三国师也下下油锅。”国王战战兢兢地说：“三国师
kowtow and beg for mercy." The king was so frightened that he got off the throne and was about to run away. Wukong caught up and stopped him, saying, "Your Majesty, don't leave. Let the three kingdoms' master also get into the frying pan." The king said tremblingly, "Three kingdoms' master."
你救我命，快下油锅！杨丽脱下衣裳，跳进油锅，装模作样的洗起来。悟空见火虽大， 油锅却不冒烟，伸手一摸，油是凉的。
Save my life, get out of the frying pan. Yang Li took off his clothes, jumped into the oil pan, and pretended to wash it. Wukong saw that although the fire was strong, the oil pan did not smoke, so he stretched out his hand and touched it. The oil was cold.
就跳到空中，念动咒语，把北海龙王敖顺唤来，问：你怎么派冷龙助那妖邪？敖顺说：小龙不敢，这是他自己练的冷龙。悟空说
He jumped into the air, recited a spell, and called Ao Shun, the Dragon King of the North Sea, and asked, Why did you send the cold dragon to help that evil spirit? Ao Shun said, The little dragon didn't dare. This is the cold dragon he made by himself. Wukong said,
你给我把他的冷龙收了。敖顺就化一阵旋风，到锅边收走了冷龙。霎时间油锅沸腾，杨丽怔了几怔，被炸得皮焦肉烂。
You collect his cold dragon from me. Ao Shun turned into a whirlwind, went to the pot and took Leng Long away. In an instant, the oil pot boiled, the sheep struggled a few times, and the skin was burnt and the flesh was rotten.
国王泪如雨下，大哭3位国师。悟空高叫：你怎么如此混乱？现放着那道士的尸骸，一个是虎，一个是鹿，再一个是羚羊。
The king burst into tears and cried loudly to the 3 national advisors. Wukong shouted, Why are you so confused? Now there are the corpses of the Taoist priests. One is a tiger, one is a deer, and the other is an antelope.
他们是成精的野兽，前来害你，只因你气数未尽，不敢下手，过不几年就害了你命，夺了你江山。快换了官文，送我们走。
They are beasts that have grown into spirits and come to harm you, just because you have not exhausted your strength and dare not take action. In a few years, they will kill you and take away your country. Quickly change the customs and send us away.
国王见果如悟空所说，就让大摆素筵酬谢圣僧。唐僧说：陛下不该敬道灭僧，要3教同尊，方保天下太平，江山永固。国王就传旨。
When the king saw that it was as Wukong said, he held a feast to reward the holy monk. Tang monk said, Your Majesty should not respect Taoism and destroy monks. Only by respecting the 3 religions can we ensure peace in the world and eternal stability. The king then passed on the decree.
赦免和尚，重修智渊寺。500和尚都赶来，拜谢圣僧救命之恩。师徒4人一路西行，春尽夏残，又是秋天。这天，天色晚了。
The monks were pardoned and Ziyuan Temple was rebuilt. 500 monks came to thank the holy monk for saving his life. The 4 masters and apprentices traveled all the way west. Spring was over, summer was gone, and autumn was coming again. It's getting late that day.
仍不见人烟，4人只好再往前赶。又走一阵，来到一条大河旁，大水浩荡，一望无际，不知深浅。 八戒10块石子扔进水里。
There was still no sign of people, so the 4 of them had no choice but to move forward. After walking for a while, we came to a large river. The water was vast and endless, with no depth. Beiji picked up a stone and threw it into the water.
只听咕嘟嘟一阵响，说：“深。”唐僧见不远处好像有个人，悟空上前一看，是一桶石碑，上刻3个篆文大字“通天河”。
He only heard a beeping sound, saying, "Deep, deep." Tang Monk saw someone not far away. Wukong stepped forward and saw that it was a stone tablet with 3 large seal characters engraved on it, Tongtian River.
还有2行正楷小字：“经过800里，亘古少人行。”师徒正商议如何过河，忽听隐隐有鼓钵之声。八戒说：“哪里有人家坐斋？”
There are also 2 lines of small characters in block letters. A journey of 800 miles has been traveled by few people from ancient times. The master and the disciples were discussing how to cross the river, when they suddenly heard the faint sound of drums and cymbals. Beiji said, "Where is there someone who is fasting?"
我们去化些斋吃了，问个渡口，明天再过河。悟空引路，顺着声音找去，过了河滩，望见一座村庄，约有400-500家。4人进了庄。
We went to Washengsai to eat, asked for a ferry, and crossed the river tomorrow. Wukong led the way and followed the sound. After crossing the river beach, he saw a village with about 400 to 500 families. The 4 of them entered the village.
找到坐斋的人家，唐僧下了马，让徒弟等候，来到门口，见门半开半掩，不敢擅入。不多时，屋里出来一个老人，颈挂佛珠，口念弥陀。
Find someone who is doing fasting. Tang Seng got off his horse and asked his apprentice to wait. When he came to the door, he saw that the door was ajar and he did not dare to enter without permission. Not long after, an old man came out of the house, hanging Buddhist beads around his neck and chanting Amitabha.
前来关门。唐僧上前施礼，老人说：“和尚来晚了，早来些，我家斋僧进饱吃饭，再给白米3升，白布1段，铜钱10文。”唐僧说：“老施主。”
Come and close the door. Tang Monk came forward to salute, and the old man said, "Monk is late. Come earlier, my fasting monk, eat as much as you can, and then give me 3 liters of white rice, a piece of white cloth, and 10 copper coins." Tang Monk said, "Old donor."
贫僧是东土大唐钦差往西天取经的，路过贵处，天色已晚，前来借宿，明早就走。老人问：“东土大唐到此54000里。”
The poor monk was sent by the emperor of the Tang dynasty from the east to the west to obtain Buddhist scriptures. He passed by your place and it was getting late. He came to stay overnight and would leave early tomorrow morning. The old man asked, "The Tang dynasty in the east has been 54,000 miles away.
你一个人怎么能来？”唐僧说：“我有3个徒弟保护我来到此地。” 老人说：“请把高徒叫来，屋里请。”悟空三人过来。
How can you come here alone? Tang Sing said, I have 3 disciples who protected me when I came here. The old man said, Please call the master and invite him to the house. Wukong and the other 3 come over.
把老人吓得跌倒在地，直叫。妖怪唐僧搀起老人，说：“老施主别怕，我徒弟虽然丑，却会捉妖降怪。”老者似信非信，在前面引路。
The old man was so frightened that he fell to the ground and shouted, Monster! Tang Monk picked up the old man and said, Don't be afraid, old donor. Although my apprentice is ugly, he can catch monsters and subjugate them. The old man seemed to believe it but not believe it, and led the way.
悟空三人拴了马，放下行李，闯进大厅。那些和尚正念经，一见三人，吓得跌跌撞撞，各自逃去。唐僧骂：“这泼物十分无礼。”
Wukong and the others tied their horses, put down their luggage, and rushed into the hall. When the monks meditated on the sutra and saw the 3 of them, they were so frightened that they stumbled and ran away. Tang Monk scolded, This splashing thing is very rude.
胡导老施主惊散众僧，搅了人家佛事，不是害我吗？三人垂手低头，不敢吭声。老人方信是唐僧的徒弟。家里人听见前面哄闹。
Aren't you hurting me by scaring down the old benefactor, frightening the monks and disturbing other people's Buddhist affairs? The 3 of them lowered their hands and did not dare to say a word. The old man believed that he was Tang Monk's disciple. When the family heard the commotion in front,
出来一看，齐声乱叫，妖怪妖怪！又一个老人主杖出来，问什么邪魔前一老人说，不是妖怪，是东土的取经和尚，徒弟相貌丑了些。
When they came out, they all shouted in unison, Monsters and monsters. Another old man came out with a stick and asked, What kind of evil spirit? The previous old man said, It's not a monster, it's a Buddhist monk from the east. His disciple is a bit ugly.
那老人方与他们行礼，分宾主坐了，叫看茶摆斋。几个仆人战战兢兢地摆上斋，唐僧一卷起斋经还没念完。
The old man saluted them and took their seats respectively. Called, watched the tea and prepared the meal. Several servants carefully prepared the meal. Tang Monk had not finished reading a volume of Chi Zai Sutra.
八戒已往肚里倒了5、6碗米饭。不一会儿，斋饭吃完，八戒朝只吃了半饱，还要吃，被悟空劝下。唐僧谢了斋，问老施主高兴。
Beiji had already poured 5 or 6 bowls of rice into his stomach. After a while, the fasting meal was finished. Beiji was only half full and wanted to eat more, but Wukong persuaded him to stop. Tang Monk thanked him and asked, The old donor's surname is Gao.
老人说姓陈。唐僧说是我的同宗，我俗姓也姓陈。请问府上做的什么斋？老人说欲修王斋。 八戒笑得前仰后合，说：“公公真会扯谎。”
The old man said, "My surname is Chen." Tang Monk said, "He is from the same clan as me. My secular surname is also Chen. May I ask what kind of fasting is done in the house?" The old man said, "Preparatory to the fasting of death." Beiji laughed and said, "My father-in-law is really good at telling lies."
你怎知家里就要死人，做什么欲修王斋二老人以温作答？你们怎么不走正路，来我庄上？悟空说：“背一条河挡住去路。”
How did you know that someone was about to die in your family? So what did you do to prepare for the fast of death? The two old men answered the question, "Why don't you take the right path and come to my village?" Wukong said, "The way is blocked by a river."
听见鼓钵之声，就找到府上借宿。老人问：“你们见到了什么？”悟空说：“见到一桶石碑。”老人说：“在网上游走1里多。”
Hearing the sound of drums and cymbals, he went to his house to stay overnight. The old man asked, "What did you see?" Wukong said, "I saw a stone tablet." The old man said, "Go more than a mile upstream."
有一座灵感大王庙。悟空说：“什么灵感大王？”二位老人不由掉下泪来，说出一段故事。两位老人是亲兄弟，兄叫陈诚，63岁。
There is a temple of the king of inspiration. Wukong said, "What inspiration king?" The two old people couldn't help but shed tears and told a story. The two old people are brothers. The elder brother's name is Chen Cheng. He is 63 years old.
弟名陈清，58岁。二人到50岁上还没子女，就各纳了一个妾。陈诚为求子女，修桥补路，建寺立塔，布施斋僧，都记着账。
My younger brother's name is Chen Qing. He is 58 years old. When they were 50 years old and still had no children, they each took a concubine. In order to seek children, Chen Qing built bridges and roads, built temples and pagodas, and gave alms to fasting monks, all of which were kept in account.
恰好用了30斤黄金，才生了个女儿。30斤为一秤，就给女儿取名一秤金。今年刚满8岁。陈清敬奉关帝爷，求下一子。
It happened to take 30 pounds of gold to give birth to a daughter. 30 kilograms is a scale, so I named my daughter Liang Jin, who just turned 8 this year. Chen Qing worshipped Emperor Guan and asked for a son.
取名陈官宝，方交7岁。9年前，通天河里来了一个灵感大王，让一方百姓每年祭赛一次，贡品不仅要囫囵猪羊。
He was named Shen Guanbao when he was 7 years old. 9 years ago, an inspiration king came to the Tongtian River and asked the people to hold a sacrifice every year. The offering should not only be whole pigs and sheep, but also whole pigs and sheep.
还要吃一对童男童女，方保这一方风调雨顺，五谷丰登。今年轮到陈家祭赛，二人已到暮年，只有这2个孩子牙，又不敢不献。
They also need to eat a pair of boys and girls to ensure that this area has good weather and good harvests. This year is the Qin family's turn to sacrifice. They are in their twilight years. They only have 2 children, yeah, and they dare not sacrifice them.
就先给孩子做个超生道场，所以就叫御修王斋。唐僧忍不住陪着落泪，悟空却笑着说：“我看府上足有万贯家产。”
Let's build a transcendental dojo for the child first, so it's called Preparatory Practice of Death Fast. Tang Monk couldn't help but cry with him, but Wukong smiled and said, I think there are tens of thousands of dollars in wealth in the house.
拼上100两银子，买一对童男童女，替下自己的儿女，不就行了？二人说：“那灵感大王最灵验，这一代家长里短。”
Just spend 110 taels of silver to buy a pair of boys and girls to replace your own children. The two said, the Inspiration King is the most effective. The families in this area are short-lived.
吃大碗小知识都知道，谁家几口人，哪年哪月生都清楚。他只吃你的亲骨肉，买的孩子怎能瞒过他？悟空说：“原来如此。”
You know everything from a spoon to a bowl, the number of people in your family, and the year and month you were born. He only eats your own flesh and blood. How can you hide the child you bought from him? Wukong said, That's it.
把你令郎抱来，我看看。陈青就抱出关宝来，小孩子不知死活，还吃着果子，跳跳蹦蹦。悟空就变作关宝的模样。
Bring your son to me for a look. Qin Qing then brought Guanbao out. The child didn't know whether to live or die, and was eating fruits and jumping around. Wukong then transformed into Guanbao.
两个孩子手搀手来回跑，谁也分不清真假来，慌得陈青连连叩头，怕折了他的寿。悟空现了本相，说：“我能替你儿子祭赛吗？”
The two children were running back and forth holding hands. No one could tell the difference between the real thing and the fake one. Qin Qing was so panicked that he kowtowed repeatedly, fearing that his life would be shortened. Wukong revealed his true colors and said, Can I sacrifice for your son?
陈青说：“能。”悟空说：“我就替下你儿子的性命。”陈青连连磕头说：“老爷慈悲，我送白银1000两给唐老爷当盘缠。”悟空说：“就不谢我。”
Qin Qing said, Yes, yes. Wukong said, I will take your son's life. Qin Qing kowtowed repeatedly and said, Master is merciful. I will give you 1,000 taels of silver as payment for Master Tang. Wukong said, Just don't thank me.
陈青说：“你被大王吃了。”悟空说：“他敢吃我，陈青又添500两银子。”陈诚却失声痛哭。悟空说：“老大，你舍不得你女儿。”
Qin Qing said, You were eaten by the king. Wukong said, He dared to eat me. Qin Qing added another 500 taels of silver, but Qin Qing burst into tears. Wukong said, Boss, you can't bear to leave your daughter.
快去蒸5斗米饭，炒些好素菜，请那长嘴师傅吃，叫他替你女儿。”八戒大惊，说：“哥呀，你弄精神，莫扯上我可没你的神通。”悟空说：“
Go quickly and steam 5 buckets of rice, stir-fry some good vegetarian dishes, and treat the long-mouthed master to eat, and ask him to take your daughter's place. Beiji was shocked and said, "Brother, if you are trying to get your energy, don't get involved with me. I don't have your magical powers." Wukong said,
你也会36般变化，怎没神通？八戒说：“我只会变大的，笨的，不会变那小巧的女孩。”悟空说：“老大别信他，把你令爱抱来。”
You can also change in 36 ways, but you don't have magical powers. Beiji said, "I will only become a big and stupid one, not that small girl." Wukong said, "Boss, don't believe him. Bring your wife here."
陈诚就抱出1秤金来。悟空让八戒变，八戒说变不成。悟空要打，八戒害怕，才变，头是有些像，身子却肥胖。悟空说：“再变。”八戒说：
Chen Sheng took out a scale of gold. Wukong asked Beiji to change, but Beiji said the transformation would not work. Wukong wanted to fight, but Beiji was afraid, so he changed. The head looked similar, but the body was fat. Wukong said, "Change again." Beiji said,
由你打吧，变不来了。悟空就吹口仙气，八戒变得跟女孩一模一样。悟空说：“老陈，快把令爱抱进去，他惯会偷懒，别让他混了。”
"It's up to you to fight, it won't change." Wukong blew some fairy air, and Beiji became exactly like a girl. Wukong said, "Old Chen, take your daughter and quickly. He is always lazy, don't let him get away with it."
你们要哄好2个孩子，别走了风声。悟空让沙僧保护好唐僧，又变成陈官宝。不一会，祭赛的时间到了，庄上人敲锣打鼓。
You need to coax your 2 children well and don't let the wind spread. Wukong asked Sha Monk to protect Tang Monk, and he turned into Chen Guanbao again. After a while, it was time for the sacrifice, and the master of the village beat gongs and drums.
打着灯笼来到门外，陈清让抬出一张桌子，上放2个红漆盘，请2人坐上。打开门，4个后生进来，抬上就走。
He came to the door with a lantern. Chen Qingrang brought out a table, placed 2 red lacquer plates on it, invited the 2 of them to sit on it, opened the door, and 4 young men came in, put it on and left.
一家人哭哭啼啼送到门外，庄上人就把猪羊与童男童女抬到灵感庙，放到供桌上，焚香祷告了，各自离去。八戒说：“我们也走吧。”
The family was sent outside the door crying. The master of the village carried the pigs, sheep, boys, and girls to the Inspiration Temple, placed them on the altar table, burned incense and prayed, and then left. Beiji said, "Let's go too."
悟空说：“别胡说。”2人正争执，忽听呼呼风响。八戒叫：“ 不好了，来了。悟空说：“别说话，我来回答。”转眼间，那妖进了门，问
Wukong said, "Don't talk nonsense." The two were arguing when they heard the whistling wind. Beiji shouted, "No, it's coming." Wukong said, "Stop talking, I will answer." In a blink of an eye, the demon came in and asked,
今天是谁家祭赛？悟空说：“是陈诚、陈清家。”又问：“叫什么名字？”答：“童男陈官宝，童女一秤金。”那怪说：“我先吃童男。”悟空说：“请。”怪物害怕。
Whose family is competing today? Wukong said, "It's the families of Qin Sheng and Qin Qing." He asked again, "What's your name?" He replied, "The boy is Qin Guanbao, and the girl is one scale of gold." The monster said, "I'll eat the virgin first." Wukong said, "Please." The monster is afraid.
说：“我要先吃童女。”八戒慌了，说：“大王还照旧吧。”那怪伸手来抓八戒，八戒现了本相，扯钉耙劈头就住。那怪转身就走，叮当一声响。
Said, "I want to eat the virgin first." Beiji panicked and said, "Your Majesty, let's go on as usual." The monster stretched out his hand to catch Beiji. Beiji showed his true colors, pulled out the rake and started building. The monster turned around and walked away. There is a clanging sound.
铸掉冰盘大小2片鱼鳞，二人赶上去，那怪转身问道：“你们是哪里的和尚？破了我的香火？”悟空说
Build 2 fish scales the size of an ice tray. When the two of them caught up, the monster turned around and asked, "Where are you monks from? You ruined my incense." Wukong said,
我们是东土钦差西天取经唐三藏的徒弟，听说你年年要吃一对童男童女，特来请你拯救生灵。”那怪转身又逃，八戒又是一耙。
"We are disciples of Tang Sanzang who were sent by the emperor from the east to the west to obtain scriptures. I heard that you want to eat a pair of boys and girls every year, so we came here to capture you and save living beings." The monster turned around and ran away again, and Beiji raked again.
那怪化一阵狂风，钻入通天河中。悟空说：“这怪是河中之物，明天再设法拿它。”二人回到庙里，把祭品撤回陈家。
The monster turned into a gust of wind and got into the Tongtian River. Wukong said, "This monster is from the river. We will try to catch him tomorrow." The two returned to the temple and took the sacrifices back to Chen's house.
说了打退妖怪之事，二老人十分欢喜，忙安排房屋，请他师徒安寝。那怪逃回府，闷闷不乐。虾兵蟹将问是怎么回事，
Talked about fighting off monsters. The 2 old men were very happy and hurriedly arranged a house for his master and apprentice to sleep in. The monster fled back to his house, feeling depressed. The shrimp soldiers and crabs will ask what is going on.
那怪说了事情经过，说：“听说吃唐僧一块肉能长生不老， 但他徒弟这样凶恶，怎能捉住唐僧一个斑衣贵婆说，捉唐僧也不难。
The monster told what happened and said, I heard that eating a piece of Tang Monk's meat can lead to immortality, but his apprentice is so vicious, how can he catch Tang Monk? A spotted-clothed Mandarin woman said, It's not difficult to catch Tang Monk.
但捉住他，能赏我些酒肉吗？那怪说，你若有办法捉唐僧，我与你拜为兄妹，共吃唐僧肉。贵婆谢了，说出计策，那怪大喜，依计行事。
But if you catch him, can you reward me with some wine and meat? The monster said, If you have a way to catch Tang Monk, you and I will become brothers and sisters and eat Tang Monk's meat together. Silverpaw thanked her and told her the plan. The monster was overjoyed and acted according to the plan.
天色将明，唐僧师徒被冻醒，八戒直叫了。大家睡不着，穿衣起床，开门一看，正纷纷扬扬下着鹅毛大雪。二老人也起了床。
It was getting dark when Tang Seng and his disciples woke up from the cold, and Beiji screamed, Cold! Everyone couldn't sleep, so they got dressed and got up. When they opened the door, they saw heavy snow falling. The two old men also got up.
命仆人扫一条路，送来洗脸水，接着又送来点心、火盘。唐僧问老施主，贵处这么早就下雪？陈诚说，昨日已交白露，快到8月。
The servants were ordered to sweep a path and bring water to wash their faces, followed by snacks and a brazier. Tang Monk asked, Old benefactor, it's snowing so early in your place. Chen Qing said, It was already white yesterday, and it's almost August.
我们这里往常8月就有霜雪了。正说着话，仆人又送来粥。吃罢粥，雪下得更大，转眼间已有2尺多深。唐僧急着赶路，却被雪阻。
We usually have frost and snow here in August. While he was talking, the servant brought porridge again. After eating the porridge, the snow fell even harder, and in a blink of an eye it was more than 2 feet deep. Tang Monk was in a hurry to go on his way, but was blocked by the snow.
急得掉泪。陈氏兄弟左说右劝，说是待雪停天晴，就是倾家荡产也要送唐老爷过河。下午雪住了，陈老见唐僧不快，
So anxious that I shed tears. The Chen brothers tried to persuade him, saying that if the snow stopped and the weather cleared, they would send Mr. Tang across the river even if they lost everything. It snowed in the afternoon. Mr. Chen was unhappy when he saw Tang Monk.
命人打扫花园，架起大火盆，请唐僧赏雪景，又请来邻居老人陪唐僧说话解闷。随后又摆上素酒，与唐僧师徒把盏。到吃晚斋时，
He ordered people to clean the garden, set up a big brazier, and invited Tang Monk to enjoy the snow scenery. He also invited an old neighbor to chat with Tang Seng to relieve his boredom. Afterwards, he put some plain wine on the table and held it with Tang Monk and his disciples. When it's time to eat dinner,
街上行人就传说， 好冷的天把通天河都冻住了。又有人说800里冻得镜子一般，冰上有人走历。唐僧就要去看，陈老劝下。
Pedestrians on the street said, "It is so cold that the Tongtian River is frozen." Another person said, "It is as frozen as a mirror for 800 miles, and there are people walking on the ice." Tang Monk was about to go and see it, and Shen Lao advised him down.
说是天明再去。次日一早，唐僧就命沙僧备马，要趁冰过河。陈老又劝待天晴冰化，再备船相送。唐僧执意要走。
He said he would go at dawn. Early the next morning, Tang Monk ordered Sha Monk to prepare his horse and cross the river while the ice was cold. Mr. Chen also advised us to wait until the weather clears and the ice melts before we prepare a boat to see them off. Tang Seng insisted on leaving.
沙僧提议先去看看，陈老就命备6匹马，弟兄俩陪4人去看。冰上果然有人行走。八戒取出耙，尽力一注，冰上只留下9个白印。
Sha Seng suggested to go and have a look first. Mr. Chen ordered 6 horses to be prepared, and the 2 brothers accompanied 4 people to see it. Sure enough, there were people walking on the ice. Beiji took out his rake and tried his best to build it. Only 9 white marks were left on the ice.
把手都震疼了，说连底都冻实了。唐僧回到陈家，只催收拾走路。2老人苦留不住，就安排些干粮，又端出一盘金银。
His hands were sore from the shock, and he said, "Even the bottom is frozen solid." Tang Seng returned to Chen's house and only urged him to pack up and walk. The 2 old men couldn't keep it, so they arranged some dry food and brought out a plate of gold and silver.
唐僧只收了干粮，金银分文不取。2老人再三苦求，悟空才拈了一小块，交给唐僧。4人别了陈家老小，来到河边，上了冰面。
Tang Monk only received dry food and took no gold or silver. After the 2 old men begged again and again, Wukong took a small piece and gave it to Tang Monk. The 4 of them said goodbye to the Chen family, came to the river, and got on the ice.
冰上太滑，马行不稳。八戒让悟空找来稻草包住马蹄，才得平稳行走。八戒又让唐僧把锡杖横担马上，说是万一碰上冰眼。
The ice was too slippery and the horse was unstable. Beiji asked Wukong to find straw and wrap the horse's hooves so that it could walk smoothly. Beiji also asked Tang Monk to carry the tin staff across the horse, saying that if he encountered ice eyes, he would.
可避免落入水中。悟空也就横扛铁棒，沙僧横扛宝杖，八戒横扛钉耙。走到天黑，冰上无处借宿，4人吃些干粮，连夜西行。天明时
Avoid falling into water. Wukong also carried the iron rod horizontally, Sha Monk carried the treasure staff horizontally, and Beiji carried the nail rake horizontally. When it got dark and there was nowhere to stay on the ice, the 4 of them ate some dry food and headed westward overnight. at dawn.
又吃些干粮，继续行进。正走着，忽听咔嚓一声巨响，冰面裂个大窟窿，唐僧、八戒、沙僧、白马都落入水中，只有悟空跳到空中。原来
Eat some more dry food and continue walking. As he was walking, he suddenly heard a loud cracking sound, and a big hole opened in the ice. Tang Monk, Beiji, Sha Monk, and White Horse all fell into the water. Only Wukong jumped into the air. Turn out to be
天降大雪，冰封大河，都是那怪做的法。他擒了唐僧，回到水府，与贵婆拜了兄妹，就要吃唐僧肉。贵婆说：“先不忙吃它，过上几天。”
Heavy snowfalls and frozen rivers are all caused by strange things. He captured Tang Monk and returned to Shuifu. He and Mandarin Poem worshipped him as brother and sister and wanted to eat Tang Monk's meat. The Mandarin fish lady said, "Don't be too busy eating him now. After a few days, we will eat him."
待他徒弟不来吵闹时，在吹弹歌舞，自在享用。那怪就把唐僧装在石匣中，藏在后院。八戒、沙僧捞了行李，牵上白马，冲出水来。
When his apprentice stops making noise, he can play, sing, and dance and enjoy himself. The monster put Tang Monk in a stone box and hid it in the backyard. Beiji and Sha Monk picked up their luggage, took the white horse, and rushed out of the water.
悟空问：“师傅呢？”八戒说：“师傅姓陈，名到底了。”三人牵马回到陈家庄，向二老人说明经过。悟空说：“不用说，这是那怪使的神通。”
Wukong asked, "Where is the master?" Beiji said, "Master's surname is Shen, and his given name is G. The three of them led their horses back to Chenjiazwang and explained what happened to the two old men. Wukong said, "Needless to say, this is the strange one. The magic power of the envoy."
把师傅捉了去。老陈，你们给我晒晒包袱，喂上白马，我弟兄寻上那怪，救出师傅，斩草除根。二老人忙命摆斋，弟兄三人吃饱。
Catch the master. Old Chen, you can dry the burden for me and feed the white horse. My brother will find the monster, rescue the master, and eradicate it. The two old men were busy preparing the meal, and the three brothers were full.
前去通天河捉妖，到了河边，悟空说：“兄弟，我水下功夫不如你们，你们谁驮我去？”八戒说：“我驮。”八戒驮上悟空，沙僧分开水路。
Go to Tongtian River to catch monsters. When they arrived at the river, Wukong said, "Brothers, my underwater skills are not as good as yours. Which one of you can carry me?" Beiji said, "I will carry him." Beiji carried Wukong on his back, and Sha Monk separated the waterway.
三人下水行有50里路，也不见动静。又走100里，见一座牌楼，上写“水源之府”4字。悟空问：“里面有水吗？”沙僧说：“无水。”悟空说
The three of them went into the water and traveled 50 miles, but there was no movement. After walking another 100 miles, I saw an archway with the words, Water Turtle's Mansion, written on it. Wukong asked, "Is there water in it?" Sha Monk said, "No water." Wukong said,
你俩先躲躲，带我进去打听一下。就变成一个长脚虾婆，三跳两跳跳进去，见那大王正与斑衣贵婆商议吃唐僧肉，他四下寻找。
You two hide for now and wait until I go in to inquire. He turned into a shrimp woman with long legs, jumped in 3 times and 2 times, and saw that the king was discussing with the spotted mandarin fish woman to eat Tang Monk's meat. He looked around.
不见师傅，就向一个大肚虾婆打听。大肚虾婆说，唐僧藏在后院石匣中。悟空寻到后院，果有一个石匣，唐僧正在匣中哭泣。
When he didn't see the master, he asked a big-bellied shrimp woman. The big-bellied shrimp woman said that Tang Monk was hiding in a stone box in the backyard. Wukong went to the backyard and found a stone box. Tang Monk was crying in the box.
上前说：“师傅，老孙来了。”唐僧说：“悟空，快救我！”悟空说：“师傅放心，待拿了妖精，再救你脱难。”悟空跳出来，现了本相，说了里面的情况。
He stepped forward and said, "Master, old son is here." Tang Monk said, "Wukong, save me quickly." Wukong said, "Don't worry, Master, I will rescue you after I capture the goblin." Wukong jumped out and revealed his true identity. Told the situation inside.
让二人前去挑战，诈败杨叔，将那怪引出水面，由他下手。八戒就骂上门去，那怪全身披挂，手持一柄9瓣赤铜锤，率100个小妖。
Let the two go to challenge, feign defeat, lure the monster out of the water, and let him attack. Beiji scolded the monster and came to the door. The monster was fully clothed, holding a 9-petal red copper hammer, and led hundreds of little monsters.
迎出门来，八戒叫骂，让那怪放回唐僧。那怪骂八戒伤他手背，必报此仇。二人言语不和，越骂越狠。沙僧忍不住高叫：“先吃我一杖！”
Welcome out the door. Beiji yelled and asked the monster to be released to Tang Seng. The monster scolded Beiji for hurting the back of his hand, and he must take revenge. The two people disagreed with each other, and the more they scolded each other, the more they scolded each other. Sha Monk couldn't help shouting, "Eat my stick first."
举宝杖就打，那怪抡锤来迎，八戒又举爬住来。三人在水下战，有2个时辰，不分胜负。八戒见不能胜他，向沙僧使个眼色。
Raise the treasure stick and beat him. The monster came to greet him with a hammer, and Beiji came with a rake. The three of them fought underwater for 2 hours, with no outcome in sight. Seeing that he couldn't defeat him, Beiji winked at Sha Seng and said,
倒脱兵器就走。那怪穷追不舍，赶出水面。悟空立在岸上， 见那怪出来，叫声看棒举棒打去。那怪斗不三合，招架不住。
Drag the weapon backwards and leave. The monster pursued him relentlessly and drove him out of the water. Wukong stood on the shore. When he saw the monster coming out, he shouted, "Look at the stick," and raised his stick to hit him. That monster can't stand it in 3 fights.
转身逃入水中。沙僧说：“这怪在岸上不济，在水中倒凶。我跟二哥左右夹攻，只斗个平手，怎么救出师傅八戒说？”
Turn around and escape into the water. Sha Sing said, "This monster is not good on the shore, but it is more dangerous in the water. My second brother and I attacked from both sides, and we could only fight to a draw. How can we save the master?" Beiji said,
我们再去把他引出来。你在空中默作声，使个捣算打，一棒捣烂他的顶门。悟空就让二人再下水。那怪逃回府中，连说厉害。
"Let's go and lure him out again. You remain silent in the air, and you can smash his head with a stick." Wukong asked the 2 of them to go into the water again. The monster fled back to the house and kept saying, "Awesome."
贵婆问明，知道是孙大圣，就说：“那猴子神通广大，变化多端，大王不可与他交战。”正说着，小妖来报，那2个和尚又骂上门来。
Mandarin Pa asked and knew it was Sun Dashing, so she said, "That monkey has great magical powers and many changes. Your Majesty, you must not fight with him." Just as he was talking, the little demon came to retaliate, and the 2 monks came to scold him again.
那怪听了贵婆的话，命小妖把门勒死。八戒、沙僧骂了多时，不见开门，呆子醒发，使耙铸破门扇，里面却被石块。
The monster listened to Madam's words and ordered the little demon to barricade the door to death. Beiji and Sha Sing scolded each other for a long time, but the door did not open. The fool got mad and used a rake to break the door, but the inside was covered with stones.
泥土垒得严严实实，再筑也筑不透，只好回转河岸，告诉悟空。悟空说：“你二人守住河岸，别让他逃了，我去南海走一趟。”
The earth was so thick that no one could build it through, so he had to turn back to the river bank and tell Wukong. Wukong said, "You 2 guard the river bank and don't let him escape. I will go to the South China Sea for a trip."
悟空一筋斗来到南海普陀山珞珈崖，众神迎着，说：“菩萨一早起来不及梳妆，就独自去了紫竹林，说是大圣要来。”
Wukong somersaulted to the Luojia cliff of Putua Mountain in the South China Sea. The gods greeted him and said, "The Bodhisattva got up early in the morning and went to the purple bamboo forest alone without having time to dress up. He said that the great sage was coming."
请在翠岩前稍坐片刻。悟空没作兴，等了一会儿就等不及，吵吵嚷嚷要立即见菩萨，众神不敢通报，他就硬闯进紫竹林。
"Please sit in front of the green rock for a while." Wukong didn't sit still. After waiting for a while, he couldn't wait any longer. He clamored to see the Bodhisattva immediately. The gods did not dare to inform him, so he forced his way into the purple bamboo forest.
见菩萨身穿加长衣衫，正在削着竹篾，忍不住高叫：“菩萨，我师父有难，请问通天河妖怪的根源？”菩萨说：“你先出去，等我出去再说。”
Seeing the Bodhisattva wearing ordinary clothes and peeling bamboo strips, he couldn't help shouting, "Bodhisattva, my master is in trouble. May I ask about the origin of the monsters in the Tongtian River?" The Bodhisattva said, "You go out first, and we will talk about it after I go out."
悟空不敢强请，只得出来等候。不多时，菩萨提着个紫竹篮走出来，说：“悟空，我与你就唐僧去。”悟空说：“请菩萨穿上衣裳。”
Wukong didn't dare to force him to ask, so he had to come out and wait. After a while, the Bodhisattva came out carrying a purple bamboo basket and said, "Wukong, I will go with you to rescue Tang Monk." Wukong said, "Please put on the Bodhisattva's clothes."
登上莲台，菩萨说：“不用了，这就去。”二人就纵祥云赶往通天河。八戒远远看到，对沙僧说：“师兄性急，把个没梳妆的菩萨催逼来了。”
Climb the lotus platform. The Bodhisattva said, "No need, go now." The two of them rushed to Tongtian River under the auspicious clouds. Beiji saw it from a distance and said to Sha Monk, "Senior brother was impatient and rushed this undressed Bodhisattva."
菩萨来到，二人忙行礼。菩萨解下树袄的丝绦，拴上竹篮，站在云端，把篮抛入河中，口中念道：“死得去，活得住；死得去，活得住。”
The Bodhisattva arrived and the two of them were busy bowing. The Bodhisattva took off the silk ribbon that bound his coat, tied it to a bamboo basket, stood on the clouds, threw the basket into the river, and chanted, "Go to the dead, live to live, go to the dead, and live to live."
念了7遍，提起篮，里面是一条金灿灿的金鱼。菩萨说：“它本是我莲花池里的金鱼，每日听我讲经，修成手段。那柄9瓣铜锤。”
After reciting it 7 times, I lifted the basket and found a golden goldfish inside. The Bodhisattva said, "He was originally a goldfish in my lotus pond. He listened to my sermons every day and cultivated skills." That 9-petal copper hammer
是一只荷花骨朵，不知何时海潮泛涨，他趁水来到此间，成精作怪。今晨我到池边看荷花，不见了这家伙，掐指一算。
It's a lotus flower. I don't know when the tide rose. He took advantage of the water to come here and became a spirit and caused mischief. This morning I went to the pond to look at the lotus flowers, and this guy was missing. I counted with my fingers.
知他在此害你师父，故未及梳妆，编个喇前来擒他。悟空说：“既如此，菩萨可现了法身，让陈家庄的善男信女看看金面。”
I knew he was here to harm your master, so before I could dress up, I made a basket and came to capture him. Wukong said, in this case, the Bodhisattva can appear as a Dharma body and let the good men and women in Chenjiazwang see the golden face.
一来谢恩，二来说收怪之事，好让他们供奉。菩萨就在云端现了相。陈家庄的男女老幼拥到河边，不顾泥水，跪地礼拜。
The first is to express gratitude, and the second is to collect monsters so that they can worship them. The image of the Bodhisattva appeared in the clouds. The men, women, and children in Chenjiazwang crowded to the riverside and knelt down to worship regardless of the muddy water.
有位善画的，就画下图像，流传后世，就是盂兰观音现身。八戒、沙僧下了河，分开水路，来到水源之府，见水怪鱼精都已死完。
Someone who was good at painting painted the image and passed it on to future generations. It was the appearance of Guanyin in the fish basket. Beiji and Sha Sang went down the river, separated the waterway, and came to the house of the water turtle. They saw that all the water monsters and fish spirits were dead.
二人来到后院，揭开石匣，驮着唐僧来到水面。陈家庄人都叩头迎接。悟空说：“麻烦你们寻一只船，送我们过河。”众人正在忙乱。
The two came to the backyard, opened the stone box, and carried Tang Monk to the water. Everyone in Chenjiazwang kowtowed to welcome him. Wukong said, "Please find a boat to take us across the river." Everyone was busy.
准备造船，忽听水中高叫：“大圣不必造船，我送你们过河。”悟空看时，水中钻出几丈长的一只老猿来，就举棒叫道：“不要来！”
When Wukong was about to build a boat, he suddenly heard a shout in the water. "The great sage doesn't have to build a boat. I'll send you across the river." When Wukong looked at it, an old turtle several feet long emerged from the water. He raised his stick and shouted, "Don't come."
再往前，我一棒打死你！老猿说：“这水中原是我的府地，9年前那怪来到，伤我许多儿女，强占了府地。今天大圣搭救师傅。”
If you go any further, I'll beat you to death with a stick. The old turtle said, "This water was originally my mansion. 9 years ago, the monster came, injured many of my children, and took over the mansion. Today the great sage rescued Master."
除去妖邪，使我儿孙团圆，重归旧居。怎能不报答？悟空让大猿发了重视，才让他靠岸。师徒4人连马登上猿背，恰如乘上大船。
Get rid of evil spirits, reunite my children and grandchildren, and return to their old homes. How can I not repay the favor? Wukong made the turtle swear a strong oath before letting him dock. The 4 masters and disciples boarded the turtle's back, just like boarding a big ship.
悟空生怕大猿无礼，就解下虎筋绦子，缰绳般穿了猿鼻，一手持棒，一手扯缰。老猿劈波踏浪，如走平地，不出1天就到了对岸。
Wukong was afraid that the turtle would be rude, so he took off the tiger tendon tape and threaded it through the turtle's nose like a rein. He held the stick in one hand and pulled the reins with the other. The old turtle cut through the waves as if walking on flat ground, and reached the other side in less than a day.
师徒上了岸，唐僧连连称谢。老猿说：“我在此修炼了1300年，能说人话，难脱此渴。请老师傅到了西天，替我问佛祖。”
When the master and his disciples came ashore, Monk Tang thanked them repeatedly. The old turtle said, "I have been practicing here for 1300 years. I can speak human language, but it is difficult to escape from this shell. Please ask Master to ask the Buddha for me when he goes to the West."
我几时可修成人身？唐僧连说：“我问，我问。”那老猿才钻进水中。唐僧师徒走了多时，正值严冬天气，见一高山，路窄崖高，人马难行。
When can I cultivate my human body? Tang Seng said repeatedly, I ask, I ask. The old turtle just got into the water. Tang Monk and his disciples had been walking for a long time. It was a severe winter weather and they saw a high mountain with a narrow road and high cliffs, making it difficult for people and horses to move.
四人冒着严寒翻山越岭，见前面山凹里有楼台殿阁。唐僧说：“徒弟，那山洼不是庄户，就是寺观，去化些斋我吃。”悟空看去。
The four of them braved the severe cold and climbed over the mountains. They saw towers and palaces in the valley ahead. Tang Monk said, "Apprentice, that valley is either a villager or a temple. Go and make some food for me to eat." Wukong looked at it.
见那楼台有凶云恶气，就说：“那楼台是妖魔点化，去不得，带我到别处化些斋来。”唐僧下了马，悟空用棒在地上画了个圈子，说。
Seeing the ominous clouds and evil auras on the tower, he said, "That tower was inspired by demons. You can't go there. I'll wait for me to make some sacrifices elsewhere." Tang Monk got off his horse, and Wukong drew a circle on the ground with his stick and said,
我这圈如同铜墙铁壁，什么妖魔也进不来。兄弟可保师傅坐在圈里，千万不要出来。三藏一言坐下，悟空才离去。
My circle is like a copper wall. No demon can get in. Brother, please ensure that Master sits in the circle and never comes out. Sanzang sat down as instructed, and Wukong left.
唐僧坐等多时，不见悟空回来，说：“这猴子到哪里化斋去了？”八戒说：“古人画地为牢，不知他到哪儿玩去了，却让我们坐牢。”
Tang Monk sat and waited for a long time, but Wukong didn't come back and said, "Where did this monkey go to become a vegetarian?" Beiji said, "The ancients painted the ground as a prison. I don't know where he went to play, but he put us in prison."
我们不如就去前面楼台处化斋。唐僧就信了呆子的话，三人出了圈子，向前走去。不一时，三人来到那楼台处，见门户华丽。
Why don't we just go to the balcony in front of us and make a meal? Tang Monk believed the idiot's words, and the three of them walked out of the circle and walked forward. After a while, the three of them came to the balcony and saw the gorgeous door.
大门半开半掩，三人等了半天，也没见动静。八戒说：“他们想必在屋里烤火，你们坐着，我进去看看。”唐僧叮嘱道：“仔细些。”
The door was ajar. The three of them waited for a long time, but saw no movement. Beiji said, "They must be warming themselves by the fire in the house. You sit down while I go in and take a look." Tang Monk warned, "Be careful."
莫冲撞人家。八戒说：“我晓得。”就把钉耙掖在腰中，整整衣襟，装作斯文相，进去寻了一圈，也没见个人影。他上了楼，见幔帐放着。
Don't bump into people. Beiji said, "I know." He tucked the rake in his waist, straightened his clothes, pretended to be polite, went in and looked around, but found no one. He went upstairs and saw the curtains were left.
不分好歹，撩起一看，却是一堆骸骨。他又扭头，见金光闪耀，桌子上乱放着3件纳锦背心。他就拿下楼来，说：“师傅，里面没有人影。”
Regardless of good or bad, when he lifted it up and took a look, it turned out to be a pile of bones. He turned around again and saw the golden light shining, and 3 Nijin vests scattered on the table. He came downstairs and said, "Master, there is no one inside."
只有一堆骸骨。我见桌上有3件背心，就拿了来，穿上挡挡寒风。唐僧说：“这是盗窃之罪，不能要，出家人怎能贪小便宜？”
Just a pile of bones. I saw 3 vests on the table, so I took them over and put them on to keep out the cold wind. Tang Monk said, "This is the crime of theft. You can't take it. How can a monk be greedy for petty gains?"
呆子不顾唐僧斥骂，说：“我就穿一会儿，待师兄回来，走时再还他。”沙僧说：“我也穿一件。”2人就脱了外衣，刚穿上背心，一起栽倒。
Ignoring Tang Monk's scolding, the idiot said, "I'll just wear it for a while. When my brother comes back, I'll return it to him when he leaves." Sha Monk said, "I'll wear one too." The 2 took off their coats, and as soon as they put on their vests, they fell down together.
2人都被盗减绑了。唐僧急得直跺脚，却怎么也解不开绳。就在这时，里面涌出一群小妖，把唐僧拿了，抬上八戒、沙僧来见老魔。
Both were tied upside down. Tang Monk was so anxious that he stamped his feet, but he couldn't untie the rope. At this moment, a group of little demons came out of the house, took Tang Sing away, and carried Beiji and Sha Seng to see the old demon.
老魔问：“你们是哪方和尚？青天白日敢偷我的衣服？”唐僧说明来历，求老魔大发慈悲，恕徒弟冒犯，放了他们。老魔说
The old demon asked, "Which monk are you from? How dare you steal my clothes in broad daylight?" Tang Monk explained his origin and begged the old demon to be merciful and forgive his disciples for their offense and let them go. The old devil said,
我听说吃唐僧一块肉，长生不老。你送上门来，我岂能放你八戒就教？我大师兄是齐天大圣孙悟空，待他化斋回来，有你好看。
I heard that if you eat a piece of Tang Monk's meat, you will live forever. How can I let you go if you come to my door? Beiji shouted, My senior brother is the Monkey King, the Monkey King. When he comes back, you will look good on him.
老魔有些心惊，让把二人绑了，带拿了孙悟空一块蒸着吃。悟空往南千多里，才找到一户人家，主人见他貌丑，不肯舍斋。
The old devil was a little frightened, so he tied the two of them up, and then took the Monkey King and steamed them together. Wukong traveled more than 1,000 miles to the south before he found a house. The owner saw that he was ugly and refused to give up his meal.
悟空费了半天口舌，使隐身法来到厨房，掀锅挖了一钵饭，赶回来却不见了三人，猜知定是进了楼台，遭了毒手，就拘来山神。
After spending a long time, Wukong used the invisibility method to go to the kitchen, lifted the pot and dug a bowl of rice. When he came back, the three people were missing. He guessed that he must have entered the balcony and was poisoned, so he arrested the mountain god.
土地盘问，山神说：“这山叫金山，山前有个洞，洞中有个独角戏大王。那大王神通广大，专在此点化楼台，捉拿行人来吃。”
Land interrogation. The mountain god said, This mountain is called Jinshan. There is a cave in front of the mountain, and there is a one-horned rhinoceros king in the cave. The king has great supernatural powers and specializes in lighting up the towers here and catching passers-by to eat.
唐僧和天蓬、卷帘三人被他拿了，只怕凶多吉少。悟空把钵盂交给山神，说：“带我去看看。”悟空找到洞前，喝叫：“那妖怪！”
Tang Monk, the canopy, and the roller blind were taken away by him, and he was afraid that the disaster would be worse than the other. Wukong handed the alms bowl to the mountain god and said, Let me go and have a look. Wukong found the cave and shouted, That monster!
速速放我师傅出来，饶你们性命！小妖抱进去。老魔暗忖，自从来到尘世，从未遇到对手，正要会他，就披挂了，手持长枪。
Let my master come out quickly and spare your lives. The little demon came in, and the old demon secretly thought, since he came to the world, he has never met an opponent, and he was about to meet him. He put on his clothes, holding a spear.
率小妖出动迎敌，二人相见，各执一词，话不投机，大动干戈。枪来棒往，大战30合，不分胜负。老魔喝彩，好好。
Lead the little demon out of the cave to meet the enemy. When the two met, they each held their own opinions, did not speculate on their words, and went to war. Guns and sticks come and go, and there is a 30-year battle, with no winner or loser. The old devil cheered, "Good monkey."
真个是闹天宫的本事，悟空也称赞老魔的枪法。二人又斗20合，老魔下令，众小妖一拥而上。悟空左冲右突，小妖只进不退。
He is really capable of making trouble in the heavenly palace. Wukong also praised the old demon's shooting skills. The two fought for another 20 rounds, and the old demon gave the order, and all the little demons swarmed forward. Wukong clashed left and right, but the little demon could only advance but not retreat.
不由焦躁，把棒抛起，变成千百条飞鸽，制作漫天飞舞，打得小妖魂飞魄散，抱头鼠窜。老魔冷笑着。
Unable to help being anxious, he threw up the stick and turned it into thousands of flying pigeons flying all over the sky, beating up the little demon until the spirit flew away and the mouse ran away holding its head. The old devil sneered.
从左手腕上退下一个白森森的圈子来，往空一抛，把满天棒收成一条，套去了。悟空没了棒，翻筋斗逃了。悟空坐在山后。
Pull out a white circle from your left wrist, throw it into the sky, gather the sticks all over the sky into one, and pull it out. Wukong lost his stick and somersaulted away. Wukong is sitting behind the mountain.
越想越觉得窝囊，忽然想起妖精说：“真个是闯天宫的本领，想来不是凡间之物，定是天上凶星下凡。”就一筋斗来到南天门。
The more I thought about it, the more useless I felt, and suddenly I remembered what the goblin said. You really have the ability to break into the heavenly palace. I thought it was not a mortal thing. It must be an evil star from the sky, so I somersaulted to the Nantian gate.
众天将不敢阻挡，放他进去，直到凌霄殿见了玉帝，说了金山玉怪的经过，请玉帝降旨，查点诸天将有无私自下凡的。玉帝准奏。
The heavenly generals did not dare to stop him and let him in. He went to the Lingxiao Palace and met the Jade Emperor. He told the story of the strange encounter in Jinshan and asked the Jade Emperor to issue an order to check whether any of the heavenly generals had descended to Earth without permission. The Jade Emperor is accurate.
当即命人查点各部天将，满天星宿一个不少，各部神将一个不缺。玉帝就让悟空挑几员天将助他降妖。悟空说
Immediately he ordered people to check the heavenly generals in each department. There were many stars in the sky, and there was no shortage of godly generals in each department. The Jade Emperor asked Wukong to select a few heavenly generals to help him subdue the demon. Wukong said,
当年老孙闹天宫时，天上神将都不是我的对手，最后请来二郎小圣才胜我一筹。那妖精和我一般手段，天将如何能降？
When Lao's son was making trouble in the heavenly palace, none of the gods and generals in the heavens were my match. In the end, I invited the little sage Erlang to beat me. That goblin has the same means as me. How can the general from heaven descend?
许阳经天师说，常言说，一物降一物。也许就有天将偏能降他。悟空说：“ 只好领玉帝的人情，就请派托塔李天王与哪吒三太子。
Su Yangjing, the heavenly master, said, as the saying goes, one thing descends upon another. Maybe there is a general who can descend on him. Wukong said, I have no choice but to accept the favor of the Jade Emperor, and please send King Li Tianwang to help him. The third Prince Xia.
助我下界降妖。李天王父子率本部天兵，点了邓化、张帆二雷公助阵，随悟空来到金山，在南山坡扎下营来。
Help me to subdue demons from the lower realms. Li Tianwang and his son led their heavenly troops, ordered Deng Hua and Zhang Fan to help out, followed Wukong to Jinshan Mountain, and set up camp on the south slope.
李天王派哪吒前去降妖，悟空在前面引路，来到洞前骂阵。小妖抱进洞中，老魔提枪出阵，说：“哪吒，你来这里干什么？”哪吒说
King Li Tian sent Neza to subdue the demon. Wukong led the way and came to the cave to scold the formation. The little demon reported into the cave, and the old demon came out with a gun and said, Neza, what are you doing here? Neza said,
我奉玉帝圣旨，特来拿你。老魔说：“你这小孩有什么本领？敢说大话，挺枪刺来！”哪吒十斩妖剑相迎，悟空就去叫雷公。
I came here to capture you according to the Jade Emperor's imperial edict. The old devil said, What ability do you have, little kid? How dare you speak such lies? He stabbed him with his spear, and Neza used his demon-slaying sword to meet him. Wukong went to call Thunder Lord.
助哪吒降妖。二雷公起在空中，正要下手，哪吒已变成三头六臂，手持六般兵器，杀向老魔。老魔也变成三头六臂。
Help Neza subdue the demon. The two Thunder Lords rose in the air and were about to strike. Neza had transformed into 3 heads and 6 arms, holding 6 kinds of weapons, and was killing the old devil. The old devil also turned into 3 heads and 6 arms.
使3杆长枪抵挡。哪吒见不能取胜，抛起6般兵器，变成千千万万，如同骤雨冰雹，向老魔打去。老魔不慌不忙。
Make 3 spears resist. Seeing that he could not win, Neza threw up 6 weapons, which turned into thousands and thousands of weapons, like hail and rain, and struck at the old devil. The old devil was not in a hurry.
又推下那个白圈子来，望空一抛，把哪吒的兵器尽数收去。二雷公暗自庆幸，若放出雷蝎，被魔王收去，无法回天交差。
He stepped back from the white circle, looked into the sky, and collected all Neza's weapons. The second Thunder Lord secretly rejoiced that if he released the Thunder Wedge, it would be taken away by the devil and there would be no way to make a comeback.
哪吒逃回营中，向李靖说了魔王如何套取他的兵器。悟空说，他的本领只是如此，就是那个圈子厉害，不知是什么宝贝。
Neza fled back to the camp and told Li Jing how the devil had taken away his weapons. Wukong said, his ability is just that, He is very powerful in that circle. I don't know what kind of treasure he is.
看来只有用圈子套不住的东西降他。李天王说：“水火无情，只有水火套不住。”悟空上了天，来到桐华宫，向火德星君求救。
It seems that only things that cannot be trapped in a trap can be used to defeat him. Li Tianwang said, "Water and fire are merciless. Only water and fire cannot contain them." Wukong went up to the sky, came to Tonghua Palace, and asked Lord Huadexing for help.
火德星君就点了本部天兵，随大圣来到金山，与李天王合兵一处，让悟空前去挑战，把魔王引来，由火德星君烧他。
Lord Huadexing ordered his heavenly soldiers and followed the great sage to Jinshan. He joined forces with King Li Tian and asked Wukong to challenge him. He would attract the Demon King and let Lord Huadexing burn him.
悟空到洞前大骂，老魔率众出动，说：“泼猴又请来哪路救兵？”李天王挥斩妖刀砍去，老魔挺枪迎敌。斗了多时，老魔又要取圈子。
Wukong went to the cave and cursed. The old demon led the crowd out of the cave and said, "Where are the reinforcements from the Monkey King?" Li Tianwang slashed with the demon-slaying knife, and the old demon raised his gun to meet the enemy. After fighting for a long time, the old devil wanted to take the circle again.
悟空跳上山坡高叫，火德用心，火德星君就传下号令，众火神放出火龙、火马、火鸭、火鼠、火枪、火刀，那魔王毫不惧怯。
Wukong jumped up the hillside and shouted, "Fire Dex, please use your heart." Then Lord Huadexing gave the order, and the fire gods released fire dragons, fire horses, fire crows, fire rats, fire spears, and fire knives. The Demon King was not afraid.
一圈子套下去，把火气尽数收了，得胜回洞。众神聚在一处，商议如何降妖。悟空说：“那魔王不怕火，必然怕水，待我请水德星君。”
After trapping them all, they collected all the firearms and returned to the cave victoriously. The gods gathered together to discuss how to subdue the demon. Wukong said, "The Demon King is not afraid of fire, he must be afraid of water. When I invite Lord Huadexing."
放水淹他。悟空3次上天，来到乌号宫，见了水德星君，备言降妖之事，请星君助阵。水德星君就派黄河水伯助大圣成功。
Flood him with water. Wukong went to heaven 3 times and came to Wuhao Palace. He met Lord Huadexing and prepared to talk about how to conquer the demons. He asked Lord Xing to help him. Lord Huadexing sent Uncle Shui Bo of the Yellow River to help the great sage succeed.
水伯取出一个白玉鱼，悟空说：“这鱼儿能盛多少水？”水伯说：“这一鱼就是1黄河水，只消半鱼就够了。”悟空领水伯来到金山。
Shui Bo took out a white jade bowl, and Wukong said, "How much water can this bowl hold?" Shui Bo said, "This bowl is as much water as the Yellow River. and only half the bowl is enough. Wukong led Shui Bo to Jinshan.
见过李天王，天王就让水伯跟悟空前去降妖。悟空到洞口骂阵，魔王刚开了洞门，水伯把鱼儿往洞里一倒。魔王见大水到来。
After seeing King Li Tianwang, the king asked Shui Bo and Wukong to go and subdue the demon. Wukong went to the entrance of the cave to curse. As soon as the demon king opened the door, Uncle Shui poured the bowl into the cave. When the devil saw the flood coming,
忙守在二门前，扔下枪，取圈子挡水，那水哗啦啦倒流出来。慌得悟空和水伯跳上高峰，再看以水漫四野，成了一片泽国。
He hurriedly stood guard in front of the second door, threw down his gun, and used a circle to block the water, and the water flowed out. Wukong and Shui Bo were so panicked that they jumped up to the top, only to see that water had flooded the surrounding areas, turning the country into a marsh.
悟空让水伯收水，水伯却只会放不会收。不多时水退了，一群小妖出了洞，在洞门前玩耍。悟空见前功尽弃，怒火冲天。
Wukong asked Shui Bo to collect the water, but Shui Bo could only release it but not collect it. After a while, the water receded, and a group of little demons came out of the cave and played in front of the cave door. When Wukong saw that all his previous efforts had been wasted, he became furious.
赤手空拳上前骂阵。魔王出洞，见悟空手无寸铁，就扔了枪与悟空斗拳。二人拳来脚往，斗了几十回合，不分胜败。
He stepped forward with his bare hands to curse. When the Demon King came out of the cave and saw that Wukong was unarmed, he threw down his gun and started a fist fight with Wukong. The two fought with fists and kicks for dozens of rounds, with neither victory nor defeat.
李天王和众神将上前助战，众小妖舞刀抡枪迎敌。悟空见难以取胜，就把一把毫毛变成几十个小猴，缠上魔王，抱腿的抱腿。
King Li Tian and the gods stepped forward to help in the battle, and the little demons danced their swords and wielded their spears to meet the enemy. Seeing that it was difficult to win, Wukong plucked out a handful of hair and turned into dozens of little monkeys, wrapping themselves around the devil and hugging his legs.
扯妖的扯妖，那魔慌了，忙取圈子。大圣和众天将急忙逃去，只把毫毛收了。悟空与众天将商议一阵，认为那怪本领不过如此。
Pull the waist. Pull the waist. The demon panicked and hurriedly took the circle. The great sage and all the heavenly generals fled in a hurry, collecting only the hair. Wukong discussed with the generals for a while and thought that the strange ability was nothing more than this.
只是依仗那圈子收人兵器。悟空就要进洞盗宝，众天将取笑说：“要说偷，大圣的手段最高，当年就为偷闹了天宫。”
Just rely on that circle to collect weapons. Wukong was about to enter the cave to steal the treasure, and the heavenly generals laughed and said, "When it comes to stealing, the great sage has the best method. Back then, he caused trouble in the heavenly palace because of stealing.
今天正好又用上了。悟空来到洞口，变成个苍蝇，从门缝中钻进去，见魔王正坐在高台上饮酒取乐，众小妖唱的唱，舞的舞。
Just used it again today. Wukong came to the entrance of the cave, turned into a fly, and got in through the crack in the door. He saw the devil sitting on the high platform, drinking and having fun, and the little demons were singing and dancing.
为老魔助兴，悟空变成个幻精，混入小妖群中，学到高台旁，看了多时，也不知老魔把圈子放在哪里。他转到后厅，见火龙。
To cheer up the old devil, Wukong turned into a badger spirit, mixed into the group of little demons, and walked to the high platform. After watching for a long time, he didn't know where the old demon had placed the circle. He went to the back hall and saw the fire dragon.
火马都高高吊着，金箍棒靠在东墙，上前抓过棒，一路棒打出去。老魔措手不及，眼睁睁看着他杀一条血路打出洞门。
The fire horses were hung high, and the golden hoop was leaning against the east wall. I stepped forward to grab the stick and beat it all the way out. The old demon was caught off guard and watched helplessly as he fought his way out of the cave.
那魔王提枪赶出来，与悟空大战了3个时辰。天色渐晚，那魔渐渐力怯，虚晃一枪，率小妖逃回洞府，关上洞门。悟空回营。
The Demon King came out with a gun and fought with Wukong for 3 hours. It was getting late, and the demon gradually became weak. With a feint, he led the little demon to escape back to the cave and closed the cave door. Wukong returns to camp.
众天神齐赞他神通广大。他说：“那妖魔与我斗这一场，已经筋疲力尽，必然睡得死。你们在此等着，带我进洞去偷他的圈子。”
All the gods praised him for his great powers. He said, "The demon is exhausted from this battle with me and will definitely sleep to death. You wait here until I enter the hole to steal his circle."
哪吒说：“天晚了，大圣不如明天去。”悟空说：“你这小哥不懂事，哪有白天做贼的？”火德星君说：“大圣是冠甲熟套，我们都不如他。”
Neza said, "It's getting late, so the great sage might as well go tomorrow." Wukong said, "You are an ignorant little brother. How can you be a thief in the daytime?" Huadek Singjin said, "The great sage is familiar with the tricks. We not as good as him."
悟空就跳到洞前，变成一只蟋蟀，钻进洞中，见群妖正狼吞虎咽地吃饭。群妖吃饱，安排床铺，各自睡觉。悟空钻进老魔房中。
Wukong jumped in front of the cave, turned into a cricket, got into the cave, and saw a group of monsters wolfing down their food. After the demons had eaten their fill, they arranged their beds and went to sleep separately. Wukong got into the old devil's room.
见几个山精树鬼为他铺床展被，解衣脱靴， 那圈子就套在左胳膊上。悟空见套得紧，就变成跳蚤，往那魔的胳膊上咬一口。
He saw several mountain spirits and tree ghosts making his bed and quilt, taking off his clothes and boots, and put the circlet on his left arm. Seeing that the noose was tight, Wukong turned into a flea and bit the demon's arm.
那魔大骂一阵，把圈子往上捋捋。悟空又咬一口，那魔把圈子又往上捋捋。悟空见他防范得紧，无法下手，又来到后厅。
The demon cursed for a while and moved the circle upwards. Wukong took another bite, and the magic handle moved the circle upward again. Wukong saw that he was on guard and could not take action, so he went to the back hall again.
把被套来的毫毛变成小猴，拿上被妖魔收来的兵器、火器，自己跨上火龙，往外就走。洞中顿时烈焰熊熊，烧得小妖呼天喊地。
Turn the vellus hair from the quilt into a little monkey. Take the weapons and firearms collected by the demon, step on the fire dragon yourself, and walk out. Flames suddenly burst into flames in the cave, making the little demon cry out to the sky and the earth.
哭爹叫娘！悟空回到营中，将兵器还给哪吒，火器还给火德，众人称谢不止。老魔被哭叫声惊醒，慌忙拿着圈子
crying for father and mother. Wukong returned to the camp and returned the weapons to Neza and the firearms to Huda. Everyone expressed their gratitude. The old devil was awakened by the cry and hurriedly took the circle.
东一头西一头扑火，待把大火扑灭，小妖已被烧死大半，剩下不到110名了。老魔怒问：“是谁施的火？”一个小妖说：“大王。”
Fighting the fire from east to west. By the time the fire was put out, most of the little demons had been burned to death, with less than 100 remaining. The old demon asked angrily, "Who lost the fire?" A little demon said, "Your Majesty."
看来是偷营劫寨的贼人干的。老魔恍然大悟，说：“怪不得跳蚤连咬我2口，定是悟空那贼来偷我宝贝不成，就偷了兵器、火龙。”
It seems that it was done by thieves who stole the camp and robbed the stronghold. The old devil suddenly realized and said, "No wonder the flea bit me twice. It must be Wukong, the thief who came to steal my treasure, so he stole the weapon and the fire dragon."
放起火来。天亮后，哪吒要趁妖魔心慌意乱时再去挑战，众神将齐声响应，来到洞前。悟空上前骂阵，老魔勃然大怒，挺枪出战。
Start a fire. After daybreak, Neza wanted to challenge the demon again when he was in a panic. All the gods responded in unison and came to the cave. Wukong stepped forward to scold the formation. The old demon became furious and went out to fight with his gun.
悟空抡棒相迎，二人正在争斗，哪吒、火德、雷公各施展宝贝，一拥而上。老魔又取出圈子，将众神将的兵器连金箍棒一同收去。
Wukong greeted him with his stick. The two were fighting, and Neza, Hueda, and Lei Gong each used their treasures to rush forward. The old devil took out the circle again and took away the weapons of the gods and generals together with the golden cudgel.
众神将败退，互相抱怨。悟空劝下他们，说：“我到西天见佛祖，他定知道妖魔的根源，那圈子是什么东西。”悟空纵筋斗云，来到灵山。
The gods will retreat and complain to each other. Wukong persuaded them and said, I will go to the west to see Buddha. He will definitely know the origin of demons and what the circle is. Wukong somersaulted to the Lingshan mountain.
比丘尼尊者迎上来，问悟空来此干什么？悟空说：“有事要见如来。”比丘尼把悟空领到雷音寺山门前，让悟空稍等，进去通报。
The venerable Bhikshuni came up to him and asked, Wukong, what are you doing here? Wukong said, I have something to see Tathagata. The Bhikshuni led Wukong to the gate of Lain Temple and asked Wukong to wait for a while before going in to report.
不一时，佛祖命悟空进去。悟空参拜了如来，说明来意。如来就命18罗汉各带一粒金丹杀住悟空，前去捉妖。悟空谢了如来。
Soon the Buddha ordered Wukong to go in. Wukong paid homage to Tathagata and explained his intention. The Tathagata ordered the 18 arhats to each bring a grain of golden elixir sand to help Wukong catch the monster. Wukong thanked Tathagata.
路上查看，只有16罗汉正在疑惑。降龙、伏虎二尊者赶上来，说：“如来有话吩咐，我们晚来一步。”众人来到金山。
On the way to check, there were only 16 arhats. While they were wondering, the two masters Jianglong and Fu Hu caught up and said, The Tathagata has something to say, so we came one step late. When everyone came to Jinshan,
与李天王等神将相见了，罗汉就催悟空前去挑战。悟空来到洞前，高声大骂。那魔出洞，悟空跳过去，伸手就是一巴掌，转身就逃。
After meeting Li Tianwang and other divine generals, Arhat urged Wukong to challenge him. Wukong came to the cave and cursed loudly. When the demon came out of the cave, Wukong jumped over, slapped him with his hand, turned around and ran away.
那魔大怒，随后赶来。正赶着，罗汉从空中撒下金丹杀来，把那魔陷了3尺。那魔跳出来，罗汉又撒下一粒。那魔见势不妙。
The demon was furious and came later. While he was rushing, Arhat dropped golden elixir sand from the air, trapping the demon 3 feet deep. The demon jumped out and the Arhat dropped another one. The demon saw that the situation was not good.
忙取下圈子，把18粒金丹砂全收去。悟空问：“怎么不下杀了？”众罗汉说：“下完了。”悟空说：“你们也降不了他，这可怎么办？”降龙说。
He hurriedly took off the circle and collected all the 18 golden elixirs. Wukong asked, Why don't you drop the sand anymore? All the Arhats said, It's over. Wukong said, You can't drop him either, what can I do? Jianglong said.
如来吩咐我和伏虎，如失了金丹砂，就叫悟空找李老君。悟空骂：可恨！如来爷耍我老孙，早给我说，不省得你们跑这一趟。
Tathagata told Fuhu and I to ask Wukong to find Mr. Li if we lose the golden elixir sand. Wukong scolded, "It's hateful. Tathagata is also playing tricks on my grandson. Tell me earlier. I won't save you this trip."
悟空第4次上了天，直奔33天都帅宫。童子拦住他，说：“等我们通报。”悟空一把推翻童子，直闯进去，与老君撞个满怀。
Wukong went to heaven for the 4th time and went straight to the 33 heavenly palace of Tushita. The boy stopped him and said, "Wait for us to report." Wukong pushed the boy over and rushed in, bumping into Lao Jun.
悟空施了礼，叫声老官儿，说明来意。老君说：“此事与我无关。”悟空说：“等我查出来，再跟你好好纠缠。”就到处乱闯，四下查看。
Wukong saluted and called out, "Old man," explaining his intention. Lao Jun said, "This matter has nothing to do with me." Wukong said, "When I find out, I will quarrel with you again." So he wandered around and looked around.
查了几进院子，来到牛栏，只见看牛童子正在睡觉，青牛不见了。悟空大叫：“老官儿，牛走了！”童子被惊醒，吓得跪下，连连叩头。
After checking the yard a few times, I came to the cattle pen and saw that the cowboy was sleeping and the green cow was missing. Wukong shouted, "Old man, the cow is gone." The boy was awakened and was so frightened that he knelt down and kowtowed repeatedly.
老君喝问：“你小子是什么时候睡着的？”童子说：“弟子在丹房里拾了一粒仙丹吃了，就睡着了。”老君说：“那是7凡火丹。”
The old man asked, "When did you fall asleep?" The boy said, "I picked up an elixir in the alchemy room, ate it, and then fell asleep." The old man said, "That is the 7th return fire pill."
吃一粒要睡7天，随即就查少了什么宝贝，只是不见了金刚镯，说：“幸亏芭蕉扇还在，不然连我也治不住它了。”
You will need to sleep for 7 days after taking 1 pill. Then he checked what treasures were missing, but the diamond bracelet was missing. He said, "Fortunately, the banana fan is still there, otherwise I wouldn't be able to control him."
老君就拿了芭蕉扇，跟悟空来到金山，见了众神将、罗汉，就让悟空再去挑战。悟空来到洞口，破口大骂，那怪提枪出洞，见面就刺。
Lao Jun took the banana fan and followed Wukong to Jinshan Mountain. After meeting the gods and arhats, he asked Wukong to challenge again. Wukong came to the cave entrance and cursed loudly. The monster came out of the hole with a gun and stabbed him whenever he saw someone.
悟空转身就跑，那怪正赶着，忽听有人高叫：“那牛快跟我回家磨头！”见是老君，大吃一惊，真不知悟空怎么找到他主人的。
Wukong turned and ran. The monster was driving when he suddenly heard someone shouting, "That cow! Come home with me quickly!" The devil was shocked when he saw it was Lao Jun. He really didn't know how Wukong found his master.
忙抛圈子去打老君，老君用扇子一扇，收了圈子，又一扇，那怪现了原形。老君就把圈子一吹，变成个圈儿，穿了牛鼻子。
He was busy throwing circles to hit Lao Jun. Lao Jun used a fan to close the circle, then fanned it again, and the monster showed its true form. Lao Jun blew the circle and turned into a Jia, wearing a cow's nose.
齐了回离恨天，大圣同众神将打进洞去，把小妖全打死，各取兵器，众神将回天，罗汉回西天。悟空这才解下唐僧、八戒、沙僧。
Riding back to Liangshan. The great sage and the gods will break into the cave, kill all the little monsters, and each will take weapons. The gods will return to heaven, and the Arhat will return to the west. Only then did Wukong untie Tang Seng, Beiji, and Sha Seng.
收拾马匹行李，正要西行，山神把饭送来。悟空接过，饭还是热的。山神就说：“小神把饭又热了。”唐僧吃了斋饭，师徒才寻路西行。
After packing up the horses and luggage, they were about to head west when the mountain god brought them food. Wukong took it and the rice was still hot. The mountain god said, "The little god has made the rice hot again." After Tang Monk had eaten his vegetarian meal, the master and his disciples found their way westward.
冰融雪化，春风拂荡，师徒四人走到一条清澈的小河边，对岸柳荫下撑出一条小船，转眼间靠了岸，撑船的叫声说：“请上船。”
The ice melted and the snow melted, the spring breeze blew, and the four masters and apprentices walked to a clear river. A small boat was pulled out from under the willow shade on the other bank, and it docked in a blink of an eye. The boatman said softly, "Please get on board."
悟空笑着问：“怎么让烧婆撑船妇人微笑不语，搭上跳板，让四人连马上了船，摇到对岸？”唐僧取过几文钱，妇人接了，笑嘻嘻走了。
Wukong smiled and asked, "How do you let the boatman punt the boat?" The woman smiled and said nothing, put on the springboard, and asked the four people to get on the boat and swing to the other side. Tang Monk took out a few pennies, and the woman took it and left with a smile.
唐僧见河水清澈，让八戒舀一钵水，吃了几口，剩下的八戒一饮而尽。四人走不多时，唐僧、八戒直叫肚子疼。
Seeing that the water in the river was clear, Tang Monk asked Beiji to scoop a bowl of water, took a few mouthfuls, and drank the rest in one gulp. Not long after the four of them left, Tang Seng and Beiji screamed, "My stomach hurts."
就觉肚中有什么东西在蠕动，渐渐大起来。悟空见路边有个村舍，树梢上调个草肘，说：“前面有个酒店，去讨些热汤吃。”
I felt something moving in my belly, gradually getting bigger. Wukong saw a cottage on the roadside, picked a broom on the treetop, and said, There is a hotel in front. Go and ask for some hot soup.
再打听药铺，唐僧打马到村舍门前，下了马，只见门前坐个老婆婆。悟空施礼说：“婆婆，我师父师弟吃了河水，肚子疼。”婆婆问
Then ask the drugstore. Tang Monk rode his horse to the door of the village, got off the horse, and saw an old woman sitting in front of the door. Wukong saluted and said, "Mother-in-law, my master and junior brother have stomachaches after eating river water." My mother-in-law asked,
是不是东边那条河？悟空说是。老婆婆连说好玩，让四人进屋坐下，叫来家人看稀罕。几个女人奔出来，望着唐僧，只是笑。
Is it the river in the east? Wukong said yes. The old woman kept saying, "Fun," and asked the four of them to sit down in the house.
悟空扮个鬼脸，把他们吓退，扯住婆婆让她烧汤。婆婆才说：“这里是西凉女国，只有女人，没有男人。那条河叫子母河。”
Wukong made a face, scared them away, grabbed his mother-in-law and asked her to make soup. The mother-in-law said, "This is the female country of Xiliang. There are only women but no men. The river is called Zimu River."
城外有个营阳驿，门外有个照胎泉。这里人到了生育年龄，方敢去吃河水，再到泉边一照，照的双影就怀了孕。
There is a Yingyang station outside the city, and a Zhaoti spring outside the gate. When people here reach childbearing age, they dare to drink river water. If they go to the spring and take a photo, they will get pregnant.
你们吃了子母河水，怀胎有喜，不日要生孩子，热汤怎能治？唐僧大惊失色，八戒嚷叫：“我们是男人，从哪里生呀？”悟空说：“瓜熟自落。”
You have eaten the water of the Zimu River and are pregnant. You will have a baby soon. How can hot soup cure it? Tang Monk was shocked. Beiji